up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, June 10th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hello.
And Jason Bishop.
What's
Wearing
up?
the readers to start the morning.
My eyes are terrible.
Those are terrible readers.
Yeah, I know, but I need them.
I have glasses that look just like that, and I like them. But what I don't like about them is if I put them down someplace where I'm not expecting to put them down, they're but hard to find.
Oh, yeah?
Because they're clear. They're clear. They're hard to find. Like if you put them on a table,
Right,
you put them on a desk, you're not thinking about it. They're tough to see as opposed to glasses with like a darker frames.
I mean, these
They
only
disappear.
These only help with something I'm reading within, I don't know, 8 inches.
Mm-hmm. That's the
It
problem.
doesn't really help with these with the computers.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get up
See,
real
You
close.
gotta get up real close. You gotta get up here.
So you have to take them off to be able to read
But
the
the
computers?
show
or-
outline, it's perfect.
Okay, good.
All right, show
It's a
outline.
little
right here.
off-putting, I'll be honest with you. Not
I
used
think it
to
looks
it.
fine. Doesn't bother
Oh,
me.
I'm sure I look terrible, but I just
It
need
looks
them for
fine.
now.
I think Chippy's been a little hard on
You
you.
look
It's
kind
fine.
of scholarly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I think it raised your IQ a few points.
These are my wife's, so I mean,
Yeah, I thought they looked female.
Oh, they definitely are female.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are there female readers?
Yeah, sure.
They,
Okay, well, that's what they are.
they look fine.
You brought some extra estrogen into the studio today. That's all you did.
But
it's all good.
let me just see. I've just read the outline.
Hey,
Okay, so now I can take them
You
off.
can actually see. Can you see better with them?
Down here, I don't see. You're blurry.
Okay.
Now you're better
Yeah.
now. But that's
I look
terrible.
silly now without the glasses.
So that's it's just the
There's no
getting
way,
old, man.
There's
Getting
no
old.
way that like looking at our phones all day helps your vision.
No.
There's no way.
It's got to be a huge detriment.
There's just no way.
Probably not.
Owns your eyeballs.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. When I'm looking at my phone with these readers on,
It's silly, right?
oh my gosh.
Big difference.
I mean, it looks like the phone's 2 feet wide.
What about driving? You have no issues driving? See, the only time I need glasses actually is maybe the opposite of you. It's driving at night. So this morning, when it's dark outside, once the light comes out, I take the glasses off. But when it's dark, I kind of need the glasses.
Yeah, I probably should wear glasses at night, but I don't.
You have them?
I don't.
Oh. That'd be hard
He's
to
got
wear
to wait
something
for
you
his
don't
wife
have.
to have other glasses.
It'd be hard to wear something you don't have.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
tag
there are
team on glasses.
There are a bunch
apparently.
of glasses in the house, but these are the only ones I wear.
Well,
So it is. We're getting old, bro. Getting old.
Well, we're getting
Glasses.
geared up for really, I think, an interesting time in the world of sports where we've got the World Cup, we've got the NBA Finals, you've got the Stanley Cup Final, which is now tied at 2-2.
Otherwise, we need to do our World Cup draft at some point.
Yeah.
Draw the names, get the order, pick our teams.
Well, you either got to do it today or tomorrow.
Well, it's gotta happen
so the
soon.
match is tomorrow. It looks like the match is tomorrow. Mexico, South Africa, 3:00.
Mm-hmm. 9 o'clock.
South Korea and I don't even know Czechia. How do you say
Yeah.
it? That's
Czech
at
Czech
10
Republic.
Czech
Ten-
Republic.
10
Czechia.
p.m. I'll be in bed. God willing.
Oh, that's a 10 o'clock start.
Yeah, 10 p.m. So the only one we'll probably watch if we're around is Mexico, South Africa.
But then you have the U.S. against Paraguay.
Yeah.
9 p.m.
Friday.
Friday night.
I could stay up for that. Yeah, it's a Friday night.
Yeah.
Stay up.
9 o'clock. And game 5 would not be on Friday. It'll be on Saturday. So that'll be the only thing you can watch on Friday.
I'm also geeking out, to use a Kevin McCarthy phrase. I want to see Disclosure Day on Friday. I think that might be the first movie that I've wanted to see like on the day it comes out in a long time.
That's the Spielberg.
Spielberg. And then you got real-time UFO people, UAP people showing up here to Congress swearing that there's evidence in Brazil and other countries that the United States has verified, and we've reverse engineered a lot of things, and that's why our technology's better.
Whatever.
It's interesting.
Disclosure today,
intrigued.
84% on Rotten Tomatoes thus far.
I'll take that.
I did see somebody on Twitter, I don't know who it was, that said, I want that 2+ hours of my life back.
Oh,
watching
really?
Disclosure
really?
Day. So
2 hours and 25 minutes.
Not everybody's going to like every movie that comes out.
I know we're going to try and have Kevin on. I don't know if he's going to be on this week or next week because there's 2 big movies coming out within a couple of weeks. You have Disclosure Day and then The Odyssey. Not Odyssey, the company.
No.
The Odyssey.
Yeah.
What's the Odyssey about?
We talked about this
Yeah.
before. It's about,
How about this? Matt Damon's in it.
Oh.
it's an epic.
Is it about? Oh, so it's not about aliens.
Oh no!
Oh, okay.
This is an old school tale,
Oh, okay.
like back to the Trojans and Trojan
Oh,
horse.
USC. We're going to talk about USC.
Well, not those Trojans. The actual
I might be interested.
OG
About
Trojans.
Matt Damon, Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson, Zendaya, Lupita Nyong'o. It's a big time cast.
Who's directing that one?
Christopher Nolan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, big name.
That's Kevin's guy. I saw Kevin. He's doing some series where he was out in Rochester, and he was breaking down. He went to the Kodak building and breaking down, I don't know, 70 millimeter or 60 millimeter, whatever the hell it is that he's into.
He couldn't have been more excited.
I mean, he's now doing like investigative reporting. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was good. It was good. So we got to get him back on
Get
the
my
show. A lot of
attention for
people
about
ask,
30 seconds.
why isn't Kevin coming on the show? He moved to LA. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah, it's tough
for
for
him
him.
to come on the show. And I think we're shooting for a 9:45 segment. That's 6:45 his time.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We can do it, but he's also bouncing around, traveling all the time, doing these interviews. He also did the sit down with Steven Spielberg recently. I think he had a half hour with him. He's used to doing those 6 minutes,
3 minutes or
if
whatever.
he gets lucky.
Yeah.
Grab somebody on the red carpet for a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Well,
we'll try and get him
man,
back
we
on
haven't
the
talked
show
to him in a
soon.
while.
Today on the show, we're going to have John Keim. Guess what, Jason?
What, Ayuk?
Brandon Ayuk put out another video.
loves
So
putting
we'll
out
get
vids.
into that later in the program. John Keim will join us at 8. Did you guys check in with the Stanley Cup? That was the Jordan Stahl game.
Yeah, scored 2 goals, including
And-
the game winner where he's falling down on the ice, backhand flipped it past the goalie.
Interestingly, they switched up their goalie. Usually you don't get goalie changes. And it seems like Brindamore said that his goalie coach said, hey, our guy needs a break.
Freddie Anderson was underperforming.
And they didn't even dress him. Brindamore said, well, why would you dress him if he needs a break, needs a night off?
Yeah,
You don't need to make him go through the whole rigmarole.
Yeah.
Right.
And so he went with the other guy, and now you got a 2-2 series.
coming
I
back to
saw
Raleigh for game 5.
8 more goals. All 4 games have been overs. There's been, I believe, 33 goals scored in the first 4
I hope
games.
you're betting the overs.
Haven't
I'm sure
bet
they're
one.
adjusting them,
I've
by
only
the way.
bet
They're-
one game in the. Actually, no, bet 2. I bet Carolina in game 2. Did they win game 2? I can't remember if they won game 2. I bet Vegas in game 3.
Carolina lost game 2 because
Okay, so I lost
they won
that
the
one.
opener.
They
of
won the
series.
opener.
Yeah.
All right, so I bet Carolina game 2, and so I lost that, but I bet Vegas game 3. Didn't touch last night. But we got World Cup starting tomorrow. I'll be touching those
Oh,
games.
you're going to be all over that.
Yes, I will.
I don't know how the NHL final, how the Stanley Cup final is doing on TV. I know the NBA finals, they're thrilled. It's up to like 17 million viewers, which is the highest basically in a decade.
Yeah, that's some intrigue.
I think the highest since Cleveland Golden State, which is LeBron and Steph and KD back then.
I always kind of judge it by my youngest because she's, she loves the skins or whatever, but she's a casual observer. But if she's asking me, hey, do they play tonight? Do they play tonight? It means it's
a
crossed
big-
over.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It's crossed
The
over.
2026 Stanley Cup final, the ratings are up. Their average viewers for game 1 were 4.7 million. That's up 54% from
That's excellent.
2024's 3.1.
Good job. Wow.
So, yeah, they're doing well, delivering big numbers hockey-wise. I mean, they're not NFL
No,
numbers.
no,
I mean,
no,
it's
no.
not
Well,
gonna
none of
ever-
them are
But
NFL.
they'll take
Right.
5 million viewers.
Oh,
I mean,
they'll take a
NBA
bump.
Yeah.
is thrilled with 17 million because I think they were, they used to get those type of numbers, and then they started dipping down to like 10 million. Mm-hmm. The NFL can put out a Jacksonville
Yeah, people
versus
are gonna watch it.
Carolina game
Yep.
on a Tuesday, and they're going to get 20 million people.
Yeah.
It's just the way it
There's
is.
going to be a Commanders versus Jacksonville game at some point coming up in 2026. Not that far off.
And then last night, Nats on the road. We're not going to have Paul Taboni on the show because it's on the West Coast.
And Nats love road trips. They love playing in other people's stadiums.
It's another series they're going to win, right?
They've already won the series.
And I heard Jagler say that I think it was the second game in a row where they opened up with a 2-0 lead. Like bang, bang in the first two hitters.
Yeah, Garcia hit the bomb. He's having a really good year. Averages, okay, 260, but, man, he's got some big hits.
260 is like 300 these days.
I know. And James had 3 more hits last night. He's going to be an all-star. He might be a starter.
Yeah.
But the Nats are currently, now we're 68 games in.
2 games above 500.
Yeah.
They are currently tied for the 3rd wild card.
Pretty good.
It's crazy.
Pretty impressive.
That's
So
really
they would
crazy.
make the playoffs.
Well, they would have to.
Yeah, they'd have a play-in
Playoff,
or
yeah.
whatever you call it.
But they're tied.
playoff for the playoff.
That'd be a hot ticket.
Yeah.
Baseball Cakes is going to welcome them back to the East Coast for Friday night's game against the Mariners.
You taking
Yep.
the fam?
I'm taking my wife, and I'm taking my pal Greg, who worked on your car recently, and his wife.
Tell him I might have another car for him.
Really?
Yeah.
Another car
really?
issue?
I got the kid one that it's just been sitting on my driveway for a while. I
Yeah.
just don't feel like dealing with it. I just don't feel like dealing with it.
Is it working?
Not currently.
Wow.
I just don't feel like dealing
So
with
it doesn't
like an
start.
issue.
It didn't start, and then it started, and then it didn't start. Like, I don't even trust to drive it.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Might need a tow from the sound of it.
Yeah, it's just sitting there.
Well, you'll figure it out. You will
Well,
I bet-
somebody will figure it out. I
Somebody
don't think
figure it
he's
out.
going to figure
Believe
it
me,
out.
I've thought about just having someone just pick it up and tow it and dump it into the ocean.
Cars
Yeah.
for kids.
Well,
that's
Get a
fair.
silly tax write-off.
Do
And,
they-
and a vacation voucher.
Do cars for kids want cars that just are
I
useless?
think they'll take anything.
They
Yeah.
probably-
Anything.
They'll take
Yeah.
whatever they can get their hands on.
Yeah.
Phone number is always trying to get in touch with us throughout the show is 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Junks Radio. As I mentioned, John Keim is going to join us at 8 o'clock, 7:45. Your chance to win some tickets to go see Dave Chappelle. We also have tickets to go see the Black Crows. We'll play Junkie Shootout on a game show Wednesday here on The Fan.
Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? I wish I did, but I don't. Be honest, some of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy moving forward. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Did you know it's week 3 of OTAs?
Yes.
Yep.
I did
Week
know
3,
that.
they're spreading it out.
You know what? That's good. That means you're a little bit closer to camp. Right? A little closer.
This from the OTA notebook on commanders.com. Zach Selby writing about the tight end position.
Ooh, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued about Chig. Big on Chig.
He writes, the running backs and tight ends got a lot of work during early team drills. Chig Okonkwo, Ben Sinnott, and John Bates all got to show off their route running ability, and each player had some impressive catches in the middle of the field. Daniels likes to develop strong bonds with his tight ends, and if this can continue into the season, perhaps we could see more multiple tight end sets in Blau's offense.
All right, that's
Good.
That's
Even
encouraging.
Sinnott, Cakes. Even Sinnott getting a mention there.
I mean, you want.
I think he's borderline cut possibility.
I don't think
I've
so.
gotten to the point now where if he gives the team any sort of contribution, I'll be
Take it.
surprised and happy with it. But I'm literally not expecting anything. Like, I think his ceiling is 20 catches this year,
Maybe.
with Chig there and Jaden spreading the ball around to other options.
I saw
It'd be great
Linnell.
if he had 35 or 40 catches. It was a force on offense. I just don't expect it.
I saw Linnell being interviewed yesterday. He had an interesting anecdote about Chig, that when he was leaving the OTA or whatever for the day, he saw Chig heading out to his car, and he said, "Hey, I got you as my tight end 1 in some of my fantasy teams."
Okay.
And Chig said to him, "You should have me as your wide receiver 1."
Oh, that causes movement in my pants
Right?
when I hear
Well, the
him
problem
talking like
is you
that.
should tell Chig, well, you're not going to be listed as a wide receiver, so it's hard for you to be
Yeah, but if you
wide
get
receiver
if you
one.
get like wide
Wide
if you get close
receiver
to wide
numbers?
receiver 1
I mean,
numbers
flex.
out of a tight end,
You can put him in a flex.
then you're just free rolling.
I think that's the idea, though, is
Yeah,
that think of me more as just a receiver than you are just like a simple tight end.
Yeah.
I mean,
Interesting.
I'd love to hear that talk.
Interesting.
Tight ends have fared very well in like Ben Johnson's offense and the Lions' offense, right?
Yep.
I think that's David
They're
Blau's
gonna
offense.
they use a lot of them. I mean, you could even see
I'm ready to wager. on
Colson
Chig.
Yankoff maybe having an impression here or there. If you go 3 or 4 receiver, tight ends deep at some point.
All right, I'm ready to wager on
Can he
Chig.
carry 4 tight ends?
Well, you could just toggle
carry
it
at
back
least
and
3.
forth.
If Chig Okonkwo plays in 15 or more games, he will catch 65 or more balls in this
I
offense.
think that's
I think that's.
I don't think that's crazy.
ready-
Isn't that what
Ready-
Zach Ertz
ready
was
to bet
doing?
it.
yeah. He's going to do more than
Yeah,
Zach
he
Ertz.
had-
I know.
he had 56 last year,
I know.
and
He's
that
going to
was.
get a bump.
Yeah, I would say
I mean, I
more.
think it's going to be more like in the 70s.
I think
but I'm trying
over
to get myself
65.
a good number
I think it's a good
to
number.
bet off of.
No one's
Yeah.
going to bet you.
I
but
would.
think
I
that's a good
wouldn't
number.
bet. I wouldn't bet under on that.
I think it's a good number.
Yeah, I might even go 73 to 75.
Ooh, that's pretty aggressive, which I like.
I just think he's going to be a big part, especially if they don't add to the wide receiver room.
Well, yeah, especially in that when he says something like that, and of course it's bravado, it's off season. Hey
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
you should have me as a wide receiver. It does maybe give you some reason why they're not necessarily out there just knocking the door down on some of these receivers. Who knows what's going to happen with Ayuk? We're going to talk about him today. I know, but if you consider him as kind of an extra receiver with Antonio Williams, with Terry, and then the other guys that they still have, Diami. People are talking about Van Jefferson and how people are sleeping on him just as a contributor. And then of course McCaffrey showed some growth last year, and we'll see what Lane can do. Trey Burks, people talk about. So I don't think the room is nearly as desperate as people may think it is.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're probably right.
especially
It's
Mid, as
especially
the
if
kids would say.
Especially if you think it's mid.
Yeah.
Especially if Chig is a big contributor. I think it might be a little bit more than that. I think you want to give some. I mean, do you want to bring in somebody else and then stunt the potential development of Antonio Williams? I really think he's going to be a big piece of this offense for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Might take a while to get going, but I think eventually they're planning on him being a big part of the offense.
So I've got a fantasy football projection
All right.
for all the tight ends.
Yes.
And
What do they have for Chig?
Chig. Okay. They've got. All right. I think these numbers are low. 79 targets,
Yeah.
59 catches,
for Chig. I would go over.
I would go over that. 643 yards and 4 touchdowns.
I would go over all those numbers.
I would.
Yeah.
If he's out there, like you said, if he's out there for the majority of the season, I
Yeah.
think he's going to go over those numbers.
Yeah.
Now, those are probably just mainly based on what he's done in his career with Tennessee. But
Yeah.
I think
I think you could realistically
he'll go
expect
over
that if you could assume health.
Yeah.
That's the one thing you
Yeah,
can't
you
assume.
can't assume.
But
I mean, they've got Brock Bowers at 92 catches for 957 and 6 touchdowns. I'd go over on
Bowers.
some of those too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Their wideout room is not very good in Vegas, so that tracks.
I would go over 6 touchdowns with Brock Bowers, but with Chig, I think he'll have more than 4.
Well, I know.
Chigoziem is his full name.
I don't know.
Sounds right.
Just calling him Chig.
Yeah.
Chig Okonkwo.
I'll tell you what.
Chig.
To see him in person, you would probably just go, whoa.
Big
6'6", what is he, about 6'4", 240? Probably just chiseled.
I don't know if he's that tall.
Maybe 6'3", just chiseled.
Yeah, I don't know if he's that tall. But I am expecting big things
He's
from him.
listed 6'3", 238.
Yeah.
6'3", 238?
Yep.
All right.
And Maryland, he was listed at 6'3", 250.
Yeah, he's
He slimmed down a little bit.
All muscle, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
he is. He's
It's probably like 5% body fat or less.
probably impressive.
But it was interesting. I was reading some of the reports from practice yesterday too about how they're trying. Obviously, there's a sense of urgency this year. I mean, it's kind of gone unspoken. We've talked about it, but it's got a big year for everybody. Big year for DQ. Big year for Jaden. Big year for a lot of guys. Got to turn around last year, and was it DQ? Made him go through the warm ups. I don't know, 2 or 3 times. Durante Jones was yelling at a guy for walking to the huddle. We don't walk,
Yep,
we
said
run.
Jog back. Don't walk.
Yeah, so a little sense of urgency that even the press is able to see when they've had the limited times out there. So
Yeah.
there was some. I saw Keim in another report, kind of suggesting last year was a little, Club J-ish. A little bit in
Really?
training camp. Yeah.
Well, remember throughout the season, we always heard about all these rest days.
All the rest days.
But that's part of
Yeah, those
Quinn's
have
connection
stopped.
with the players. Like Quinn seems to connect with the players and what they
Understood.
need.
But also,
But
when
that
you have
was-
an older team, too. You got
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
like Von Miller and
But that was like
Debo
maintenance days and all that during the season. But they were saying even in camp,
Oh, yeah.
it was just a lot more maybe chill than maybe you would
It's
expect.
all business now.
Well, now you got to ramp it up. When you
Yeah.
win 4 games or whatever, you
5 games, right.
can't just chill.
Didn't Vaughn basically come on the show and say he didn't practice?
Yes.
I mean, he was going to practice,
Yeah.
but a lot of off days.
I mean, it basically like a Friday or something.
right? They basically said, look, here's the deal. When you're on the field, it's going to be limited snaps. Just hunt the quarterback.
And look, he got his numbers, but man, I'm telling you, they're the most inconsequential 9 sacks, or whatever the hell he had.
Well, when you go 5-12, it's hard to put much consequence in anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
When I asked Keim about Sonny, how Sonny's been looking in the 3rd week of OTAs, I'm sure he has been looking good.
Sonny made a personal appearance out at like the Dick's out in Gaithersburg.
He did, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
packed.
Along with, I think
Yeah.
Tom Wilson was there.
Yeah, I think
and
Willie was
somebody
there.
else, the third
Oh,
athlete.
there must have been thousands of people.
Yeah.
If Willie and
packed.
Sonny are out there?
Yeah.
Definitely hundreds. That's the Dick's, about a mile from my house, 2 miles from my house. And somebody asked me, are you going to go to Dick's to see? It's like, are you kidding me?
I think the last
Be
thing
part
you
of
want
that
to do
mob scene.
is
No
stand in
thanks.
line,
Yeah.
go shake Sonny's hand. But good on him.
No, but it's just based on all the things we've heard from these OTA weeks on both sides of the ball. It's just going to be very interesting training camp to see who kind of elevates themselves.
A couple people were saying that they noticed that Jaden looked a little more jacked.
Really?
Yep.
Wasn't that the narrative last year? And then we saw him, he
Definitely
looked the same.
I think it was
there was
even
like that one
Santana.
picture, remember,
No, but
where
I'm-
his
Yeah,
bicep
I
was
remember
bulging
that.
a little bit.
I remember that. But I mean, do you think does Santana Moss strike you as a guy that's known for hyperbole? I don't
no,
think so.
but he's working for the team.
Yeah, but he said he noticeably he thought his arms were noticeably bigger.
Maybe
So
that's
put
the
on a little
case.
side, but I don't
Well,
think
look,
it's
he hurt his arm
I don't think
last
it's a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he hurt the arm last year,
I mean, he
so
came
maybe
in
he's trying
a
to
slight
strengthen it.
guy.
Yeah.
So add a little size in your third year in the NFL. I don't think it's a stretch at all.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's a good sign. It's I've heard a couple of people kind of insinuate that they feel like there's maybe even a little more pop, a little more zip on the ball.
I feel like McLaurin's looked a little bit bigger too.
I haven't
don't know
noticed
if
that.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought that, but it was just a picture or a video I saw.
Couple
where
of
he looked a little
interesting
bit
things.
bigger.
So yesterday, apparently, McLaurin and Antonio Williams were working on the side. Nobody seems to think it's any big deal, but I think Con reported that they were going at half speed. Just I don't know if that's just part of maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want
Probably.
to overwork the guys. Maybe that's what that was. But the other thing is, it's interesting. It's kind of an eyebrow raiser to an extent. Is that Bill has been kind of like working off to the side, or he hasn't really been a participant, a normal participant like everybody else.
It's
Which is
June
kind of-
9th, yesterday's practice. Today's June 10th.
Understood,
I
but
don't
don't you
sweat
think
some of
it's
those
kind of
injuries.
interesting? Just kind of interesting.
He's probably nursing some nagging
I'm
little
not
injury.
panicking, but it's here we are. You got your third week OTAs, and the guy had almost 1,000 yards as a rookie. You're expecting him maybe to grow a little bit. He hasn't really been working with the full team, so it's something he's probably nursing.
Well, he's part of the picture, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean,
of that RB room.
He's going to have a big role.
it's something to note. Okay, he's still not working with the team. Something's going on there.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out. We'll
Doesn't
talk
mean it's a big thing,
to JK.
but
How's the
obviously
kicker
something.
battle going? What's the scuttle there?
And all I've heard is
One
back
guy
and forth.
kicks it longer. Other one's
Drew
more accurate.
Stevens.
All
Yeah.
I've heard is back and forth. My guess is if they find a way to stash the rookie. I don't know, but you'd have to cut him, right? To stash him, which you probably wouldn't have. I don't know.
I just feel like there's a bunch of Drew Stevens out there.
Maybe, but you
Guys
just want to
with
have somebody you
powerful legs
believe
that are-
in.
Undrafted.
Scattershot.
Yeah, that's just the way I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe Moody's better. Maybe his confidence level's better. I feel like it's all been because he was a stud kicker in college, high draft pick, and I just feel like it's it's just all mental with him because he's got the physical tools.
My kingdom for the next Brandon Aubrey. If the Commanders could somehow find that guy,
Yeah, right.
Seems like they just can't get kicker
How can it be
right.
that hard? Just pluck some guy off a soccer team somewhere.
Kickers just
Can't be that
it's
hard.
It's to them that's their Rubik's cube. To me, just can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Just look at it. You're like, I'm never gonna figure this thing out.
I was reasonably happy with Moody. I was kind of surprised that they brought in this kid.
Meh. Just another long line of replaceable kickers.
Yeah, well, I don't like to have the revolving door of kickers. I'd like to have one for 3 or 4 years that you kind of can rely on.
That hasn't happened for a long time here.
Not
with-
here,
with
but there's no
Washington.
reason why I can't.
So after this third week of mini camp, or whatever you call it, OTAs.
Yeah.
Then the next step is a mini camp.
Mandatory
Double
mini
break.
camps upcoming.
That's the mandatory, right?
I think so.
Is that end of June?
Have to look it up. The date.
Look up that date.
I heard DQ say something, when I watched his presser. In the first OTA, you get like your first, I don't know, what do you say, your first 4 sessions. Then you have your next 4 sessions, and you have 12 sessions, and then you pick the best for your mini camp, right? The things you like the best of the first 4 sessions, the second 4 sessions, the third 4 sessions, and as you're starting to put together your offense and your defense.
June 16th through 18th, mandatory minicamp.
So it's
then they'll get the break between when training camp starts.
yeah. All right, so that's next week.
It's not that far off.
But it is interesting that you talk about Sonny Styles because I haven't heard a lot about him yet.
We heard a lot about him in the first week, but nothing in the last
eyes
couple
were on
weeks.
him when he first showed up.
Yeah.
But
I assume he's just been looking solid and smooth because no one's saying Styles looks slow.
Well, I don't think anyone's
he's
ever going to say
definitely not
that.
slow.
I don't think they're ever going to say
They
that.
don't say he's
Remember, the
looking clueless.
underlying storyline here is Bishbuck's a big Sonny Styles guy. EB, a project guy on Sonny
I'm
Styles.
also a Sonny Styles guy. He's a Caleb Downs guy.
I just would have picked somebody else, but I'm all in on him. I mean, he's my guy. He's got to be my guy.
Not convinced. I'm all in on him.
I'm just. What do you want me to tell you? I rarely root against guys on my team.
I'm all in on Sonny
I pretty
Styles.
much root
All
for
the chips in
everybody on the
middle.
team. I root for Ben Sinnott.
Yeah.
I root for Van Jefferson.
Yeah, you root for
I
everybody.
root for the guys on my team. So he's on my team. He's going to be a big factor here, hopefully. So he's got all the tools.
Cakes, we're not that far away from fantasy drafts.
I'm well aware.
Not that far away.
Late August, first week of September is your sweet spot.
Yeah, maybe even mid-August.
No, that's too early. Got to wait
Well,
for
I mean,
all
some leagues will do mid-August. Some
Oh,
leagues
but-
will do July.
their rubes.
Yeah.
If you're
I usually
drafting in
don't.
July, like
I usually don't.
there's going to be 50 big injuries between
Correct.
July and the start of
But
the NFL
we're
season.
a couple months away from those. I got to figure out how many leagues I'm going to be in.
You always say
I
you're going to
c-
be in less than you're.
No, I cut it down last year.
Oh, good.
I cut it down by 2 leagues, I believe. So I was in 10 the year before. Cut it down
Oh
to
my
8.
God! What a
You're
hassle!
simplifying your lifestyle.
Cut it down
What
to
a
8.
hassle!
It's a lot. So running waivers.
But some's college football.
2
right?
were college football, but probably going to cut it down from 8 to 6, maybe 7.
I did streamline my college exposure from 2 teams down to 1. I mean, I need to be in 2 college fantasy football leagues.
I don't know. It's fun though.
I mean, that's nonsense.
But you have your one that I know the Drab's part of, which is, doesn't that include college, your
Campus
dynasty
to
league?
Canton. I've
Yes.
never been in that league.
Oh, you're not.
Yeah, I was approached and I said that's
Politely
too, it's-
declined?
It's too much.
Yeah.
I just can't be in the mix.
1-800-636-1067. Coming up in an hour, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to go see Dave Chappelle and the Black Crows on a game show Wednesday. We'll play Junkie Shootout here on The Fan.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduced IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts on the greens. If you need more ideas this Father's Day, they've got gift cards over there in any amount. Plus, you got online gift guides at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
So we've talked about the World Cup a little bit. Thanks again to Sebastian Salazar, came in yesterday and gave us a good cheat sheet heading
He did.
into the
Yeah.
World Cup, talking about the U.S. men's national team, their chances, and going kind of around the World Cup, including the defending champ Argentina, who some of the favorites are. Of course, the World Cup is taking place here in America, and a bunch of Europeans are visiting America.
Yep. Euros
because
are
of
coming
the World
over.
Cup.
Yep.
And there's one German fan who's gone viral because he has discovered the beauty of what our culture has to offer. What do you think some of those things are,
Oh,
Cakes?
I know what some of them are. I've
ahead,
seen
then
some
go
of his-
through 'em.
his postings are. He's discovered the beauty of Waffle House
Oh wow.
in the South because he's, I believe, he's traveling to Atlanta for, is it Germany's first games in Atlanta? I'm pretty sure that's the case.
He,
Don't know
he
where
went.
they're
He flew into Atlanta, and now he's
He's going to
driving.
Houston.
Yeah, he's driving to Houston.
right. He's flew
He's
into
going from
Atlanta.
Atlanta to Houston by car.
I believe he also noticed how lush the forests were around Atlanta, the greenery. I believe he took note of that. Taco Bell, I believe, was also another revelation for this German tourist.
He likes Taco
So
Bell.
he's
all right.
hitting all the stops as he's gotten here in Los Estados
Is
Unidos.
Taco Bell not an international sensation?
I
Guess
think
not.
I think it has an international footprint. I don't know how
It's
big
not
it
that
is.
big?
I don't know how big it is in Munich, Germany. I don't know.
You'll
right.
find some of those places, they're just not prominent in the European countries I've visited.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're outliers.
Cakes after the game at Jordan Hare, he was driving and he stopped at Bucky's at 1 o'clock in the morning.
He did.
Yes.
Well, Bucky's.
He probably
that
couldn't
has-
believe Buc-ee's.
That has to blow the minds of Europeans because Europeans, a lot of them drive tiny cars and they stop at petrol stations that probably have 2 or 4 pumps.
Yeah.
They go to a Bucky's that
With
has
200
50 to
I've yet
100
to
gas
be. I've
pumps.
yet to see one.
And it's like 60 or 70,000 square feet of American capitalism and goodness.
Also,
is all it is.
Also, his European mind cannot comprehend college football stadiums.
Oh,
Right,
really?
he's having a hard
yeah.
time wrapping his brain around
he can't,
those.
He can't believe there's this stadium that can hold 80,000 people that's in the middle of a podunk college town that's open air, that has
Yeah.
all of these pyrotechnics.
Yep.
Well,
He
don't they
can't,
ha-
he can't understand everyone's swag surfing
Yeah.
in the stands.
They drove through, I think, Gainesville, and they were just marveling at the huge houses in Gainesville,
really?
Florida. Yeah.
Well, he could have stopped at barbecue joints. Instead, he went to Chili's.
Well, I mean, Chili's is having a glow up.
Looks like
Yeah, who's hating on Chili's
There's no,
around here?
I mean, Chili's is having a big time renaissance, JP. You're kind of asleep at the wheel over
He hit
there.
all the chains. He went to Wendy's. He went to Taco Bell. He went to Chili's. I mean, yeah. he
Well,
was
these are
hitting all the-
places that are not clearly not available to them back in their homeland. So they're experiencing American culture.
Once in a while, you get a little. You find this little happy place on the internet, and this
Yeah.
guy Freddie is kind of doing that for
I
everybody.
mean, why
right
wouldn't
now.
I go to Chili's and get a delicious burger, a basket of salsa and chips, and a drink for like $11? That's a
course.
great deal.
Think those mozzarella sticks they have aren't silly?
I mean, that's an amazing deal.
So
Also, there's this Swedish girl on Twitter. I'm sure she's named Elsa, who's in Indiana right now.
Okay.
She discovered ranch yesterday.
I
She-
saw that. Yeah,
she's
ranch
losing her-
dressing.
she's
She
losing
called
her
it
mind.
ranch sauce, which is a little
That's
bit.
fine.
But,
We'll give
but
her a
again,
little
she's
pass.
Swedish, so it's
Yeah.
a cultural thing.
So she's going to all these rural stops, like in Fort Wayne. She
Yeah.
visited the home of James Dean yesterday.
Okay.
She discovered Amish people. She didn't believe they were actually real. She's eating Twinkies and combos.
Hey, the combos. Oh, combos are the ultimate road trip snack.
It is
They're
a
so
kick.
good.
It is a kick to see the tourists have their mind absolutely blown
Blown,
by
yeah.
America.
I mean, the same thing would happen to us if we went to the World Cup in Germany. I would guess.
Right.
We're experiencing German culture for the first time.
They can't fathom the amount of dipping sauces we have.
Well, I mean, we have so many. We have honey mustard. We have ranch sauce. We have barbecue. We've got. If you go to Chick-fil-A alone, I think they offer at least 6 or 8 dipping sauces. Polynesian,
They're also
barbecue.
the guy
Chick-fil-A
Freddy's.
sauce.
Chick-fil-A sauce is the
It's
go-to.
so good.
He's also freaking out at the soda machine. You know, where you could pick all the different.
The
sodas.
freestyle soda machine
freestyle
blew his
soda.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, Freddie also discovered Big Gulps.
Big gulps are, probably frowned upon in Europe, but
Isn't it
welcome.
embarrassing?
It's kind of charming.
Is it charming or is it embarrassing? That's what blowing this guy away is all our chain crap.
Well, our cuisine, to be honest,
He's actually mocking the culture.
It almost seems that way,
It
right?
sounds like he's appreciating it for
Are
what
we
it
known
is.
for anything that's not like chain garbage, like food wise?
Food-wise.
Crabs.
I mean, that's regional because we're
It
so
is
big.
regional, but
it just
I mean,
depends on where it
barbecue?
goes.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
just
Chain
like
garbage.
as an American, I don't have a lot of pride in our food.
What?
What?
I don't.
American beef is amazing.
You don't love
Like American,
outside of
Like-
chain restaurants?
like-
You don't love the restaurants in America?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I feel like none of it we can claim is like an American
Here's
thing
American.
that started here.
hamburgers, even though they didn't start
Yeah.
here. Steak and potatoes. I feel like that's an American. That's an American meal.
Right? It's kind of boring.
I mean, it's a solid meal. You don't like
I like a
steak,
steak.
with a side of potato, whether
I
it's
do.
a French fry or a
I
baked
just
potato.
feel like we don't have a signature dish. Like, Italians, you think of pasta or whatever,
Yeah.
or whatever. In Mexican, you think of the Mexican. What do you think for American food? Steak and potatoes?
barbecue.
Fried
Yeah.
chicken,
Barbe-
barbecue.
Definitely
barbecue's
barbecue.
great.
burgers.
I don't think those
Problem
things
is
are
we're
great.
so
Mac and
big.
cheese.
We're
I don't
so
know, those
big.
things are great.
We're such a big country.
Pulled
it's hard
pork?
to narrow in
Oh.
on
All
just
those
one
things are
food.
mediocre.
Apple pie.
So good.
Mediocre.
Pancakes.
Yeah, you haven't said anything that's a huge winner. I like all those
I don't
things.
understand. What do you want? Duck?
Shrimp?
Yeah, something.
Lobster
something
rolls?
A little, something
salmon?
A little
What do you- I mean, we got it
floofier.
all, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, are we the country known for salmon?
Us? Yeah.
Is that
I
true?
don't-
Okay,
that I
if you
don't
say
know.
so, I
I
believe
mean,
you. I don't know. I
Us
don't.
in Canada, probably.
I don't know.
Another
you say so, I
co-host
believe
of
you.
the World Cup, big on salmon.
Alaskans. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
This guy Freddie was loving Chili's and watching the NBA Finals. You see that picture? He's got the TVs in the back.
He's
Just
got like
killing some nachos.
181,000 followers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? You need to move to Italy or Mexico. You're not true
I
American.
don't have a lot of pride in our food.
You
I think
don't.
our food would just steal everybody else's.
I mean, pasta can be just
Signature.
average too. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
pasta. bleh.
You're crowing about spaghetti.
Yeah.
I just don't think we have anything that we could really hang our hat on that's amazing. Maybe we do. Maybe Trav's right. Maybe salmon is it. Maybe Americans are known for salmon. I've never heard that, but I'll go with it.
I think we're known for a lot more
We're
than just
known
salmon.
for a lot.
Yeah.
For food wise,
Yes, we
Yes.
just named like 15
Turkey.
different
We
things.
just
I feel
gave you
like-
a million things.
yeah, they're all mediocre.
Well, that's
They're-
to you.
Barbecue's
don't think
mediocre.
it's-
What? Give me
Yeah,
give me
yeah,
something that knocks
Yeah,
your
what
socks,
do you
that
love?
knocks your socks off.
What do you love?
I
to
don't
eat?
know. I don't know. I wish it was something a little fancier than like mac and cheese or barbecue. I wish we were known for something a little bougier. That's why I
Filet?
said crab.
A big
That's why
fat filet?
Crab is kind of bougie.
Crab is
kinda
not
nice.
bougie. Crab's expensive, but I would
Crab
never consider it
cakes.
bougie.
I think crab
I mean, you
cakes
got to
are
get your
nice.
fingers all gross to eat it. It looks like you're eating a space alien.
I feel like when I order crab cakes, I'm ordering a nice meal. You don't think that?
somewhat, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're not cheap.
They're not cheap,
Yeah.
but I don't.
Maybe lobster.
I don't consider crab fancy.
Maybe lobster.
By the way, those are considered like peasants of the sea.
crabs.
Crab? No,
bot-
no lobster.
lobster,
too.
yeah.
Lobster.
They're like peasants.
Yeah, but they don't taste like.
It's like they
peasants.
say it's like eating basically eating a cockroach.
Yeah. Oh, but speaking of cockroaches, definitely killed a big one in the studio yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday morning, it was scurrying over my EB's chair. It was terrifying. Also saw one in the bathroom yesterday. We might have an infestation here. Just letting everybody know.
Well, we haven't had the dumpster smell lately, right?
Thank God. And it's starting to
I think
heat
we're
up.
off that, yeah.
That's amazing. It's a great great thought, JP. We would come in here and just be blanketed with that smell
Well,
in the summer.
walking from the hotel, the Homewood, down the street when I parked my car, did you smell what I smelled? There was something dead somewhere around those cars. It was awful.
Like a dead
Something-
animal.
It had to be. I mean, it could have been a person. Who knows? But yeah, I would assume it was an animal.
Let's hope it was an animal.
It smelled horrible for the entire block.
Yeah.
But hold on, JP, do you think this guy's mocking the U.S.?
A little bit.
I think he's appreciating the culture. I don't know if he's really mocking it. He's just documenting everything he's encountering. I think it seems like he's having a great time.
Yeah.
He's having a killer time here so
No,
far.
he went down the roller coaster. He was We went river tubing. He's not, I don't think he's mocking it.
Found a German village in the mountains of North Georgia. Felt right at home.
I mean, when he calls Taco Bell the Holy Land, there's a sense of sarcasm. There's a sense of sarcasm
maybe
there.
he's heard about it and never experienced it.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I love
And
me
he
some
loved
Taco Bell.
getting a chalupa or a Mexican pizza or whatever he ordered. I don't even know if that's still on the menu.
I had my Greek gyro or whatever yesterday. I was thinking about what I'm going to have today, and I've been thinking keeps going in my mind. Taco Bell.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of whatever's on the way.
Sure.
Well,
Did you ever
what would you be known for? What's Germany known for?
Beer.
Bratwurst.
Bratwurst.
Okay.
I
Sure.
mean, that's
Yep.
bratwurst is.
You know what you sleep? Here's what you,
You don't
sleep
like
on.
bratwurst?
Sauerkraut.
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel.
Spatzel.
I don't know.
Not into that.
I went to a German spot in North Carolina when I visited my oldest kid a few months ago. It was so good. Big German beer, schnitzel. I think it's you mentioned it, spatzel.
What
like
is
some
schnitzel?
sort of pasta?
I've heard of it. What is it?
Schnitzel is like a lightly breaded. You can either do beef or chicken, like pan fried, and it's just delicious.
Okay.
It's basically the
Well-
German version of like fried chicken.
Well, Freddie's tired of it. That's why he came over here and sampled
yeah,
all
he
of
wants
ours.
to see
Chains.
That, or he's just going to the World Cup and he's just documenting.
Yeah. I mean, how could you not
Anyway,
like those spots?
I think I'm gonna have to follow the guy. I guess I'm gonna have to follow him. I guess here you go.
Throw him a follow.
You earned a follow. He looks like he's a big Ronaldo fan. I can't believe Ronaldo's still playing in the World Cup at 41. Isn't that kind of nutty? Is it being
and Ronaldo's Portugal, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Drab, people aren't really talking about Ronaldo still playing at 41, or they're just expecting so little that's not really a story.
Well, remember, he might not start, might not play.
I thought he
No.
said he was going to play. I thought that's what.
I mean, Portugal, as Sebastian said yesterday, is very, very good, and they could make a run. I mean, Ronaldo's must-watch TV.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. I mean, like when they play, people will be watching for Ronaldo.
By the
Yeah.
way, this
He
guy,
he may not play 90-plus minutes.
but he's going to play some.
Oh,
Yeah.
this German fan, Freddie's going to get the whole experience. He's going to Houston to see Germany take on Curacao in their opener. Their next game, he's going to have to go to Canada to see them take on the Ivory Coast. And then he's going to wind up in East Rutherford for Ecuador, Germany on June 25th.
Spending some cash.
So he's hitting the South, he's hitting Canada, and he's hitting the East Coast. And he's taking the Southern road trip. So he's getting a pretty good American experience while he's over here. So good for him. Good for him and his traveling crew.
Well, it's 2 games Thursday and Friday. Then there's 3 on Saturday. And then there's 5 on Sunday. Mm-hmm. So they start to ramp up this weekend.
Nice.
Coming up next, some interesting comments from Trey Young regarding the Wizards' prospects next season. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about Mexico in the opener? They're trading at 70% to beat South Africa. That means a $100 trade is going to pay you $140 if they win. That's if you roll with Mexico in the opener. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. Means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. You must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Luis Garcia Jr. launched a two-run homer. Jacob Yem scored a pivotal run on a wild pitch in the seventh inning, and the Nationals beat the Giants 6-3. James Wood had 3 hits, and Young added 2 as the Nationals secured a 5th consecutive road series win for the first time since 2014. The Nationals have a chance to sweep the Giants with a win today. And over in the NHL, we are all tied up. The Hurricanes tied the 2026 Stanley Cup Final with a 5-3 win over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 4. Hurricanes captain Jordan Staal willed his team to victory, and now they'll bring home ice advantage back to Raleigh. If you thought Staal was just a defensive specialist at this stage in his career, think again. The 37-year-old scored a pair of goals, including the game-winning tally in the third period. He's up to 5 in the Stanley Cup Final. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local. Bank Local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Eric Bickle. Coming up in an hour, our pal John Keim, Commanders Insider, will join us to get the latest on how the team's looking at OTAs. Week 3 of OTAs wrapping up. So we will get into it with him. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the NBA Finals the last week or so, but the NBA Draft Lottery is coming up, and the Wizards have the number 1 pick. And there seems to be more and more Wizards news. A little buzz, I feel like, with the Wizards. And part of the reason is they made a couple trades, Anthony Davis and Trae Young last year. Trae Young just appeared in 15 total games last season, 5 with the Washington Wizards. But you got to see a little bit of what he could do on the court.
I thought it was super exciting when he was on the court, and the crowd was responding every time.
Crowd is definitely into him.
Yeah, the crowd's definitely jacked for him.
He is. I've just been so thrilled with him, just with how he's embraced the city from day one, from the moment he's been here.
And if they would have seen Anthony Davis with Trae Young, they would have been even more excited.
But I've even seen Anthony Davis, who everyone just assumes is just here for a minute, and that's probably true. I've even heard him say, talking about our team, and we're young, and I see him say things embracing the team too. It's not all I can't wait to get out of here. In fact, I think he doesn't really say that publicly.
No, I think he's keeping that behind the scenes.
Smart. That's smart that he does.
Yeah.
But Trae Young went on The Pivot, which is Ryan Clark's podcast. And here's what he said about doubters.
I've learned over the years there's a lot of recency bias that goes on, especially in media. And I got a podcast too, so I'm not just throwing y'all into all the media. Right. I know what you do, but I know there's a lot of recency bias that goes into media. And I know if we start winning, imagine the Wizards as the number 1 team in the East next year, what people are gonna be saying. So it's just I can't get caught up in what people are saying now, as mad as it makes me, and what people say about me is not true. And yes, I haven't played very much in a year and a half because of some injuries and a trade and things like that. But trust me, I'm probably just entering my prime. Like the way people talk about me is just funny, and I just can't wait to go out there and play. And I know that's what changes the narrative. So I can't necessarily get caught up in what people think right now. I got to go out there and do it again.
I like that he has a chip.
He's got an axe to grind.
Totally.
I love that. Love to hear that.
Totally. I love it.
Gets me excited as a Wizards fan.
I didn't care about Trae Young at all until he got here.
Of course.
And now I care. I'm a huge fan.
Big ice Trae guy.
Sure. I'm a big Trae Young fan. I really, really like the way he's embraced it all. And, I know he's trying to encourage AD, and I think he will be a good influence on the young players.
Talking about a possible number 1 in the Eastern Conference.
I mean,
I can't imagine
it's a little bit of a stretch.
I can't imagine that in one
he's
year.
He's excited. He's being very positive. Just imagine this starting 5 if this is the way it goes. Trae and Keyshawn at your backcourt. Let's just say they draft Debonsa.
Yep.
It could be Peterson, but let's just go with Debonsa for this argument.
You're not going Trae squared in the backcourt?
I'm going to go Keyshawn, I think.
Okay.
Maybe. Who knows? See if he beats him out. But so Debonsa and Davis at forwards and Sarr at your center.
I like it.
A lot of good.
I like
lot
the
of,
makings of that.
A lot of good defensive stops there.
It's funny is no one's really talking about Alex Sarr. Everyone's talking about whoever they draft number 1. They're talking about Trae and Davis. No one's really talking about Sarr. What if Sarr just leaps ahead of a lot of these guys and just becomes really, really good next year?
I'm expecting him to be
when I say
a 20-10 guy next year.
Maybe even more.
That's what he should develop into.
What if he averages 23 a game next year?
Well, it's hard to imagine because he wasn't really drafted for that.
I know, but maybe he's getting
but
better.
But he did have a pretty big leap, I thought, from year 1 to year 2.
He just missed so many games.
I know.
That's the problem.
A lot of that was by design.
I understand.
I'm not going to hold that against him.
To answer his question of why aren't people talking about him, it's hard to get super excited about a guy who's playing on the worst team in the NBA with the worst record, that earned the number 1 pick.
True.
That played in a little more than half the games.
Yep. And he only played in 50 games, but I don't know. I just
But
feel like no one's talking. He was the number 2 pick.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
they were
understand
building-
Jason's point.
They were
He's the number
building
2 overall pick.
They were building around him, and now all of a sudden it's all about building it around whoever they draft one.
Yeah,
But I don't think he'll
Let's not forget
ever
about
be
Sarr.
the number one
I'm not-
offensive dog.
That's okay.
Like if
That's
they
okay.
draft
I'm not
DeBonsa,
saying he
he's
will.
the number one guy. If they draft Peterson, he's the number one guy. Sarr's going to be a good,
I
solid
don't think
number
DeBonce
2.
is going to be the number 1 guy day one.
I'm good
I
with
think he's
Sarr
going to be like
being-
number 2 or number 3.
I'm good with him being a 20 and 10 and 2.5 blocks per game guy.
I think
in
if they
year
draft
3.
DeBonsa, he will average more shots than Alex Sarr as a rookie.
I don't know about
Not
that.
rookie versus rookie.
I don't
I
know
think
that he'll-
I think DeBonsa will take more shots than Alex Sarr.
I don't know about that. I think it might be
How
close.
many shots per game was Sarr at? I'm going to guess about 14.
How many did he average?
Yeah,
Let me go back. And
when
see.
he played.
DeBonce's not always that
He
way.
took,
Like,
14.
when he was with the national team, he had a lesser role. He was the MVP of the national team, but he averaged like 14. He played more of a team-oriented role. Didn't play the alpha number 1 role.
I get it, but he was the number 1 scorer in college basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
agree.
There was just stretches.
I think he'll be expected, maybe not with Trey Young and Anthony Davis playing if they both play, but I think that ultimately he'll be expected to be the number 1 scorer on the team.
There were just stretches where
Ultimately.
Sarr last year where he was putting up some numbers.
Yeah.
I know. I was impressed by his offensive growth.
Now maybe you could say, look, they weren't playing defense. They were tankathon, but
That's all true.
But offensively, he had a few games where you'd say, "Whoa,
Said
we,
no,
didn't,
he had-
we didn't see this as rookie year."
He has the
Well,
potential.
I saw flashes. His
He has
rookie year.
potential, and if they run, pick and roll with Trey Young, Sarr's really good in that action.
In November of this past season, he averaged 19.5 points, 8.5 boards, 3 assists per game, 2 get out of here's.
Yeah,
Like that's what you want to see like every month in year 3.
It's good. I just always am a little skeptical about guys putting up numbers on bad teams
yeah,
Okay.
I understand.
because somebody's got to put up the numbers.
True.
Like Michael Porter Jr. got traded from the Nuggets and was with the Nets this year, and I want to say he was averaging right around 25 points per game.
Well, somebody did. I listened to a pod yesterday. I just listened to so many different pods because I wish I could tell you who the
Have you
analyst
listened to
was.
Trey Young's pod? That was news to me that
No,
he's got
I'll
a
have
podcast.
to check it out. But I wish I could remember which analyst it was. But a guy that did point out, and he is pro DeBonsa. So it was one of those pods where they had one guy wanted DeBonsa, and one guy wanted Peterson. They were actually national guys. I think they were from CBS.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the one thing he worries about with DeBonsa is his floor good player on a bad team. Because he's not, he did win with the national team, but he's never really won anywhere, and it's kind of been his thing is to be the best player on a bad team. And then with the Wizards, who've been a bad team for so long, they haven't proven yet that they know how to win. Just hope that's not. Then that's the floor. That's not the ceiling, but the floor would be he's a good player on a bad team.
On a side note, why was Matt Valdez weight shaming AJ DeBonsa for pressing 15-pound dumbbells in his workout?
Hold on, I
video?
wasn't weight shaming. I asked a question if those were 15 pounders.
Okay, I
or
thought
not.
you were just weight shaming.
I didn't see the video. Is that the video that they put out, the 16-minute video?
It was like a compilation. I think
Oh,
it was
when he was just working
I think
out?
it was like overtime. I did
Okay.
it where he was working out. They're talking about how many his new caloric intake for the day. It was like
okay. Trying to
bulk him up.
5,000 to try and bulk up. He was incline pressing 15-pound dumbbells.
All right, he's got long arms. It's not his thing.
Oh, okay.
He's got long arms.
Oh,
I mean, do you
okay.
think Kevin Durant lifts much more than that? He's a damn good player.
I'm sure
no
he can.
idea.
I'm sure he can.
But they don't have to.
Valdez raised an eyebrow.
Okay.
Hey.
First off, he's such a lunk and makes everyone feel terrible about themselves.
Yeah.
I'm watching the video. First off, it says 15 kilograms,
Okay.
not 15 pounds.
Okay.
Which
So
is
it's close to 35.
That's close to 35 pounds or something like that.
All right, that's a little
And
more
I think
respectable.
and I think it was a warm up because he's doing like lunges with those same weights and everything.
Yeah. Look, he's not trying to enter the Mr. Olympia. Just trying to get stronger.
Nor should he
And
be.
Valdez loves to weight shame people. Like how much you
I
can
made an
bench.
observation.
Yeah.
I made an observation.
I did read an article a few days ago
35.
that said that they believe the Wizards are doing a deep dive on Darren Peterson.
They should be.
I know they
They should be doing a
Of
deep
course they
dive
are.
on
They're
anybody
a-
they're considering drafting.
They're 100%. By the way, I also heard a guy say, he talked to an NBA executive. I heard a guy say this yesterday, who said he'd be terrified to have to make this decision.
Right.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's exactly how I feel. Because believe it or not, I'm actually on the golf course, so I'm talking to my buddies. Who would you take? And I rarely
Are
do
they
that.
all over the place?
I rarely do that because
picking
it's
their
in,
brains?
it's in my brain. I can't get over it in my brain. Who would I take? Who would I take? I think I would take Peterson, but I think DeBonce's going to be a beast too. In my brain, I can't get it out of my head. I am obsessed with this
I wouldn't
pick.
be surprised by either pick.
I am.
I'm just sticking with DeBonce because that's.
What about Boozer? What about the wild card of Boozer being the pick?
I just don't think they're going to take Boozer. I
I
think
don't
Boozer's
think
going to
they
be
are
very
either.
good. I just don't think they're going to take Boozer.
I think Boozer's just not
That would surprise me.
necessarily
if Boozer
creative
went.
I'd be
enough
surprised
on his
too.
own.
I think he's going to be really, really good. I just don't think that they have him number one on their board.
Tim Bontemps, who we have on the show from ESPN, pretty plugged in guy.
Yeah, what did he say?
Highest upside play would be to take Peterson.
Okay.
When Peterson is right, he's just a special 3-level scorer. I think there's a higher ceiling with him.
And what does he say about DeBonce? Does he like DeBonce? Or is that just
I
his
think
pick
everybody
for-
likes all of them,
Nobody
really.
has anything really negative to say about DeMonta.
Yeah.
There's nothing negative.
It kind of comes down to, do you want to roll the dice on a guy who it seems like a lot of people say has a higher ceiling, but because of the creatine and the missing games, there's maybe a little baggage, or do you want to go with the safer plays?
Yeah.
I was talking to someone recently. I don't think there's nothing negative to say about AJ. That is a little concerned about AJ's being a me guy. All right, he said to me,
With the rap song?
No, well, he said first off, have you ever seen anyone do so many pre-draft interviews? Then he said, his dad gives me a concern because his dad is going to be going to the Wizards marketing team saying, put my son out there, put him on the posters,
Okay.
market him. AJ saying, I put butts in the seats. That's a red flag to me. Like, well, I don't care about that. Who cares? To me, I don't. Like, why are you even saying that? Him telling Trey Young to give up his jersey number.
See, that
All those
rankles
things
me a
to me
little
say
bit.
that AJ loves AJ, and he
Right.
may not love being a team player.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that in terms of the way he plays, because I think he was a willing passer. He got everybody involved. Also, to counter it, he, I heard reports that he would go to the volleyball games. He would go to the football game. Like he embraced being a student at BYU. He wasn't just a guy that was just balling and then went to his condo or whatever and just hid from everybody. He embraced being a college student, supported his other fellow athletes. I thought that
Well,
was
he likes being a star.
maybe.
he likes being out,
Yeah, he likes
out in
being out
public.
there. He
Maybe.
likes the
And I think,
ADs.
listen, I think the reason why he's doing all these interviews and everything, I do think it's important. He wants to be the number one pick of the draft. I think that's clear. And
Oh, yeah.
to what extent
Definitely.
does that help him? I don't know. But yeah, I do think he's on an AJ DeBonca publicity tour. No doubt about that. I agree with that. I don't know if it's a red flag. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. He didn't seem like a bad kid to me. I listened to his dad in an interview for half an hour. His dad seemed very normal. His dad is an ex-cop. I don't think the dad's a bad guy.
By the way, I don't think his dad needs to go to the Wizards marketing department if they want to pick him to convince them to put him all over all the marketing materials.
Yeah.
Like, I think they know
His
what
face
to
is
do
going to be on the
with number one
Washington
pick.
Monument.
All right, well, we'll see.
I would assume.
You would think that about RG3's dad, but he was a problem. Sometimes dads are a problem.
Okay.
They can
I'm not
be.
saying he is. I'm saying
Maybe.
I've heard that.
Okay, maybe. Maybe. The biggest criticism I've heard of DeBonca, if you want to talk about him as a player, is just that the defensive effort in college was atrocious. And that the stats
Fit
they're
right
sort
in
of-
with the Wizards.
they
They've
kind of back
sucked
it
the
up. Like
defense for 30
defensively,
years.
didn't make it a point of emphasis at all. They know he could be a plus defender if you just gave it
If you
any
just tried.
effort.
Yeah.
Now,
All right.
part of that they said it was just maybe at BYU and the coaching, it just wasn't an emphasis for them. In high school, he made more of a defensive effort. So that's the one criticism I've seen as far as
I
being
mean,
a
certainly has
baller.
the athleticism
and then the shooting
and the length to be a good defensive player.
Yeah, he has all the tools to be a great defender if he wants to be. And then, of course, the shooting isn't elite yet, from outside, from deep.
I think one thing that we've learned, and you've said this for a couple weeks, there's really not a consensus on who the best player coming out of the draft is.
Yeah.
Because you will hear people still mention Boozer. I saw something about Boozer, and Jason, maybe you know more about this.
What?
They were like showing clips from his high school days. Did he put on a lot of weight at Duke? They're just saying like he looked like more. And the clips that I saw, he almost looked like more of a guard ball handler in high school than what I saw from him in college.
I mean, I'm sure he did. I mean, he's a big dude. I don't know what he weighed in high school, but I'm sure he probably did put some weight on. But I think I just would be surprised if Boozer is the number 1 pick. I won't be surprised if it's Bonta or Peterson.
I would be surprised.
Maybe
they
do
if
go.
it's Boozer.
Yeah,
I would be surprised.
Yeah.
Only because I don't feel like he's as creative, right? If you like, maybe needs more help to get buckets, that sort of thing. I don't know.
he was pretty efficient.
He's efficient.
He did a lot. He's
efficient, but like
I mean,
these
he
other
can step
guys
out
can,
and hit the 3 too.
Understood, but like create off the dribble, like these other guys, he's not like that.
Yeah, he's not the athlete that those other 2 guys are.
Yeah.
But he's a really good shooter, which
He's a really good
teams love
shooter.
it.
He's a great shooter.
They want that.
And he's he's
if-
heady. He's very
I can't
heady.
tell you. I have an overinflated view of them until they really screw up. I trust these guys, but I would be terrified to make this pick. I wouldn't want to make this pick, and I wonder deep down if he tells his wife, "I don't know what to do." Like,
There's no chance he goes
You don't
home
think he goes to
and
his
tells
wife?
his wife he
Pillow
doesn't know what
talk.
to do with the pick.
You don't think? Well, listen. He knows he's going to get he's pretty sure he's going to get a great player at either one. But one might be, one's probably going to be somewhat thought of as higher than the other. You don't want to butcher it. There's a lot of pressure. It's not like he's going to totally
The
butcher it.
Wizards need to nail this pick.
Mm-hmm.
In the most
But
talented,
there's no way of
top-heavy
knowing.
draft,
There's
they
no
need
way
to
of
get it
knowing
right.
today who 5
No.
years from now is going to be basically considered the best player in this draft, and you pretty much want to make sure you get that. Right,
Tell you what,
regardless of position.
DeMonts is
It's a lot of pressure.
confident guy. He was at the NBA Finals talking about Spurs, and he said, in terms of the Wizards, I mean, he's not saying the Wizards particularly because it won't take that long, especially with my adaptability and my work ethic. I think that will be, I'm not going to say easy, but pretty similar to what these guys do in terms of the forecast. He thinks he's going to join a team and they're going to have a Spurs-like trajectory with young guys all of a sudden becoming a championship contender.
Well, I do feel like the foundation is set here where whoever they
he's
get
right.
is going to help elevate this team.
Right.
I think I'm expecting a big leap. I don't know what that is, but what did we win this year? 17 games?
Is it 40
17.
wins?
I mean,
17
That's
to
a huge
40?
leap.
I
That's
would
a
say
big one.
I would say a minimum of a 20-game improvement. A minimum of a 20-game
Yeah,
improvement.
I would say high 30s to low 40s.
Yeah.
If that's the starting 5 that we talked about.
Peterson or him.
Peterson or DeMonsa.
800
I mean, if Davis is there for the most part of the year, if they trade him and who knows what they get, that's all bets are off.
800-636-1067 is the number. We'll play Junkie Shootout for some great prizes at 7:45. John Keim joins us at 8 o'clock. But next, we have more audio from Brandon Ayuk. It is the summer of Brandon Ayuk.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. The biggest stage in world soccer is days away, starting tomorrow. And every goal changes everything. And now, FanDuel's giving you a reason to root for every single one. Introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right. More goals means more bonus bets, and all you have to do is turn on your token. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll play Junkie Shootout on a game show Wednesday. Your chance to win tickets to see Dave Chappelle in concert. We've got tickets to go see the Black Crowes as well. 8 o'clock, John Keim joins us to give us the latest from Commanders OTAs. Speaking of the Commanders, it seems like Brandon Ayuk wants to join the Commanders, but the San Francisco 49ers are not letting him out of his contract.
Yep.
Here is the latest from one Brandon Ayuk.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad though? They mad because they stupid, they dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months, and they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Niggas acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
If I were the Niners, I'd be mad at myself too for paying him $50 million over 8 months. I'd be like, what a waste of our resources and capital.
I know he'll be
dumb.
on another
It is
team,
dumb.
but when if you were a GM or a coach of another team and you heard all these videos, the way he's talking about the situation, would you want him in your locker room?
know. You just want production. I mean, all these guys, they're not all choir boys. They're not all the same.
I know.
They're characters, a lot of them. I thought the same thing, Jason. I tweeted this yesterday. So I'm out in Virginia, driving my daughter all over, for volleyball.
Fairfax County, Loudoun County.
I'm all over. And I'm just sitting in the parking lot when the video comes out. And I look at it and I go, how does this help the guy?
It doesn't. Yeah.
And then I think, you know what? I think he's obviously making a coordinated effort here in his own brain and I'm thinking this is a post-June 1 thing, and he's just going to just harass. Because the Niners don't want to answer these questions.
Correct.
Every time he does this, it's just more of a pain in the ass. And as long as the 49er media is willing to ask the questions, eventually they're going to be like, let's just be done with this.
Yeah.
Let's be done with this. We want to be out of answering questions about Brandon Ayuk. Even if they say no comment.
Yeah.
I think they're just insulated. I think they're insulated against it. Like they just know that this is a long, drawn out,
they're willing
protracted.
They're willing to endure this and be asked about it. Because I'm thinking maybe this is his way of trying. Maybe it won't work, but he's trying to force his release. I'm just going to be such a thorn.
He's agitating, and the Niners they're dug in and they're just resigned to. I'm sure if people ask them, they'll just say, he's on our roster. We're expecting him to report.
We can just say no comment.
We're not going to comment about it, and then they just move on. Like they're completely dug in on this. I don't think that they're just going to wake up one day and see the 5th video that he's put out calling them stupid, and then just say, okay, we're going to cut you because we don't want to deal with the PR backlash.
Well, I mean,
I think they're just above that, and they don't care.
Well, I don't know that they are above that because the only reason why they're keeping him, they don't want him anymore. They're out.
Right,
they
that's
don't want
clear.
him. He don't want them. Both sides don't want each other. The only reason why they're keeping him is because they want to spoil it for him. At some point, doesn't that just kind of get out of it?
So he can't join another team and
they
start
worked
working
out
out
to
with
have
them,
some great situation. I get it. They're a little spiteful.
Yeah.
And I would be spiteful too if I gave him $50 million and it went bad.
Well, wouldn't that? I mean, I think it's not. It's helpful to you as the team.
He's being like this.
No. To not. It's a competitive. It's a competitive advantage.
Maybe,
especially an NFC team that I'm playing during the season. Why would I?
We talked about that yesterday.
Why would I give you the toy so you can shine it up and get it ready for the season?
I
when I can give it to you.
Yeah, wait till the last
at some point,
possible
the juice
day.
doesn't become worth the squeeze. I think what you're saying is true.
I think to them he's just a minor distraction.
Only
they,
minor.
They know that they're going to have.
Okay.
They'll deal with it at some point, but they're not going to make his life easier at all. They want him to kind of twist in the wind until the last minute.
But at some point, him being out of their hair makes their life easier. And I think.
But just because of just getting badgered about
it. Just they don't want to be in the business
well,
of
just say we don't have any comment.
Yeah.
And then
if I were Kyle and John Lynch, I would just say we're not going to answer any more questions about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
From this point forward, if you ask,
then do you think the media will be complicit, and every time he puts out a new video, they won't ask?
Well, if you say,
if
they
you
ask
draw a line
about
in the sand and say we will no longer talk about Brandon Ayuk, if you ask us questions, I would guess that would get the point across.
So you think the media then would have a responsibility to not ask anymore?
I mean, they can ask, but they're just going to be met with a no comment. They're not going to get anything out of them.
What's the last
Gonna get
possible
stonewalled.
date to release him before they actually have to pay
I
him?
think it's
Can't
like
remember.
August 30th or August 31st.
So it's
I
late
believe.
August. All right.
Yeah.
So basically, the start of the season.
Right.
So why wouldn't they just wait?
Well, I think
So-
that's the plan.
Yeah.
But I think his plan
And
is
screw him.
let's just talk trash and let's just make a scene.
But wouldn't that look bad for Brandon if San Francisco is kind of being silent about it and then just not saying anything, and then Brandon every day until August 30th is putting out a new video trashing the team? Mm-hmm. You know, does that make people want to side with Brandon?
No, that's what I was saying. It doesn't make him attractive to another team the way he's acting.
That's
about
my initial thought.
it.
But
I mean,
maybe-
Matt, I would say he should just be putting out videos of himself working out, looking great,
I agree with that too. But
I've
that
said
also,
that all along.
and say on a video on an IG post, man, I feel great. You know, everything's not working out with the 49ers, but whoever signs me, I'm ready to go.
right? But that's not going to help agitate his release.
Well, I mean, eventually he knows they're going to release him.
Yeah.
So the Niners, they can release Ayuk anytime between June 1 and the end of 2026. If they really wanted to stick it to Brandon Ayuk, they could just say, well, we hold on to your rights and we're not
That-
going to.
Well, how does that
We're not-
work?
How does that work with payment? With
With salary
I-
cap
I mean,
ramifications?
That I don't
Or
know.
even more roster spot.
Yeah, so like.
You're going to waste a roster spot
Well,
on
they could
keeping
put him involuntarily, didn't report or something. But I think that the salary would hurt them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. We'd have to talk to somebody out there.
I mean, if they really wanted to make his life miserable, now, I don't know if they'd have to pay him. They could just say, we're not doing anything with you. We're just keeping you on the
didn't-
roster.
I was going to click on it, but I was scrolling through so many different things I was watching and podcasts and everything. I didn't click on it. I was about to, and then I couldn't find it. Was Grant and Danny interviewed a guy who said he was on Ayuk's side. I think his name is maybe Grant Cohn. Is
We
that
played
name?
the audio yesterday.
Played it yesterday.
That's the guy we played yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what he said, though, why he was on his side. I can't remember why he said. Do you remember? I remember a guy a couple of weeks ago or a couple of days ago saying that he thought there was some miscommunication, and then it just kind of went sour. And then he was he could understand why Ayuk was bitter. But I don't remember what Cohn was saying. I'm sorry, I don't remember it.
Maybe you can find it.
I know.
Didn't do it sooner. I mean, he's been quiet for a very long time. It seems like the Niners have been like shaping the narrative ever since they may have leaked or since the report came out that they voided his guarantees and he left the team. I think everyone's been sort of waiting for his side of the story, and we're starting to get it. I mean, a lot of people have been speculating, like, is he like Antonio Brown? Does he have CTE? I think the answer is clearly no. He just seems like a guy who deeply, deeply and sincerely hates his employer, which is kind of relatable. I mean, I think at some point in everyone's life, they've worked somewhere they absolutely hated the boss with a passion, or the entire company. And this guy just has like $60-70 million and can say so. And he can dictate where he wants to go next. He may have to sit out a couple of years, but it kind of feels like Carson Palmer 20 years later. And no one called Carson Palmer a crazy person because he didn't want to play for the Bengals anymore. I think people understood. But with the Niners, they have a different perception, a different reputation, although there are he's not the first player who's left this team extremely disgruntled. So I'm kind of on his side. I think they clearly need to break up, and it's weird that the Niners just won't let the breakup happen.
Huh. Yeah, now that you played that, I remember us playing it yesterday.
Yeah, played it. Well,
there you go.
He's probably going to.
There's somebody Team Ayuk.
I mean, and he's probably not the only one.
Unless there's a team that's insane enough to trade for him and what's left on his contract, I don't see him being released by the 49ers anytime before the end of training camp.
Probably not.
Why would they be in a rush to get rid of him?
Yesterday was
Just
the first
be done
time,
with
though.
the era.
Yeah,
Just be
yesterday.
done with the era.
Yesterday was the first time that I thought, you know what, he's probably going to end up here. I had never really bought into it. I thought a lot of it has been overblown, but for some reason yesterday, the incessant videos and him talking about actually saying going to a new team, I kind of
Why did you not
I don't
believe it
know.
before?
I just thought it was a lot of noise. And maybe it still is a lot of noise. We've never really heard from Peters. It's a lot of presumption, right?
Well, I don't think they can talk about him.
Yeah, all along it's just people assuming and
Yeah, but
guessing.
when all of the reporters though go say they expect him, and whenever he's released to probably be signed here, they're not. Our reporters don't just guess.
Has Keim said that before?
Yes.
So he says he does expect, and we can ask
He
him
has
again.
said. I mean, I've listened to a million of his podcasts.
So he expects him to be.
He has in the past. Whenever it gets resolved, unless somebody, he's always with the caveat, unless somebody goes crazy and gives him picks or something.
Yeah.
If he's a free agent or whatever and he's released, he has kind of assumed.
Yeah.
I think I'm saying this correctly, that the Commanders would kick the tires on him.
And Ian Rappaport basically said the same thing a day or two ago. We played that audio yesterday.
that the Commanders are going to sign him.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're not just saying that, like, guessing. They're not in the business of guess. We guess. We just throw stuff out there.
Of course.
But that's not what the guys, professionals that cover the team do.
Plus, I get the sense that
Somebody's told him.
Adam Peters loves bargains, maybe more than Eric. And then he
reclamation
considers
projects.
Ayuk a bargain for what he'd signed for the possibility of the type of player he could be. I kind of get that sense from Adam.
Yeah, it feels like he's getting in cheap on him.
Yes.
He's buying low.
Yeah, well,
Because
it just doesn't make
It's
him.
been a change. There's no doubt there's been a change. He'd been pretty darn quiet. A couple posts, maybe like on a PJ with a dog or something. Maybe on the driveway flaunting some money.
But he sees everybody at OTAs.
But
Maybe
now,
he feels like he should be
it's like
practicing.
daily ranting videos.
Will there
There's definitely been a change.
Will there be another video today? That would be.
I would
guess,
probably bet a quarter yes.
Yeah.
I bet 25 cents yes.
Maybe he's getting a good response on it.
People are talking
Let's get
about it.
views.
We're talking about it for 20
I don't
minutes.
think. I mean, do you think he really cares about views?
Who knows?
I mean,
I don't know what he cares about. He's a weird dude.
I do think he's
It
a
doesn't
weird
look
guy.
good. It doesn't look good at all for him.
So you think
He could make himself look so much better by doing what I said.
I agree. I'd rather see workout videos and a little bit more of a serious tone, but that's just not who he is, apparently.
I guess not.
Coming up next, your chance to win tickets to go see Dave
Guess
Chappelle and the Black Crows are going to play Junkie Shootout on a game show Wednesday. You can call in now at 1-800-636-1067. You answer 3 random trivia questions in a row, you win the prize. 1-800-636-1067.
Behind every strong team is a setup that helps them perform. That's where PVI Office Furniture stands apart. At PVI, businesses find new and used office furniture solutions for every budget, from one chair to a complete office setup. Their expert furniture consultants help you choose what works for your space, your team, and the way you do business. Then PVI's own team handles fast delivery and professional installation start to finish. That's the PVI difference. Real selection, real service, and a massive Frederick showroom where you can see it all in person. Visit PVIPVI.com or come experience the PVI difference today.
All right, lines are locked and loaded. Phone line is 1-800-636-1067. Playing Junkie Shootout. Answer 3 questions in a row, you win a prize. You miss a question, you will hear a gunshot. That means the line opens up, and you can get in. Who is our first contestant? By the way, all of my questions are sci-fi movies since Steven Spielberg has Disclosure Day coming out on Friday.
Mine are a hodgepodge.
Gotcha.
all over
Mine
the place.
are NBA related.
Cool.
Very good.
All right.
And Jason's not in studio, so
I don't know where he is. All right, let's go to Antoine in Capitol Heights. Cakes, why don't you lead off?
All right, Antoine. These
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Hello,
You're doing
Antoine.
great, buddy.
These 3 countries are hosting the 2026 World Cup. Name all 3.
That's a hard
I'm
one.
going to say USA, Mexico, and Canada.
Correct.
not a hard one.
It was hard for me.
Correct, sir.
All right,
You
why don't we go to
advance.
you for your NBA question
All
for
right.
Antoine? Answers 3 in a row, he'll win some Dave Chappelle tickets.
All right, this guy was a late addition to the roster, but averaged a double-double for the Zards last year.
The Zards.
A late
I'm gonna
addition.
say Trey Young.
Who do you say, Cakes?
He said Trey
I'm
Young.
going with Trey Young.
Actually, I'm going to make sure I didn't check him. That's not who I was thinking of. I'll be honest with you.
Trey Young definitely averaged doubled in
He
points.
averaged eight assists. No, that would be Cakes, Juju Reese.
Oh, that's
in
right.
all 13 games,
He hit Terp.
he
It's a pretty
averaged
hard question, man.
11-11.
That is kind of a ball breaker.
Okay, it's fine.
I mean,
What are you
did.
gonna do?
It's not noteworthy.
All right, who's up
Free
next?
agent out of nowhere, averaged
Yeah.
a double-double.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Danny.
Danny.
Only. Danny, what's up?
Good morning, boys.
Hey,
Hello,
Danny.
Danny.
In this sci-fi classic,
Danny.
Sigourney Weaver stars as Ellen Ripley.
Alien.
Yes,
Hey.
1 down, 2 to go.
Can I
All
ask
right.
a question?
Why don't you go?
You can ask one, yes.
You have nothing.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
What's the guy's name? Sorry.
I think it's Danny.
Danny.
Danny from the old
Danny,
town.
who did the Nats beat last night?
Oh, the San Francisco Giants.
2 down, 1 to win. Here comes one from Cakes.
All right, this is for the win.
Dave Chappelle tickets on the line.
Dave Chappelle tickets. I think this is fair for a hard question for a good prize. Commanders rookie wideout Antonio Williams went to this ACC school.
Oh, he's nailing this.
Oh, I have no idea. Maryland.
He did not go to
Put him in
Maryland.
ACC school.
Yeah,
Jeez.
ACC. Yeah.
Maryland's in the Big Ten now.
I mean, I felt like that was a fair question.
He's a Tiger.
He a Tiger, yep.
Very fair.
Clemson guy.
All right, let's go to the next contestant. Playing Junkie Shootout. Answer 3 in a row. You win.
All right, let's go to Brian in Warrenton. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Want me to go?
You're up.
Sure.
Brian, Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall in the NBA draft last year. Who went number 1 overall the year before?
I do not know that.
Have no idea.
Is that Reese Sachet?
Reese Sachet went 1. Sar went 2. Come on, I would think Wizards fans would know that. Let's go to...
He is a bust.
Thank God Reese Sachet went to Atlanta. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank the NBA gods.
1-800-636-1067. Who's up?
I think we have AK. AK, what's up, man? You on with the Junks?
How's it going?
Hey,
What's up,
buddy.
AK?
All right, AK.
He actually regressed.
He's
He averaged-
confident.
By the way, Reese Sachet averaged 12.5 points in his first year. He averaged 9 points last year.
Yeah, he went down.
Yuck.
Going the wrong direction.
Yep, not good.
AKA, Christopher Nolan directed this sci-fi movie starring Matthew McConaughey, which EB loves, where he goes on a mission through a space wormhole.
You're all about Christopher Nolan.
Interstellar.
Yes,
That's
Interstellar.
I actually really did like that movie. It hit me in the feels.
All right, to Jason for the 2-pointer.
Oh.
Or
All
we
right.
can skip you and go to Cakes.
I mean, I've got a question. I'm just
Go ahead.
throwing it up
Fire
there.
away.
All right. The Nats first baseman hit a 2-run bomb in the first inning last night against San Francisco. Who is it?
Joshua Bell.
Josh Bell.
No.
Luis Garcia. Josh Bell.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
right,
Where's
who's up
Josh Bell
next?
now?
All right, let's go
Is
to
he Minnesota?
Larry.
I don't know. It'd be
I think
fun.
he was with us last year.
Larry.
He did come back.
I know he's had a couple stints.
Hey, buddy.
good morning, Junks. How y'all doing?
Good
We're doing
morning.
great.
Doing well. Larry,
All right.
you're going to play World Cup country or no? Greece.
Yes, they are.
They are not.
Sorry, bro. 1-800-636-1067.
They're usually in the mix, aren't they, or no?
I don't know.
Not really.
I don't think they're a world power, but they've been in the World Cup before, but just not this year.
All right, let's go to Robert in Waldorf. Hey, Robert.
EB, you're up.
What's up, fellas?
All right, buddy. This, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's easy, but you just gotta use your brain. See if you have a brain fog. There have been 3 Dukies selected number 1 overall in the last 6 years. I'm gonna give you 2 of them. You just give me the third. Cooper Flagg, Paolo Banchero, and then this guy in 2019, and he was a sensation from Duke.
2019 number 1 pick from
A
Duke.
sensation.
Yep.
Oh, I know who it is. So
That's hard?
Our caller doesn't.
I think it's pretty hard.
I do not know.
Mike Marr, do you know the answer? Give us the answer, Mike.
Zion Williamson.
Zion Williamson, right? How quickly we forget. By the way, Zion still puts up numbers
He
when he's
does.
healthy.
I saw him put up numbers against the Wiz. I think it was the last time I saw a game in person.
Let me just check.
Was he
the
dominant?
Scoring a lot.
Let me just
Yeah,
check.
what
How many
did he-
games did he play? He played 62 games last year, averaged 21. For his career, he's averaged 24. Problem
He's
is,
all right. He's on a loser.
he's only played more than 60 games 3 times out of about 6 years.
All right, who's up next?
All right, let's go to James in Ashburn. Hey, James.
Hey, James.
Morning, Junks. How you doing, man?
Hey.
All right. This 1987 Mel Brooks space spoof starred John Candy as Barf. Can you name the movie?
Great role.
Baseball.
Yes. One down,
Got
2
one
to
on the
go.
board.
You know what? I'm going to give you the 2-pointer. What is the most famous line in E.T.?
E.T. phone home.
He even
All right.
did it in the ET voice.
And you
I
have a
would not
chance
have
to
gotten
win it. You have a chance to win it from Cakes.
All
wouldn't
right,
have thought
I
of it.
feel like this is fair. He's the voice of Toy Story's Buzz Lightyear.
Tom Hanks.
Incorrect.
Oh, that's what I would have said.
Tim Allen.
He's the voice of Woody.
Oh, Tom
Tim
Hanks is
Allen is
Woody.
the voice of Buzz Lightyear.
We've got no winner, so we'll save the prizes for later in the program. Coming up
Jeez.
next, John Kine
JK.
from E ESPN.com on the Commanders.
All right, guys. When your next chapter already has a start date, when missing the deadline isn't an option, your home sale can't be a guessing game. Too many sellers lose money because their home is not properly prepared, marketed, or launched. That's why Peter and Natalie reached out to my friends, the Realtor rock stars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams. Natalie and her family had military orders. They had a timeline. They had a home they needed to sell before their next move. They were trying to coordinate everything at once and avoid turning the home sale into another source of stress in their busy lives. Well, thankfully, Peter and Natalie's home sold for $25,000 over the asking and closed ahead of schedule. Gave the family the certainty they needed to move forward so they could focus on their next chapter. So sell with certainty, people. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. Call my friends, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room team right now. Memorize this number, people. It's critical. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Luis Garcia Jr. hit a 2-run homer, Brad Lord retired 8 batters, and the Nationals beat the Giants 6-3. The Nats held on for their 23rd road victory, tied with Atlanta for the most in the majors. With the win, the Nationals improved to 4-1 on this West Coast road trip, clinched their 5th consecutive road series win, and gave themselves a shot at a 3-game sweep. And the Vegas Golden Knights rallied from a 3-1 first-period deficit to tie the game 3-3 headed into the third. Then it was Jordan Staal who answered for the Hurricanes with his second goal of the night to put Carolina ahead for good, 5-3 your final score. With the victory, the Hurricanes tied up the Stanley Cup final 2 games apiece, and this series headed back to Raleigh for Game 5. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Cakes had a monster stretch during the commercial break.
It's the only
right
stretching,
before we jumped on.
It's the only stretching I ever do of any sort, JP. So I have to get in it at some point.
That was a tired stretch.
Yeah.
Like, I'm tired.
Yeah, got to get it out. Got to wake up.
Hey, let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Check in with our pal John Keim. Covers the Commanders for ESPN.com. Hey, John.
What up, guys?
Assuming everything's upbeat at OTAs.
Always is. And you know, there's a more, I'm going to say there's a more positive energy than last year, but it really wasn't like last year was bad in that regard. It just that it always felt like someone was missing without Terry out there. I think it makes a difference. But I also think when you bring in, you have multiple new coaches, new staff, or new coordinators, new offense, new D, a lot more young players coming in. Yeah. I think that brings a different kind of energy as well. So, everything's. There have been very few times where you walk away in Mason like, oh, this team is just, it doesn't have it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like the vibe or whatever. Like it's always good at this time of the year, but I do think it's been pretty good with this group for sure.
Are you feeling more of a sense of urgency at this point coming off the 5-win season last year, or is that more for training camp? OTAs are a little more chill.
I wouldn't describe it as chill. I would say I felt the urgency all off season. So I think from the time and the reasoning behind some of the coaching moves, I think you felt the urgency there. I think they were clearly aggressive in free agency. I think you felt the urgency there. Not just the urgency because you're coming off 5-12, but because you need to do more to get to where you want to be and to stay. Not just get there, but to stay there. And I think even like yesterday, I think there's one thing with Dan Quinn is there's always that standard of the way you want to practice and the energy you want them to practice with. And that was kind of a message he kind of honed in on yesterday and kind of got them back into a huddle after they broke because he didn't feel the energy was there. So I think I think there's that sense of urgency to implement and remind of, I guess, quote, the standard. But also there's a natural urgency for those who were here last year, especially coming off a very bad year. And it was 5-12, but at times it felt a lot worse.
Yeah.
Right. And we can't forget that. Like it was really bad. There was that stretch where it was just horrendous.
Right.
So you can't forget that. And so, and I think you see it like for a guy like Jaden Daniels, who only finished 4 games. I think you're going to feel it there from him, but not just in OTAs, but in the work he does throughout the off season, for sure.
So give
And
us
this is a guy who is motivated already.
Yeah.
Right. He's a pretty driven guy. By the way, I would love to get my hands on the GoPro footage to see what he's seeing. That's got to be incredible. I'm sure it never will. But
You know what's funny about that too? What some of those guys talk about more with that is how it helps in the huddle more than it does anything else.
how so?
Like, they hear themselves communicate. And
Okay.
how clearly are you communicating?
Okay.
So like that is probably, to be honest, I think for some of them, I think that may be the bigger deal than actually the vision. Because, especially if you played quarterback for a while, you kind of know what you're looking at and you can see, but it's how if you're doing more huddling, which they will. I talked to David Blau about that. Like they were no huddle way more than anybody, a ton more than anybody last year.
Yeah.
And he said if they did, it was like 80%, 70%, something like that. He said if
Yeah.
they did it 20% of the time this year, no
Right.
huddle, that would be a lot.
Right.
So like it's important to hear how you communicate in the huddle.
Can you give us? I know it's difficult because they're not necessarily going 100%, and there's not really hitting that sort of thing. But can you give us one or two guys on offense that have kind of jumped out at you at any position, and then maybe one or two guys on defense?
I think two guys that, Chig Okonkwo jumps out because you see and feel the speed.
Yeah.
For sure. I think like it's really hard because you're not, the offensive linemen, you're not going to be watching them because there's not much.
There's not much for them to
same
do.
with the D line and all that. I think what you feel you do, like Rachaad White to me has looked pretty good in the spring catching the ball in the backfield.
Yeah.
That's what he has done in his career, right? So like, I think he's done a nice job.
I've heard Van Jefferson has raised some eyebrows with some people. No?
Yeah. I mean, yes, yeah. And I think like the other thing too, when you have some veterans there, like they should look pretty good. I think when they don't is when you're worried, right? And I think we saw that last year with like guys like KJ Osborne and all that, where like they did not look very good, and so you kind of knew like it's not good, right? So, but yeah, I think Van Jefferson is not. I mean, he's had productive years in the NFL. So yeah, I mean, I think it just depends. Like, and it depends on the day. I mean, some days De'Ami Brown looks pretty good, right? And we've seen that before. But I think here he feels at home. I think the way they want to use him maybe is more conducive to maximizing him than certainly last year. And I don't know what happened all there in Jacksonville, but like it wasn't good for him. And I think we know kind of who he is as a player, but there are things he offers that can help them. So I think, and then on defense, it's hard to say. Like I think you feel Sonny Styles' speed.
Yeah, you can see that in the clips you guys are putting out there.
Yeah, and that jumps out to me. It's hard otherwise. Like with the corners, there are definitely times where you feel like Amik Robertson's competitiveness. Now what that means for down the road, I don't know, but you can also watch the film and you can see it clear as day as well. Like when he would go up against, Justin Jefferson, George Pickens, Devontae Smith, like you saw a guy who doesn't back down. Now he's going to lose some for sure, but that's what you feel, right? And so like those are the things that kind of jump out. And I think the other thing because what I always like to look for too with this is, do guys look hesitant? Are they going fast? And it seems like they are, and they're definitely mistakes, and they'll get pointed out. But those are some of the things. I don't know if that necessarily answers your question.
Sure.
But those jump out.
JK, and this is probably a guess, but you talk to people out there, all right? You know people out there, and we've been doing Brandon Ayuk segments the last, seems like the last 3 weeks because he's putting out new videos every day. But
I appreciate you waiting 5 minutes before bringing his name up.
I'm sorry, but I got to. How do you think? How do you think this thing is going to play out? What's the end game with Brandon Ayuk and the Commanders, in your opinion?
I think he gets cut eventually, and he ends up here.
So you think he will sign there? Okay.
Listen, man, we know that they've been interested. We know they're not going to trade for him. That's been true. That hasn't changed at all.
Right.
So, and I think he clearly wants to play here, and they have a desire to at least bolster that room.
Right.
And I think they believe that they could go out and, like, you can go play and have a good offense with what they have.
Yeah.
However, you always want more and better if you can find it. And so here, that's a guy. But I don't know when he gets cut. I mean, it's conceivable the Niners could play this game all season.
Right.
And just keep him on there. At some point, it's just like, okay, the points are made. I would think they'd want to just, like, let's get out of the IU business. But that may not come until after final cuts.
Right.
When they have to make
Pretty
decisions,
late.
they can keep him on there. So that's when I if I had to guess right now, the way the Niners are playing it out, like, there's no reason. Like, he's not a distraction to them in training camp. He's not there.
Right.
Like, and they don't. So it's not going to be asked every day.
But if Peters doesn't know that he's going to be cut at any particular date, why not go after Stephon Diggs and just forget about Ayuk? Why Ayuk over Diggs?
That's a good question. I think part of it. That's a good question, because here's the other part of that equation. There's a couple things. One, Diggs has been productive, right?
Correct,
I mean, he's and he was
He's
good
been
last year.
playing.
And I would say this: like, there are people in New England who feel like he was one of the more instrumental leaders on that roster last year. So I think he has this reputation that I'm not sure always matches what I've heard from other teams. And this is, like, not just from people there. It's like from people who cover the team or others in the league and who have coached him, that, maybe the longer he stays, maybe like in Buffalo, clearly there was something at the end. I don't know whose fault it was, but in New England, he was considered a strong team leader there and very good in that room. So it's, you have all that. He also would be more expensive. And so how that factors into this, it probably does. I mean, money usually does. I think for Ayuk, you can, once he's cut, you can get him, especially because he wants to come here, you can get him fairly cheap. For Diggs, I think he would have more competition for his services, and therefore it would be a little bit more expensive. It would definitely be more expensive. How much more, I don't know. But I think that probably is in there. I think if you're also looking, this is stretching it out. If you're Washington and if you want immediate help, Diggs provides immediate help. But if you want a guy that, like, okay, long term, who might be here in a couple of years? Well, it would be Ayuk. If he comes in here and plays, handles things the right way and et cetera, you have a guy in your roster who is highly talented, who is still, near in that prime, right? So, like, that, I don't know how much that factors into it for them. But that's another way to look at it. But Diggs has been productive. Like, I mean, I don't disagree with that theory.
Here's a question I have for you. Give us some context. You've been covering this team about as long as we've been doing this, right, John? What, 30 years? I don't know. How long? Right. So John's been doing this a long time. You've seen them all the different characters. These guys aren't all Bobby Wagner. They're not all Jaden Daniels, right? There's a wide range of characters. When you see, and I know this is not your specialty, right? You're an X's and O's, like you're straight guy. But when you see videos like this from Ayuk, does this, because for some of us who aren't there every day, we don't see the characters that come in and out of that building. We go, wow, this is a real weird guy. When you see this, does this look like in the range of, hey, you know what? You have guys like this. It's not that abnormal to see a video where they're kind of talking this way. It doesn't look like a guy that has CTE to me. This just looks like a different guy. But we've seen plenty of guys like this in the league. Like, I'm trying. Just can you put his personality from what you could gather from afar in context?
I don't know if I could. Well, part of it, too, is like social media is becoming a bigger deal now, right?
Yeah.
But you still don't see this very often. And you don't see it from, like Terry McLaurin waged his quote-unquote, his campaign last year. It was not crazy. It didn't come across as crazy. It may come across like, okay, you're pushing for this to get them to get to the table, right? It was more, It felt strategic, right? This one doesn't feel that way. And I think, so I wouldn't call it commonplace. I wouldn't.
Is it out of the ordinary to the point where it's like red flag territory for teams? In your opinion?
I would say this too. I think if you had red flags before, I don't know that this it certainly is going to cement that your opinion of him. This is also a very talent-based league, and the one advantage here is that Adam Peters was in San Francisco with him and knows him very well, and then Jaden obviously is very good friends with him and knows him very well. So that's an advantage they have. Like, okay, he could say like, yeah, I know it looks crazy now, but however, it's not commonplace like to do this. It's not commonplace to do, to have a situation like this. And I don't know all of who's at fault or whatever. I know that he had those voids guaranteed. That's unusual, right? And so I think the whole situation is unusual. So I wouldn't put it in this like, I can't look at, there are a lot of guys that say like, yeah, they might go on social media and say like, hey, I just want to get out of here. I want to go somewhere to do whatever. But it feels like this goes beyond that. So, and that's where I'd be if I'm Washington. Okay, who's to say he doesn't turn on you at some point?
Right.
That's the thing I'd always wonder.
Yeah.
But I think, so like you'd have to, like, I don't know how you don't consider that. It's,
But you still think that ultimately he ends
why-
up here. You've said that, right?
But yeah. And that's like, I felt better about saying that several weeks ago.
Right.
I still think that's probably the case because here's the other part of that equation. You can get him for a very good price and a small 1-year deal. And he'll be on his best behavior this year. And maybe this is just where he wants to be. And like, maybe that makes a difference. And you get a chance to study him all year. Now, even on your best behavior, if there's something off with the guy, eventually it pops. Eventually you're going to see cracks in that foundation. You know what I mean? So I think you get a good read on it, and that's where you can assess what you want to do, what you want to give them. But I also think you can maybe structure a contract in a way where it's like you can still get out of it and without much penalty if it turns a different way as well. So
yeah.
But they get the 1 year to see like, okay, what's going on here? And again, like I can say best behavior, but if you're a certain way, let's say, like eventually I think that comes to the fore, right? And so I think that's, it gives them a chance to at least study and know.
Hey, John, I know it's early for this, but who's leading in the kicker competition between Jake Moody and Drew Stevens?
Mark Mosley. I don't know that I wouldn't. No. It's funny because they seem, when you're watching them kick, like their numbers, I'm going to speak generally because we've only seen a couple practices, but they're about the same, right? From when we've been out there. I think in that case, like it's hard to trust an undrafted free agent because it's hard to, every kicker's got to go through this transition period when you go from college to the NFL. And Jake Moody has done it and he had a good year last year number wise. So has he kind of reached that point? Like I think you can ask that, right? He was a higher draft pick. So it's a hard thing to do. And, Stevens was inconsistent under 50. That's something you have to watch for as well. So I think we'll see. I don't know that I could say anybody's ahead per se based on what we've seen. But if it's even, then I think you're going to, then what you have in Jake Moody. But I'll be curious to see how this thing develops in training camp. And, we've seen it before where you have guys competing in the spring and neither one of them is here come the fall. I don't know if I can't go to that point yet, but I don't know. I don't know that I'm sold that either one would be there because I think they both have to prove still what they can do. And Moody he was 18 for 20 last year, I think it was combined. That's pretty good. And, so if you can get that, and if you can be a little bit more consistent beyond 50, then that gives them a huge bump.
Yeah.
Huge bump. Yeah. Then it's like, okay, well then you got your guy. And that's a good thing for them because as we know, they've been searching for that guy for a few years.
Appreciate the time as always, John. It's John Keim from ESPN.com.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thanks, John.
Thanks, guys.
So there
All
you
right,
go.
so he's
Despite all the antics, all the videos, all the nonsense,
He's
even
gonna
though it
end up
makes you
here.
raise your eyebrows, he still thinks ultimately they're going to sign him.
He does. Yep.
One of those videos,
And he might
wasn't
be
he wearing
right.
a Commander's hat in one of those videos?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean he definitely
He's
wants
all
to be
in
here.
on the Commanders.
He's all in
I wonder
for
if,
sure.
wonder if Jaden sent it to him.
They have. We don't know.
All right, got to take a break. You want to chime in? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back. All right, we tried to give away some Dave Chappelle tickets earlier in the show, as well as tickets to go see the Black Crowes with Junkie Shootout. We couldn't come up with a winner. Nobody could answer 3 questions in a row. And that last caller was so confident
He was.
in his Tom Hanks answer.
Thought he's dialed in.
Tom Hanks plays Woody.
That's correct.
Tim Allen
I would have
plays
said
Buzz
the same
Lightyear.
thing.
Yeah.
I would have said Tom.
Yeah, I would have botched it.
Yeah.
So we'll give you a chance to win those prizes
Cakes.
coming up at 9:25. So stay tuned for your chance to win. Tickets 9:25. Got some great tickets for that. Of course, we had Sebastian Salazar in studio yesterday to talk World Cup. A lot of excitement. And does it seem, are the boys behind the glass putting something together for the World Cup?
Oh, they've got something brewing over there?
I think Valdez and I are finally going to hang out on the weekend after hours.
Really?
Is it just Valdez? Are you
quite a
inviting
development.
Mars? Mar invited?
Mars being a 50-50 wimp.
Oh, really?
yes.
Why?
He's botching it.
Why? Because he
Non-committal?
wants to
He's
hang
ki-
out with his boys?
He's kind of botching it because he thinks he has to drive 7 hours for an engagement party
When?
this weekend.
I'd leave Friday after work to Charlotte.
To
Drive 7
Charlotte?
hours to Charlotte?
Well,
Yeah.
he can't do it. If he has an engagement
It'll probably
party.
take you
Engagement
longer.
party.
Guys don't go 7 hours to engagement.
He's
hold
going.
on.
He's going to the wedding.
Right, whose engagement party is it?
It's like one of my best friends that I've known since like,
Right.
middle school.
All right, so one of your
Ask
best
him.
friends.
Ask him when the last time they've seen each other.
When I went to Charlotte. Actually, no, he was at my St. Patrick's Day party. So you guys met him too.
Yeah. All right, so it's one of your. I'm going to take you at your word. It's one of your close friends. He's moved
Do you feel like
away.
you have to be there?
He wants to.
It's probably one of his first friends to get married.
Yeah, but I mean, you could not.
Yeah, but it's
drive,
just an engagement
You could
party.
not drive 7 hours and hang out with your friends behind the glass.
But he prefers the other friend.
Yeah,
just-
I
obviously.
don't even know if
giving him
it's
options.
prefers. I think he feels a loyalty to his friends. I think I'm Team Mar on this.
All right.
I mean, I'm not against you guys.
You wouldn't drive 20 minutes to an engagement party.
I don't know. He's at a young, impressionable age. Probably one of his first friends to get married. I'm guessing.
He's at
Is
weddings every weekend.
is that true?
He was just in one in the Dewey.
Yeah.
He wants to
This
use his
isn't like
new
one of my
suit.
first friends to get married, but it's just one of my closest friends to get married.
I keep
guess you
thinking
could
he's
say.
like 21.
Yeah, but
You're
again,
like
it's not
25,
the-
right?
It's not the
25,
wedding.
26?
It's an
Yeah.
engagement party.
Yeah, it's not the wedding.
It's a
Yeah,
way
it's
different
one thing if it
animal.
was the wedding.
Not a bachelor party.
No.
An engagement party.
I don't even know what an engagement party
Exactly.
is.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
but
mean,
we've
we've never been to an engagement party.
Never, not once.
I don't even know what that is. Is that what Did I have one? I don't know. What's an
No,
engagement
you didn't
party?
have one.
What is it?
It's a party that
You
celebrates
celebrate your
a
engagement.
couple's
And
engagement.
then do you do it like at a bar or something? Or
You know what
House,
you know what else it
restaurant,
is?
maybe they get.
Unnecessary
Yeah.
is what it is.
It's at his fiance's house. So it's like 20 minutes. I think it's actually technically in South Carolina, but it's like right on the border
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
And you're
Man,
gonna,
that's deep.
all right. So hold on. And you're gonna drive all the way
Just
out
for
there?
a weekend?
Are
Or are you coming back Monday?
Are you committed to it?
I'd come back Monday. Let's talk about the party that these guys are planning, and then we'll go from there.
Are you not that impressed? It's
right.
not really drawing you?
What is?
The
Their
party.
party.
Oh, the party that these guys are putting together?
Yeah.
No, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's extremely interesting.
JP's radar is off on everything.
I'm just asking a question.
Mara is butt sized to go to Arlington, Clarendon on Friday
course he
night
is.
with the two kings, Valdez and Drab,
Yeah.
and blow off this engagement party.
Then
but
why
he's
doesn't he? I don't know why he
because
doesn't.
he's guilted. He has a
Yeah.
conscience.
Guilty. He
Hold
feels
on. Who's
guilty.
guilty? Your boy?
I just don't want to let anyone down. Is basically where my head's at right
here's
now.
what you should say. I love you guys. You're amazing. I can't wait to see you at the wedding. I just can't drive 7 hours each
Yeah,
way.
but he probably already
to be
told
there
him.
for the weekend.
I know, he probably already told him he was going, though.
You can always change your mind. You
He's
can
when he's
always
back
pivot.
out.
Well,
You can
there's
always
also-
pivot off your plans.
This is just a crazy weekend because Saturday, XFL Championship in D.C., 50 Cent, my favorite artist of all time, is performing at halftime. Sunday, White House card down the street from us,
Yeah.
UFC. And so it's just...
Well, you're
it's-
not going to that.
I know I'm not going to that, but, you know...
You need to
He wants to be
for
locked
it.
in. He wants to be locked
Do you
in.
want to be around the corner, maybe at a bar or something?
They're doing a watch at the Ellipse, like
Hold on. So
on the
when is
National Mall.
slow down. When is the engagement party?
Saturday afternoon.
That doesn't sound like you're
So
going.
you're claiming to be? You were going to go and then come back for the Defenders game? I'm not tracking.
No,
No,
he's
no,
saying
no.
these
He's
are all
saying
the
he would
things
miss
I'm
it.
missing
Yeah.
potentially to go.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So in other words, you actually don't want to go. You just don't want to let your buddy down.
I just don't... Yes. I
What
just
Mar
don't wanna
doesn't
let anyone
what
down.
Mar doesn't understand is that this engagement party doesn't hinge on him being there or not.
Well, can you fill me in on your party?
Yes.
Are you having a party at your house? Or are you going out in Arlington?
Oh, it's got to be going out.
No, we are snatching the Arlington crown off of Mars' head because he's a loser and going to an engagement party, and we're going to put it on our head, and we're going to be at Hyde watching it with a bunch
Gotcha.
of sillies going USA, USA, USA with $4 beers.
Oh, that sounds
Or
$4 beers.
$0 beers for Driving Valdez. That's what we're
those are
hoping.
even better.
VIP, we're hoping.
Yeah.
Even better.
I mean,
$0 beers are the best.
I mean, the World Cup fever is sweeping the nation right now,
Yeah, it is.
and we got
It
a
is.
heavy case of it.
Yeah.
So are all the local bars pumped for this?
Oh,
Yeah, especially because
Right.
it's going to be at 9:00 at night.
It's going to
Yeah.
be crazy.
Now, and it's just like all the bars are going to jump in on this, or just like certain
Every
Europe-
every
all of them.
bar. With
I think
it-
every bar with a TV is going to be.
Every
Be
bar
packed.
worth a damn is going to be.
yeah, they're going to be packing them in.
Yeah, having World Cup parties. Everyone dressed in red, white, and blue.
All right.
You're going to get such good
Well, I
specials
think
on
we need
Bud
to
Lights
do one.
and
That,
Coors
you know what?
Lights.
I need a win over
You
Paraguay.
can't drink foreign
Oh,
beer.
yeah.
You have to drink American
I'm
beer.
actually
while you're out
nervous for
there.
this one.
Oh, I think the station's planning stuff if
If
for
we
the next
can-
round, knockout round.
Yeah.
they're not. Maybe
Yeah,
not
but-
against
but-
Turkey.
But dude, if we lose to Paraguay, then
It's trouble.
Yeah, that is
Trouble.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this only comes around every 4 years. Valdez and I hang out less than that. So
This is
I
a
think
big moment.
we're fired up. By the way, he's threatening. He always makes it about himself.
Okay.
He says he's ordering a George Washington costume.
I already have one. I
It's so
It's
annoying.
a great
You're like,
bit.
Can you
I-
just wear a red,
I
white,
might wear
blue?
that. I think I might wear it to Hyde. I might
Is that
dress
for
up
the
as
250 as well?
I'm with you on the bits. Wear the G-Dub costume.
hold on. You're going to do that for a non-radio event? It's just like the
He's showing
peacock.
his patriotism.
I would do it maybe for the bit.
He's getting married. He's already punted his life. I don't want to be hanging out with a guy dressed as a mascot on Friday night.
Yeah, you're going to have secondhand embarrassment,
Hey, Eric,
right?
Eric, can I borrow your teeth for my costume?
For George Washington.
Yeah.
Solid Joan.
I think we'll have a great
Chuck-
time. And
If Chuck lets me bring an axe, I might bring an axe and cut down a cherry tree.
It's a funny bit.
why don't you
I do
guys
like
come?
it.
You guys got nothing going
I'm
on.
going to be
You'll
at the
wa-
Nats game Friday night.
You
That's
are.
perfect. It'll be over by 9:00.
Yeah. Ready to go.
That
got-
is- there's
I-
actually
Who they
no
playing?
excuse.
Who they playing this weekend?
I'm too busy this weekend. Nats game Friday night. Warp Tour Saturday, all day Sunday. I'm considering not coming into work Monday. That's so much going on. 3 straight nights out.
Where's the Warp Tour?
RFK, or the site formerly known as RFK.
Oh,
How
They're
the hell
playing
are
some
they doing
intel.
that? Just they're
Oh,
doing it
there's
on the concrete or whatever.
Yeah, there's a huge, massive, just
Hole.
empty space
Yeah.
around the stadium.
Travie,
that
your
they use.
Mariners are in town this weekend.
I'm aware. Maybe I'll see them on Saturday or Sunday. Not Friday though.
Not Friday's booked.
Yeah, Friday's all about the USA.
It is.
I don't think I could do it Friday, but I'd love to do one. I don't think I can do Friday.
You've said 7 times. Let's get together and watch the games. Friday night, 9:00. You got nothing going on.
I just have some family in town. I got my kids in town.
You see your kids all the time.
I actually
I've
don't.
never met a 56-year-old dad who spends more time with their kids than
Isn't
you.
that a
Hang out
nice
with your
thing?
boys. It's very nice. Hang out with your boys for one Friday night.
You got to I got to be more planned. I'm not that spontaneous. Friday, it's not going to work. I could do something next week.
We'll plan out next World Cup in 4 years.
I mean, next week.
2030.
Yeah, we'll ask Chuck to get a reservation for 4 years from now.
I could do something potentially next week. But
They definitely have a game next week. I don't know the date.
yeah.
I believe
it
it.
up.
I actually think it's next Friday night.
Is it?
Oh, I don't think I'll be around.
Yeah, what I tell you.
I'm not going to be around. I'm not going to be
Maybe
within
next
500 miles.
maybe next Friday, Valdez and I take the tour to Ashburn. We'll hang out with Lurch Papa.
With Lurch? You can do it. He has some
as long as it's not at
patriotism.
9:00.
Oh,
If it's at
it's perfect. Friday
4:30, I'm
No,
in.
Friday,
You can't do a
June
Friday
19th
9 o'clock?
against Australia.
Yeah.
Sweet spot.
What time?
How about 3 p.m.?
That's perfect.
That's perfect.
3
hour.
o'clock in the afternoon. Happy
perfect.
hour.
I know exactly where I'd go too.
Where?
Eagle Eye Rye.
Well, might
Hey,
go.
there's nothing more American than Eagle Eye Rye.
Yeah, might do that.
That's a great point.
Open road. ORD.
And the Thursday game against Turkey, or as it's written here, Turkey A, 10 p.m. Thursday
Yeah,
night.
why'd they add the IA now all of a
I don't
sudden?
know. It's the same thing they're doing in the Czech Republic.
I know.
It's Czechia.
I don't understand. It's listed as Cabo Verde. It's Cape Verde.
So
I don't
Mike
know.
Moore, you are going to Charlotte. You're not going to bail.
I think he looks like he wants to bail. It was a misread. I think he wants to bail.
It's very un-American of you to do that, to turn your back on your friends who are going
It's
out
hard.
and
Yeah,
celebrate the World
Benedict
Cup.
saying no.
Yeah, Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
I mean, if these guys went to hide and Valdez is wearing the George Washington costume with an axe, if he hit me with the axe, I would bleed that light green Hyde color sweatshirt that we have.
Yeah, you would.
I'm Hyde through and
You'd
through.
also die. You die in that sweatshirt.
I'm guessing Mars, the leader in the clubhouse, of going to hide anyway.
Has to be.
I mean, it's 5 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
Could
Do
be
you get
closer.
do you get hooked every time?
Every time. God bless
really?
Chuck Lee.
It's a great
So is
thing.
it, but Chuck has to recognize you, or has it gotten to the point where the bartenders recognize you?
No, I'm familiar with a lot of people there.
Yeah.
Like the bouncers.
But he texts beforehand.
Is that what
probably.
you do? Do you text before?
That's
and
a
say, hey
great
man, I was
move.
thinking about popping by.
Yeah, like days in advance. I'll be like, hey, I'm thinking of coming Friday night, Saturday night.
Remember what he did to Monty in the cooler? He sent him like 8 texts.
Yeah, pull up. Where you at? Where you at? Pull up.
They're going to roll out the red, white, and blue carpet for Drab and Valdez. And
Yeah,
it
just
sounds
because the big sillies show up. Just because Mar, does appearances there doesn't mean he's the big dog.
You want the big dog
Yeah.
crown?
Yeah, the big dog treatment.
Are you afraid he could outshine you?
Absolutely not. This guy doesn't know how to get to Hyde. He's never been there before.
That's actually true. Been waiting for the World Cup.
World Cup party on Friday night.
Hey, you were there for the drinking show.
Actually, I wasn't.
He wasn't.
He was off.
Oh, that's
I was
right.
on
That's right.
that day.
I blew a point
He
two
wasn't.
something that day.
You forgot about that
It's a
day.
little hazy.
Hey, isn't there's something about the patriotism, the swelling patriotism that's going to be in there that gets me a little bit sized.
It's going to be
I
crazy.
agree. Listen, I love the World Cup. Somebody was giving me a hard time and like, EB will watch like random World Cup, but you won't necessarily watch random NFL. That's true. I will watch random World Cup. I do love it. It just means so much.
Now-
But I will say this: I'm struggling with the USA team because I don't know that many of the guys.
It's okay. Once you start watching for 5
In
minutes,
years
you're
past, I
hooked.
felt like I've known
You're
more of
in.
the guys.
Yeah, that's true.
This is more
But
team of unknowns.
after Friday, if you watch the match on Friday, you'll
Well,
know.
I'm definitely gonna watch.
Yeah, you'll know them all.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to be all jacked when it starts, and then when they start passing around for 5 minutes,
No action
with
for
no
an
action,
hour.
I'm just
Are
going to
you
be kind of
gonna handle
crickets.
that? I asked my buddy about it yesterday. It's like, are you into the World Cup? Because not enough scoring.
Yeah. I think that's
Not
a
into
lot.
It will be tense, especially second half.
Is Paraguay any good? I mean, I guess they're decent, right?
Yeah,
I
but
think-
remember,
I think-
Sebastian said one of their top scorers is
I feel
out.
like historically they're decent. No,
I don't think so.
they're relatively similar to
I
us.
mean, below us for sure.
All right, put it this way.
I think they're plus 700 to win the group.
I think this team,
But the United States is even money to win the match. Even
this
money.
team though is like
well,
what are
that's
they,
because
like-
there's a lot of draws.
this team.
Yeah, I get it.
Their winning percentage has been trifling over the new coach. Like they just got to lose all the time.
He's been experimenting with lineups.
Yeah.
Now he's settled in.
Hey, not good, not that good of a lineup to choose from.
Wow.
Hey, Chuck, we're going to need a big booth, by the way. I'm telling you this now. I'm inviting friends. I'm inviting Trey, who he's thinking about
This is your Dewey right now. Is this going to be your Dewey, like the behind the glass guys?
I mean, we got a little momentum going.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're building something
yeah.
here.
Who's coming?
Trey's a soccer guy.
It's the summer of drab.
I was on the
It's
web.
called
By the way,
rebound.
Drab can't just hang out with me.
Me's last night. Invited some other people that I know. Big group. What do you want to go to a watch party with just Valdez?
Valdez, are you inviting somebody that's going to dress up like Thomas Jefferson?
Yeah, I'm inviting TJ, Sam Adams, James Adams,
Yeah, as you should.
James Monroe.
You should do that.
Are you bringing some of your boys, some of your golf
I haven't.
guys?
I haven't.
Jackie.
Hadn't even occurred to
I
you.
haven't even asked.
Wacky
I haven't even asked
Jackie
because
will be
I was
Jackie.
spending time with Drabby.
They're going to
Are you,
compete.
are you a
just
little bit
assumed.
jealous that he's
What?
been inviting these other, or just like upset that he doesn't want to just spend time with
Yeah,
you?
you thought you were going to have one-on-one friend time, and now it's just not going to happen.
I'll be impressed if Trey makes it out. He just had a baby like in the last
You know,
week.
Trey loves attention. My guess is that put that
Yeah.
baby right in the mother's arms and race over here.
Guy made it to Dewey like a day before his wife had a baby.
Attention and VIP. That's a tough.
Yeah,
that's tough to beat.
It's intoxicating.
Yeah.
What about how far is it from Rom?
Oh, you don't open that door.
No.
Oh, he's going to be there.
Security bounce
Yeah.
him.
Not that far.
Bounce him.
That's
Right?
worse. That's worse than Valdez and
Yeah.
George Washington.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Rom's going to be there.
It's the ultimate bad beat.
He's
Coming
around
up
the
You
corner.
shouldn't,
next.
have said his name.
He's around
We'll
the
open
corner.
up the entertainment page here on the Junkies. The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. It's arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi's awesome. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. We were talking about Team USA. If you go with Team USA, they're trading right now at 51% to beat Paraguay. That means $100 is going to net you a little over $189. On Kalshi, here's the deal. You're trading against peers in a live market. Means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Remember, 9:25, your chance to win tickets to go see Dave Chappelle and the Black Crowes. Couldn't get a winner earlier with Junkie Shootout. Now it's time to open up the entertainment page, which is driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, guys. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the top dog over there. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwoffairfax.com. Love them. All right. I don't think we talked about this. Maybe you guys talked about it while I was away. I guess some details came out on Taylor Swift's wedding. Did you guys talk about it?
I've not heard. No.
Unless it was an AI story. I read that she was going to be married at Madison Square Garden.
I saw something about that, but I thought
that fake?
I thought that was a joke.
It's a rumor.
Okay, that's a rumor, not unconfirmed.
It's not There's theories behind it. It's speculation.
Okay.
Because New York's an easy hub for people to get in and get out, and then also
like, was she inviting like 5,000 people, or like just like an absurd number of people?
1,000 was the
number,
rumor.
1,000. Okay.
But the speculation is because
no pictures.
Yeah, her and Travis are so worried about paparazzi and people taking pictures and just kind of ruining the wedding for them that Madison Square Garden is one of the only places where like you can get in and get out basically underground and secretly.
No helicopters could be above your tent or anything taking pictures.
But I gotta imagine.
But I think it's still speculation.
That's all. It's all speculation.
Did you guys see the story? Now it's not Taylor Swift. Kind of, it's Taylor Swift adjacent, which has to do with your boy Brooks Koepka and his wife.
No.
I saw something yesterday.
I did see something, but it didn't register with me.
Apparently, Jenna Sims has told Brooks Koepka, that maybe is a joke, that her hall pass is Travis Kelce.
Oh, right. Now, you're not allowed to say that if you're a she. The guy has to say that, right? In other words, you can say that he has to give permission. You can't just say, I have a hall pass. Right. I determine I have a hall pass as Travis Kelce. I think when you have a hall pass, if you guys have
like if you just stumbled into Jennifer Lopez and you hooked up with her, you go, hey, it's my hall pass. I met my hall pass.
No.
You didn't know it beforehand, but she was.
The only way a hall pass works
it's established.
Is that Brooks Koepka says, hey, you can have one hall pass, and it's Travis Kelce.
But they apparently have joked about it.
It was a joke.
Koepka's aware of it, and then she said that I guess they had some sort of charity thing with Travis Kelce, and she dressed up a little nicer than usual. She got in a little bit of a cuter outfit, she said.
Of course. Do you think
she loves TK?
People have said, oh, you're my hall pass or whatever. You know. So-and-so's my hall pass.
Still waiting for that to happen to me. Could you imagine?
I swear to God, this happened to me at Dewey.
What?
I swear to God. A longtime listener's wife came up to me right in front of her husband, and she said, you're my hall pass. Then the husband came up to me. I swear to God.
I think you told this story.
I swear to God. Yeah. This happened like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then the husband came up to me and he said, you're my wife's hall pass.
Yeah.
That is a weird dynamic.
Hey, Dina was in Dewey. You could have run it by her.
I mean, it was the strangest thing.
Just got to do my duty.
I will say in 30 years, that's never happened to me.
How did she look?
Attractive woman. What are you going to be? Our age? Was it like some 19-year-old,
Yeah, I assume
college age silly.
Yeah.
By the way, our age, I watched Jennifer Lopez's new rom-com, which is terrible.
That had to be awesome.
It's on Netflix, but she's older than us and looks
You
absurd.
watched the entire thing?
I kind of fell asleep during it. And then I watched it. Then I watched it later. Yes.
Hold on. You started it, fell asleep in the middle, and then re-engaged and actually watched all of it?
Jess probably wanted to watch it.
Okay.
No, I think I actually finished it and she didn't.
Oh, really?
That's bizarre behavior.
But I want to get back to the hall pass conversation. Do you think, that I know people say that and they joke, right? Oh, yeah, this so-and-so's my hall. Like we always say with Cakes, it's Sugar Ray guy. Like that's
Mark
my
McGrath,
wife's wife, right?
Yeah.
His wife, not Cakes' hall pass.
Right.
No.
But do you think
his hall pass is the lead singer of Metallica?
Oh, if it was a guy,
James
if
Hetfield.
I had to pick a guy,
Would it be James Hetfield?
probably Hetfield over Mark McGrath. I would probably say
yeah.
No,
yeah.
Lacey Chabert for cakes. At least back, in the day.
Yeah,
Jennifer Love
originally
Hewitt.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. Then
Yeah.
I skewed younger.
Yeah, but did Amy approve?
She thought it was a little bit weird that I was going younger and younger. But
yeah.
you know, what are you
Right,
gonna do?
Right. But do you think push
That's
come
what guys tend to do.
Hey, push come to shove though? Like, would you allow if she had an
No,
opportunity?
no,
You would
I
say
mean,
no.
it's-
You'd
it's
say
a
Amy,
running
this was a
but
joke.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Has anybody, do you think, done that? And
Yes.
oh, you think
In life?
like with a
Sure.
celebrity or something, or
Oh,
and they've said you were my hall pass. My husband said it's okay. In fact, he's sitting right over there at the bar having a drink.
I'm sure
and
it's
then it's
happened.
happened.
probably.
And the husband didn't object.
Probably.
You think it's happened?
Probably.
I think it's rare, but
Like,
it may have happened
yeah.
Once in
5 times.
7 trillion times,
Yes.
7 trillion hookups. Like it's probably happened once. It's not.
I guarantee if you ask some rock stars out there, have you ever been somebody's hall pass and made it happen? I'm sure it's happened.
That's probably true. That's probably a good point. All right. So you guys know Obsession, right? It's one of those movies that
Cake saw
I
it.
saw it. Yeah, it was well done.
it's making a ton of dough. So far, it's made 175 million at the box office. But there's some controversy behind the scenes. Their art director, her name is Sally Choi. I think I pronounced that correctly. Complained, I guess, last week that she worked on this film. At the time, it was budgeted for about $750K, and it's made $175 million, and she made $300 a day as the art director of the film, and she's pissed about it. And she thinks she deserves more.
It's at
She deserves a
$230
raise.
million
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
she should
230
probably get a
million.
bonus, but she agreed to work for $300 a
I
day.
know, I'm having a
and
hard
the movie
time.
might have made nothing.
I'm having a hard time working up a lot of sympathy for
Yeah,
her.
if the movie was a dud, she's not going to be like, "Let me give some of my money back," because the movie didn't make a bunch of dough.
You
at the
agreed
box
to the
office.
rate. It wasn't like it was $50 a day. It was $300 a day. I mean,
$6,000 a month if you worked on it for a month.
mean,
if
it's
you're
not-
working 5 days a week.
not horrific. Now I understand. You're not going to get rich off that, obviously. But it's not a bad day's work.
Yeah, but she wasn't working on a Christopher Nolan movie. She's the art director of a movie that was completely unproven.
Right. But she's
And
bitter.
so it was a YouTuber, right? Was Obsessions also a YouTuber? I know Backrooms was.
No, I don't believe.
No, he wasn't a YouTuber. He was
First
just-
time director.
Yeah,
He's just a younger director.
26-year-old director.
But some people have
Oh, is
pointed out that
Curry
Curry
Barker?
Barker. Yeah,
this is not a great move for her because your name's going to be out there, and maybe you would get hired at a much higher rate. But now you're a complainer. Now you're somebody that's going to go to the media. You know what I mean?
you're looked at as a malcontent.
Yeah, she's going to get herself blacklisted.
Yeah,
Was Obsession in the theaters or was that
yes,
on?
theaters.
Oh, okay. And what was the plot? I can't remember. I know you've talked about it before.
He has a hard time.
No, it's pretty easy. Kind of a loserish guy has an obsession over this girl that's not into him. She's kind of friend zoned him.
Uh-huh.
He goes to like a voodoo shop and picks up like something that tells you it'll grant you one wish.
Right.
And he's like, okay, I'll buy this thing for $6. It's not really going to work. Somebody's like, oh, it's definitely going to work. And he makes the wish that
He could get with the girl.
that she falls in
Yeah.
love with him, and she loves him more than anything else on the planet. And
And it happens.
things start to go sideways after
Ooh.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
Budget was $750,000. It's already made
$750K.
$230 million.
Yeah, it's a huge story.
Just pummeling Star Wars.
Honing Star Wars and that little sawed-off Yoda runt Grogu.
Yeah. Star Wars. 1 minute of Star Wars is probably $750,000.
I think Spielberg's going to come in and knock it down.
He may, but I mean, it's still a remarkable story.
Yes.
And last but not least, I'm sure you guys saw the reports because my eyebrows were raised. And I think he's super talented. Pat McAfee discussing an extension worth more than $60 million a year.
Hey, good for him.
With ESPN.
That's pretty amazing.
That's double what, at least double what Stephen A. Smith's making.
Well, right now he's making about $30 million too. They say he's making $17 million for his weekday show, another $13 million for game day and other ESPN
Yeah,
work.
just killing
Now,
it.
like the Stern deal, he pays his own production costs. So those big fancy studios and everything that he's got there, and the guys
Yeah.
he's paying for them. But $30 million,
he can
$60
afford
million,
it.
that's still a lot of money.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's plenty left over for the budget.
Yeah, there is.
So props to him.
ESPN gave us an offer once. We asked for double, never heard back.
That's true.
Is what it is.
We were worth double, to be honest with you. The show would have been canceled, not because of us, because the show concept was horrific. And it ultimately did get canceled.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
The Carolina Hurricanes tied the 2026 Stanley Cup Final with a 5-3 win over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 4. The Hurricanes captain Jordan Staal scored twice in the victory. Staal has 7 goals in the playoffs, including 5 this series. He became the first player since 1982 to score a goal in each of the first 4 games of the Stanley Cup Final, and at almost 38 years old, he became the 3rd oldest player to record a multi-goal game in the Stanley Cup Final. San Antonio Spurs star Victor Wembanyama will not receive a flagrant foul for his shove to the upper body of Knicks guard Jalen Brunson in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Wemby will stay at 2 flagrant points in the postseason. Reminder, players who reach 4 flagrant points are subject to an automatic suspension. And the Nationals got the win over the Giants 6-3 and have a chance to sweep San Francisco on the road later today. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCallum, The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. NBA draft coming up in less than 2 weeks.
Are you as excited as I am about it? I literally am searching for content every day. Like if I'm sitting down and I'm doing some show prep or whatever, I seek out draft, Wizards draft, top of the draft.
You want to see what's being talked about?
What they're saying in Utah, what they're saying in Chicago. Obviously, I listen to Strober's podcast all the time. I think Ben does a great job. Other guys locally, I listen to their
Does
pods.
Ben think that DeBonce's going 1?
He's a DeBonce guy.
He's a DeBonce guy, but he's also a Peterson guy. Like he could make the. He
Either
said
or.
he wouldn't be upset at all if they took Peterson.
I don't think anybody would.
Yes and no. I think originally I was, and I've taken a little bit of a pause from like clicking on videos
Did
and
you watch
watching
the
everything.
16-minute video? I'm not putting you on the spot, but the Wizards put out the 16-minute video when they were playing hoop.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
all that.
I just
saw
kind of
the-
fast forwarded it. Yeah,
The 16-minute video I thought was really, really well done.
yeah. I watched a little of it.
I highly recommend it.
You know,
It's on
I've been more of a Peterson guy than DeBonce.
Yeah.
But I'd be intrigued if they picked any of them. And this is from Sam Viceni,
Yeah.
who's an NBA insider. He puts out mock drafts. He has a draft guide. He writes for The Athletic. And it's not a surprise, but he says, I don't think the top 3 in this draft class is as clear cut as folks make it with AJ, then Peterson, then Boozer. All the teams at the top are doing a ton of due diligence on all of these players. It is razor thin.
Okay. So just throw them all in a hat. Just pick one.
So again, it
And
was
he
closer
didn't
than
mention
anybody
Caleb
thinks.
Wilson. Like there was a little part of me that I almost would love it if Will Dawkins went out on
a limb?
went out on a limb, and because then I would just be like, okay, he believes in this guy. Like he drafted
right.
Caleb Wilson. He says Caleb Wilson's going to be the next Kevin Garnett, and then you get him, and then you ride with him. Versus, I mean, DeBonce may end up being the best player.
If you're sold that that's the guy, then you have to follow your conviction and draft that guy,
I've
whoever
kinda-
it is. I don't think it's going to be Caleb Wilson, but
Right.
if
I
that's the guy,
prefer
then do it.
Peterson. My own choice would be Peterson. But if you told me any one of those 4 guys was going to be the best player,
yeah.
I'd
You're
buy
fine
it.
with
Like
it.
3 years from now, they might.
But they might
Like
not.
Boozer,
They might not.
Boozer might end up like
Would you be scared,
like
though?
Boozer was a snoozer to me.
Yeah.
But I've kind of been sold now, and some of these people are like, "No, man, Boozer's legit." I saw this thing like talking about how he was in high school, and then you talk about
How he was
it's-
lighter.
right? And
More
that he was
athletic
maybe
when he was
right.
lighter.
Yeah, I saw that same thing. And he's got the best didn't he have the best 3-point percentage?
Yes.
Boozer?
Out of those
Basically
guys.
40%.
Yeah. And
You know,
he can step out and shoot.
I mean, I could put Boozer into the lineup of these games like tonight, right?
Yeah.
Put Boozer on the Spurs tonight. He'd do damage.
Yeah, he would.
Well, I
He
feel
would do damage.
I feel like DeBonsa would do damage too. Like,
Yeah, but Boozer might be a better shooter
But you know that
Could be.
and maybe a better rebounder. So, like, I'll give DeBonsa the scoring, but isn't Boozer a better rebounder,
and
better
maybe
shooter?
a better defensive player.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so
But you know what they say about Peterson, and it's almost universal. Is if you were just picking the most talented player, it's Darren Peterson,
Right.
And that's going to be hard to go up there and not pick.
It's gonna be-
who you think is the most
True.
talented.
True.
right. So
Peterson has questions, no doubt.
If Peterson can be Anthony Edwards,
Then
I told you I lean on Peterson. I'm
you know what's interesting about him though? They say he's the most talented, and I think that's almost accepted. AJ's a freak, but the most talented basketball player is Peterson. I think most people think that, but he doesn't have the twitchy that Anthony Edwards has. He's good, but like actually athletically at the combine, he was somewhat pedestrian for a player of his caliber. In other words,
Yeah, but
he
he's
didn't jump
figured it
off
out.
the chart. AJ jumped off the charts.
Yeah.
Athletically.
Okay.
Peterson was fine, but he's not twitchy like Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Just
to me,
saying.
that can be overrated. Like, and these are not bad
Right, I'm not
players.
saying it's-
These are
it's
not.
a
he's still
necessity.
pretty.
These are not
athlete.
bad
Yeah.
players.
Oh, yeah.
But the
Oh, yeah.
the Thompson twins,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Osser and Amen,
Yep.
they're like off the chart athletes,
Yeah.
and they're good players. But they're not as good as
What were they drafted?
some of the true studs.
3, 4, 4, 5.
They were drafted pretty high.
top 5.
You know what I mean? So like athleticism's great, but that doesn't make you the best player in the
The
league.
thing
No,
thing I
you're right.
think that tips it, and I know people will mock it, but he played great He played all these guys in high school. Like he played DeBonsa. Like he played all these guys, Boozer and all them. And the high school clips are kind of jaw dropping. And with the ball in his hands. And then the thing that also puts you over the top is then the shooting went to another level at Kansas when they had him off ball.
Yep.
So he's basically shown everything. But you do have the questions because of the missed games and the kind of the chaos that was going on
That's
there.
the only question with
Yeah,
him.
I don't know his.
Yeah.
Right?
His,
I mean,
And
if that-
also,
if that-
DeBonsa's 6'10", and he's a
tall-
freak.
Yeah, like you can't.
He's taller. He's
You can't
longer.
coach 6'10", freak.
Yeah, it's hard to bypass that package that DeBonsa brings that Peterson will never bring because he's just not that size.
but he's not
Yeah.
small.
I know he's not small, but he's not 6'10" in
He's
shoes.
a prototypical
No, he's talking about Peterson.
guard.
I know. I'm saying he's
Yeah.
not 6'10" in shoes like DeBonsa
Yeah,
is.
No,
he's
you're right.
6'6".
I
Probably.
mean, I bring it up all the
DeBonsa's standing
time.
up next to Carl Anthony Towns, and you saw the bit they just did like in the last day or so. He did an
Yeah.
interview with Carl. I mean, he looks like the same size as him,
Yeah.
which is freaky.
Like I've said a billion times, both players can be really, really freaking good, if not great.
And I would toss in the other two guys. Look, that's my
And
thing.
I'm
is
sure
I
they
think
will.
all-
I think,
Yeah, man, that's why people are saying
and I
it's-
don't doubt that Acuff's going to be silly.
there's no real separation.
Maybe DeBonsa and Peterson are both equally great. They're just on this. They ascend to
think
the
that-
same level,
Yeah.
and the Wizards don't miss by picking
Either one.
of those.
I
two
think
guys.
that's
because there's things
probably
that
true.
there's things that DeBonsa does that Peterson won't do. There's
I think
things
that's
that
possible.
Peterson does that DeBonsa won't do.
Who I saw, I didn't click on it, but I saw those guys like Ben and his buddies. They're clicking on who's going to be like in year 3. Who's going to be better?
Yeah, I mean that a lot of it has to do with your fit.
If we could predict the future, we'd be
Did you kind of
billionaires.
guess like
the thing
who's
that
more
we don't know,
polished?
who's
you might
got-
guess that DeBonsa might get more polished.
Who's going to work harder? Who's going to have the greater drive? Like that's something we don't know. Does Peterson, like all this stuff has scared off people about his drive, right?
The
These
answer
guys
to
are
that
G'd
is-
up and have money.
I've watched all the interviews.
Right.
The answer to that is you don't get that good if you're not driven and working.
I get
you
that,
You aren't
but
just born out of the
it
womb
can
a
change.
baller. Like that's work.
My personal preference is a guy who's more of a ball handler, and I think that is Peterson. He's said straight up, I can be a point guard in the league. Yeah. I'm looking at the top teams in the NBA, right? I've said this a bunch of times, but we'll just go Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons were the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. Best players, Cade Cunningham. He's got the ball in his hands. All right, Celtics, Jaylen Brown, guard. He's not 6'10". He's 6'5". Now Tatum's a little bit taller. Tatum's a little bit more like DeBonsa, but also a guy who's got the ball in his hands. The Knicks, it's Brunson. Cavs were the 4 seed. It's Donovan Mitchell. Mm-hmm. You know, and he's a smaller guard. I don't know exact height on him. And you can kind of go
6'2",
down the
probably.
list. Like just push comes to shove. That's me in modern day NBA where there's 5 guys out. I'll take the better shooter and the better ball handler over the forward.
I just know that if they don't take AJ DeBonsa, I'll support whoever they pick. But I'm going to have major FOMO about AJ DeBonsa if he goes to the
Utah
Jazz or if he goes to Memphis and he becomes a 10-time All-Star.
What if they both become that then? Will you still have that FOMO? If they both become that?
If they both become superstars, then I'm okay with it. But if they pick Peterson and he misses a bunch of games, he's immature, and DeBonsa just becomes the face of the league, I'm going to be salty as a Wizards fan.
That's kind of how I feel about the Downs Styles situation, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm all in on Styles. I'm rooting for him. But if Caleb Downs becomes a 4-time Pro Bowler and Styles just,
you'll be
pretty
pissed.
good.
Yeah, you'll be pissed.
I'll be frustrated.
Yeah, I know. But
I think they'll both be good.
But I think they're both going to be really, really good, like all-stars.
Here's the question I wanted to throw
What
out
if
to people.
DeBonsa becomes? I'm just going to give you a comp. What if DeBonsa comes Chet Holmgren?
Okay.
I know Chet Holmgren's recency effect. People
Recency
think,
ain't
okay,
great.
but he's one of the best defensive players in the game. He's been I think he was all NBA this year. Take a look at Chet Holmgren. I think he was third team all NBA.
Yeah.
All right, and he's still very young.
Yeah.
So what if DeBonsa becomes Chet Holmgren?
Yeah.
But Peterson becomes Cade Cunningham.
Well, then
I think you'd rather have Cade Cunningham.
I'm going to feel like Will Dawkins missed. That's a slight, at
He's
least
not
a
gonna
slight miss.
I'm telling you, he's not going to miss.
I have faith in Will Dawkins. I think he's going to pick the right guy. I just hope it's AJ DeBonsa.
And you know what?
I'm going to be a little crestfallen. if it's not
Boozer
AJ
feels
DeBonsa
like
Just
personally.
because he's your guy.
He's the guy
Because
that I'm throwing
he's
my support behind.
And because what is it that you love most about DeBonsa?
I like the fact that he's an almost 6'10" guy that can put it on the floor and can pour in 25 or 30 for you every night.
Yeah.
That's what I love about him.
And Boozer could turn out to be
Prolific.
Paolo Banchero, who's a fellow Duke player who went
Hell
number
yeah.
one, who scores a ton,
But
can rebound some.
I was going to say, why couldn't Boozer become a top 5 type scorer?
He probably will.
Because Banchero is a 26-point guy.
Here's what I want to throw out, and I want to go around the room, but I want to throw it out. Has your opinion on draft night? Everybody assumed it was DeBonsa, even though the Wizards said it's not true. Everyone was like, they won the sweepstakes. It's good. AJ DeBonsa probably going to go to Washington. Look at him; he
On
looks sour.
lottery night,
And Washington fans here, almost even today, it's still 85-15. Now that the dust is settled, and you've seen all the videos, and you've broken down all your highlights, you've done your own analysis. Are you still all in on DeBonsa, or have you? Because I personally have changed a little bit. I told you 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
I kind of went over to JP's camp. I want the guy who's going to have the ball in his hands more, who's just freakish athletically, and a great shooter, that has the floater. The only thing they say that he hasn't really demonstrated at the highest level yet is the rim pressure that he had in high school. Maybe that's because of the injury. Maybe that's because of the cramping.
And DeBonsa has that.
Yeah, DeBonsa, that's what all he is. I mean, that's a lot of what he is.
Yeah. He
But
plays
has your
above
opinion-
the rim.
Cakes' opinion has not changed.
Yeah.
He's all in on AJ.
AJD, no matter what.
JP
Steal a draft day pick.
JP's has changed.
Well, I don't know. You might have been DP from the jump.
Yeah, I think
I
I've leaned
flipped.
Peterson. I'm intrigued by Caleb. I'm telling you. I know nobody's talking about him. I'm intrigued.
so intrigued by him.
Like,
But I would be scared to death to make that.
now
pick.
he's the worst shooter, and I usually just go
yeah,
with
but
the
you
best
saw
shooter.
you saw his stroke. There's no reason why that's
Yeah.
going to be a bad stroke. Like, rep that out. That'll be fine.
Well, you can also say that about DeBonsa. People talk about his shooting. He's going to get better.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I
have not
You have
changed.
not changed.
No.
You're all in on AJ.
But I think Peterson, if they took Peterson.
But he's almost kind of a Boozer guy, too.
I like Boozer.
I mean, you're covering a lot of bases over there.
You got to put your. You gotta
Well,
put-
because I saw Boozer play more than the other guys.
I know, I get it.
I
But
saw
you
him
got to
play
put
well.
all your eggs in one basket.
I'm going to go AJ, but you can convince me on Peterson.
All right, Valdez.
And Boozer.
I know you don't. It's not
No,
that.
I'd be
important
surprised
to you.
about Boozer.
Valdez. I feel like it's not that important to you. You're not obsessed about it like I am. But where would you go and has your opinion changed? Since
I've been all over the place. I'm like a bee going around pollinating flowers.
I want you to give me. Don't dig and zag. I want you to give me your honest take.
I mean, I've 1 week I've been on Boozer.
Yeah.
1 week I've been on AJ. 1 week I've thought about Joseph. Right now, I'm on Peterson.
Yeah, you're
Come
on
on over
Peterson.
to
You know what?
Team
You know what it is?
AJD.
It's when these people that have seen them play head to head against each other
Mm-hmm.
and growing up. And I understand you can develop as a player in college
Mm-hmm.
and get better, but when they say Peterson, looks like a different player on the floor compared to AJ when they're playing in whatever AAU
They say
tournament.
always outplayed him.
Yeah,
For
that
whatever it's worth.
That's a very strong statement to me.
Yeah.
It's just that carries a lot of weight when someone says that, and someone who's seen them play 10 times against each other.
Right.
It means a lot when they say that.
All right.
I mean, they played against each other in college. Now, Peterson didn't play the whole game. So that's kind of the rap. But when they were on the court together, Peterson looked like the better player.
Yeah. Drab, be prepared. I want to go to you. But let's go to Mar first. Mar, has your opinion changed? You can't participate?
He said he's not ready.
Oh, my God. He's not ready. All right. Drab.
What's
Has your
wrong? What's
opinion
up? What did I
changed?
miss? I just walked back in here.
I know. We're throwing it out there. The draft coming up. I'm super geeked up. The consensus was from the fans, Dabonsa, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that from the experts that I think that cover it, that it's more 50-50 or whatever.
Razor thin, according to this new guy that from...
I admit that my
Yahoo,
opinion flipped. I don't think it's a big thing. Like, they draft Dabonsa, he's got to be a star too. But I flipped. I flipped to Peterson. You were an early Peterson, and then you were pushing hard for Boozer last week. Where are you, and has your opinion changed?
Here's what I was pushing for. I was pushing against the Boozer backlash in that room over there. Everybody making fun of him, calling him unathletic, not number one pick worthy.
Yeah.
To me, he is absolutely number one pick worthy.
All right, who would you pick? And then has your opinion changed?
I'm 1 and or 1A and 1B, and I need.
Who's your 1A?
Peterson.
All right, so you would be Peterson too. And if that's been since the moment they drew the card, you were like, if I was Will Dawkins, I'm going to take Peterson.
But let me tell you something. Boozer is 1B.
Not Dabonsa.
Dabonsa down the list.
So when they played each other...
By the way, I heard that for Danny Ainge, that could be the case too.
Yeah, basketball savant.
When they played each other in 18 minutes against BYU, 18 minutes, Darren Peterson pretty much lit it up. 3 for 5 from the 3-point line, was 6 for 8 from the field, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. He finished with 18 points. Sorry, it was in 20 minutes. So 18 points in 20 minutes. Dabonsa wasn't shabby. He played 34 minutes, gave you 17 points.
Right.
Well, that's fine. Dabonsa had 35 against Arizona.
I know.
He had 30 against Iowa State.
But it's to the point of when they played each other.
Iowa State plays great defense.
He led the country in scoring.
He put 30 on him.
Yeah. It goes without saying.
He put 35 on Arizona. Arizona was one of the best, thought to be the best team in the country for most
All
of
right,
the year.
I'm going to throw it out here. Dabonsa, he's going to become, and this is a guy who's going to be a Hall of Famer. Dabonsa is Chris Bosh.
Well,
Peterson's Dwayne Wade. I'm going to take Dwayne Wade over him.
He's a different player than Bosh.
I know that it's not a perfect comp,
You're
but
just
I'm
saying
just
that-
mean like the level. Like it's not
Yeah,
to
yeah.
say that Dabonsa's bad.
Well, of course, if you
but
told
I can see
if you told me Peterson was going to be the next Dwayne Wade and Dabonsa was going to be Bosh, of course I'd take
Well, do you
Peterson.
think there's any doubt that Peterson's going to be a star?
No.
All right. Do you think there's
no.
any doubt?
I do have doubt, and I'm willing to take it.
I don't
he
think
could
so.
be a J.R. Ryder type, like
Who
J.R.
I just saw, by the way, at Dulles Airport last
really,
week.
but
I walked right by him.
A J.R. Ryder?
Oh,
Really?
yeah. Right by, standing right there. It has girlfriend, wife, whatever it was, side B. I have no idea. And I'm walking by him and go, who is this dude? Because he was jacked and like 6'5". I was like, this must be an ex-Redskin.
I don't know if I would recognize
I recognized him instantly, immediately texted Drab. I just walked by J.R. Ryder
So-
and I was thrown.
Had no idea.
I was fanboying.
So my point
Was he getting off the plane or going?
He looked like he was loading his luggage, where you check in your luggage.
Mm-hmm.
I had just dropped off my golf clubs.
my point is J.R. Ryder could have been as good as Kobe Bryant. He had every bit
know,
of
I agree.
athleticism. It
Yeah,
just
but he was a little more
there was
aloof.
something missing, like
Yeah.
what we don't, and that's where it does scare me a little bit, like that he's checking out of games, and I was like, he's got this creatine excuse. I don't know if I completely buy
You know
into
what
the
some of the
creatine.
answer was about that? I'm telling you, I've watched it all.
Yeah.
That some say his camp for like 3 years has just been just get him to the league.
Right.
Just protect him, get him to the league.
But
so maybe that's a little bit of what was going on
but I'm
there.
willing to
Just
overlook
get him
it.
healthy, get him to the league.
I'm willing to overlook it and take it based on position, based on shooting, and it may be a minor factor. When they have played head to head, all accounts are he's been the better guy.
Yeah.
And if you just look at that one game, now he didn't finish the game, he only played 20 minutes. But I think when top guys play against each other, they are aware of it, and it becomes a dual.
All right, I want to hear from
and
people.
He won
Please,
the duel.
I'm begging you. Please be as interested in this as I am. I'm desperately interested in this draft. This is more interesting to me than the SAR draft. It just is. I'm more interested in
the
this.
number one pick
it's
overall
gotta be.
is super intriguing.
And it's a debate.
It's got to be.
800-636-1067. Has
Because
your
it's a
opinion
huge.
changed?
It's a huge night.
Are you
Draft
still
night's huge.
all in on Dabonsa? Because I feel like 85% of you have been all in on Dabonsa. 800-636-1067, and then we'll get Mar's opinion. Not that anybody cares.
Mike Moore.
NBA draft less than 2 weeks away. We're still debating. In this room, there's 2 people supporting DeBonsa, 2 people supporting Peterson with the number 1 pick. Although Jason also loves Boozer, and he actually likes Peterson.
I like Peterson a lot.
We're going to give away the Chappelle tickets at the end of this segment.
I think we're focusing too much on when they played head-to-head this year.
Maybe.
Kansas was a better overall team, not even close, than BYU.
Hey, we're going back to high school matches.
But when you look at the schedules and what other teams they played, good defensive teams like Houston's a really good defense, arguably the best defensive team in the country in college basketball. Mm-hmm. Peterson had 14 against them. He was 3 for 11. Mm-hmm. DeBonsa lit him up. Mm-hmm. When they played Iowa State, also another great defensive team. Mm-hmm. 24 minutes, Peterson had 10 points. He went 3 for 12. Mm-hmm. DeBonsa lit him up.
Ooh, you're kind of selling me on DeBonsa.
So, I mean, I think you just have to look beyond that one particular game where DeBonsa had a bad game.
You can drill down on bad games for any player.
Yeah, of course.
They're going to have duds here and there.
That's the nature of, though, when you're a shooter, you're going to have some bad games.
Sure.
When you rely, and that's why I'd like to see the ball in his hands more and attack the basket more, like he did in high school. All right, let's make out these calls. Has your opinion changed? Where are you right now? I am so geeked up for this.
Jason almost changed my opinion right there. I might slide over DeBonsa's way.
All right,
that was a good.
Good sale.
You made a good case.
You got to look at multiple.
There's room on the bandwagon. Come on over.
Let's go to Curtis in D.C. Curtis, what's up, buddy? Where are you, and has your opinion changed?
No, sir. Good morning to y'all. I'm taking on the boss all day. I don't trust Peterson. The coaching staff don't trust Peterson. And that creatine stuff, I'm not buying that crap. Why is he got to take creatine if he's so young and doing it? So the games I have.
It's pretty common.
It's pretty common these days. Yeah.
Yeah, but come on now. I ain't about buying it. Look, I'm just saying. I ain't heard Bill Self say anything positive about that play, about his own player.
That's not true.
5 minutes before a game, you don't want to go back in. A true young athlete gonna trying to find their way back into the game. I don't know. That guy.
Here's the counter to it.
Drive, so
here's the counter to it, Curtis.
I just say stay away from him.
Here's the counter to it.
Stay away from him.
He played the last 9 games in the tournament. He could have, if he would just wanted to protect his draft status, would have been better for him to just shut it down and just say, I'm not healthy. Why didn't he just do that? If all he cared about was himself and his draft status, he could have just shut himself down, pulled himself. I'm not right. He didn't do that. He went out there and played.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot we don't know, but it was very suspicious.
It was a weird circumstance, no doubt.
It was.
Bill Self
and
said,
even Bill Self's comments were weird.
But about his injuries and everything, he said, here's the bottom line. Was his hamstring legit? Hell yes.
Yeah.
Would you have risked injuring it more in November? No. Was his cramping legit? Yes, positively it was. Did he turn his ankle bad to the point where he couldn't practice for 9 days and then practice one day and play BYU? Yes. And that was adrenaline kicking in the BYU game.
Yeah.
I've heard Bill Self defend him. I also remember in the moment, Self kind of perplexed as to why his guy wasn't there.
He said, I don't know. I think he told the media, I don't know.
I know. I remember that. Yeah. But I've also seen him defend him.
Sure.
All right, let's go to Matt in Halifax, Virginia, Cakes, wherever the hell that is. Matt, what's up, buddy?
Hello, guys. It comes down to personalities. Take Peterson and DeBonsa. Peterson's a party crasher, and DeBonsa's a party host. You're gonna be like, whoa. Explain, right. We need the attitude. John Wall picked Peterson already. We need to get player with attitude. We need to play that wants to score 30. We don't. I get the sense that DeBonsa is more of a team player, and we have enough. We've been trying to develop team players. We need one guy who's going to just tear it up.
And you actually think that's Peterson?
You think Peterson's actually more of an alpha?
Correct. Yeah.
What do you make of? We haven't brought it up today. But what do you make of when Dawkins had the adjectives to describe him? He described DeBonsa first as consistent and then as a scorer.
Yeah.
And then when he described
Peterson,
he described right away. He said fierce.
Fierce, that's right.
Which, I mean, I think it's incredible adjective. Yeah.
He said fierce. That's what he
called him fierce?
Yeah. He called him fierce. What do you make of that?
better words about Devonta. What he said more was Devonta brings more to the table than does Peterson. That's how I would translate that.
So, but you still want
Different
Peters.
interpretation.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird.
Wow. Okay. All right. Thanks,
thanks,
Matt.
buddy.
Appreciate it. How does that? How does consistent and score means you bring more to the table?
Just because it was 2 words.
I don't know. Fierce is just a better descriptor than any of those.
Even
other
Cakes
two.
will acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
pretty
mind.
specific.
I don't mind score. That's the
I
name.
don't
That's the name of the
mind it,
game.
But fierce is
One-trick
pretty
pony.
good. Fierce means somebody's into you. They're into your profile.
His initial response,
Fierce means
the whole thing with word association that we're trying to get out is their initial,
Their
initial
immediate- yeah, their immediate
and he
response.
he
He did say
paused a
consistent.
lot,
But you
for
try to be
Devonta,
deliberative.
and his initial ended up being the same as it was with Boozer.
I think he.
Like his first response was consistent, which was what he gave to Boozer.
But do you
Fierce
draft-
stood out.
Are you drafting the number 1 overall guy consistent,
I don't think so.
or
or are you
fierce.
drafting the fierce guy?
Well, you might be
Do you
right.
think he's the fiercest competitor in this draft?
I think you draft fierce unless you're scared that it could blow up on you. I'd like to. I mean, there's a million guys. I brought up J.R. Ryder. There's a million guys who go to the NBA that have like all these amazing physical attributes, and then they turn into pretty good players.
What do
Like
you make
know,
of
you
this?
mentioned Wiggins.
Yeah.
Wiggins was the number 1 pick.
Right.
Right, and he's been a fine player. He's won an NBA championship, but he's not some sort of elite player. Why is that? Because there's something internal that that hasn't turned on inside him. Whether it's work ethic or maybe they just misjudged him. But he's got all the combine numbers.
The physical tools, yeah.
All I can tell you is that, and again, I've watched all the pods, all the experts I can get my hands on. They all say at the combine that almost to a man, they say it almost wasn't even an issue. Like the NBA guys just didn't bring it up. I think Peterson said he wasn't even asked about it.
Cakes was a Wall guy. It doesn't sway you that John Wall prefers Peterson, and he watches the college game.
Student of the game,
There
Cakes.
are 1,000 experts weighing in on whether like Devonta, Peterson, Boozer.
It's probably split down the middle.
I care about one guy's
Between those
opinion. Will Dawkins.
Right. All right, let's go to Keith.
I don't care about everybody else chiming in.
What's your confidence level that Will Dawkins' opinion is the same as yours?
I'm about 80%, but there's
You're wavering a little
you can
bit.
lose 80 to 20s. It happens all the time.
Keith.
From Leesburg, baby.
Leesburg,
Hey,
what's
speak
up?
up, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, did y'all read the ESPN article about the creatine?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, so, like, he had full body cramps. 911, they called during practice. He freaked out.
Right.
So every time he got a
He
cramp,
was traumatized
freaked
by
out
it.
every time. So he
Yeah,
got taken
I
out.
get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I have anxiety. I get it. He was traumatized by
totally.
that. Yeah.
100%. So I get that for the season, but that's why Self was like, I don't know what's going on. Like, he didn't come out with it. He was scared to talk about it
Maybe.
until the end of the season, right?
Maybe.
So Mama mentality, baby. He's number one.
Peterson.
Peterson's one.
Has that changed
He's the
for
next
you?
Jordan. He's
Were
the
you
next Jordan.
on the night they pulled the card?
There's no next Jordan. You'll never see a Jordan.
All right, the night
I
they
know. I
pulled
agree with you. I agree with you.
the night they pulled the card, were you an AJ guy though, and now you've switched?
Never. I'm KU fan, bro. I'm maybe a homer.
Oh, this is my
Come
guy.
on, KU guy.
Come on,
KU
come on.
Keith.
This is going to be in on Peterson.
KU Keith. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Keith.
he's
Come on, bro.
All right. All
That's
right.
all right. I mean,
Kobe is pretty close to another Jordan.
Pretty darn close.
I mean, he
Jordan was on another level than anybody else ever played. Let's be
Pretty
honest.
close.
why did
It's
Kobe
pretty
get in
close.
that helicopter when it was so cloudy? What was he doing?
I don't know.
Kobe. Still can't believe that.
Hey, right now we're going to hook up caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. Caller 10, you're going to win 2 tickets to see Dave Chappelle Friday, June 12th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology, and each model improves your focus to sink more putts. If you need more ideas this Father's Day, they've got gift cards in any amount, and you can go online to their gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Right now, caller number 10 will hook you up with a pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes Southern Hospitality Tour. Also, you'll see Whiskey Myers. That's Tuesday, June 16th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. So caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We will hook you up with that prize. All right, let's check in with our pal Adam Epstein, known on this show as AWOD. And, of course, he has AWOD Radio on 910 The Fan in Richmond, 105.1 FM. I was actually on his show yesterday. I didn't know that, talking NBA Finals. I didn't know that was show number 999. Today's a historic show for you, huh?
Good morning, Junkies. What's up, boys? My favorite people on earth.
What's up, man? Congratulations. 1,000 shows.
Look at you, 1,000 shows in the book.
That's big time.
That's big.
It is big time.
Thank you.
I still remember
I know there's no way we thought he would get to
our 1,000
10
show.
shows.
We did a show from Dave and Buster's for our 1,000 show.
I
What
couldn't believe they ever gave him one show.
What are you guys doing for the 1,000th episode?
Yep. So my producer has it as a surprise for me. He's reached out to a bunch of guests we've had on the show. He's got some cool liners. He's got some rants he wants to bring up, and we're going to try to, serve the AWOD Army here on the 1,000 show today on AWOD Radio. JP, I got something for you, though. I've been listening to the show, and Sonny Styles has given me restored faith.
That's what's the name of the book again?
Faith Restored.
Faith Restored. Okay, gotcha.
Just swap the title.
All right,
good for you.
But it's not Jaden; it's Sonny Styles.
It's Sonny Styles. It's the middle of that midfield, and I can't believe you guys aren't joning on Draven Valdez. After years, you joned on me for going out to Pamplona, and I talked about all the annoying old guys that tried to buy me drinks. That's Draven Valdez this weekend.
They're now the old guys.
That is the same address.
Are you gonna?
Somehow you guys have been on air for 30 years, and I made you laugh harder today than you have in 30 years. It's all about the 1,000th show.
So is he doing his special show today?
Yes, today's show 1,000.
Got all the guests on.
Yeah. All right.
All the bits.
So how many years has it taken to get to 1,000? Like for us, it was 5 years. It was right around 5 years, right? Have you been doing 5 years at Richmond?
We're past 4 years and about a month and a half now. Yeah.
We should have done co-anniversary parties with Adam.
With Adam.
Yeah.
Adam, why didn't you join us in Dewey Beach? That would have been perfect for you.
Probably working.
I was butt sized to come, but I was on air Friday, then Saturday, and then Monday filling in for B. Mitch and Finley. So I am committed to coming next year. I mean, I had FOMO. I had unbelievable FOMO, so I'm in on next year.
Are you still living with your girl?
I am. She gets so psyched.
Somebody sent me a picture of you. I don't know. I think you put it out maybe on the tarps off day. Like
How
you were.
was it?
He just, he's letting himself go so much.
Big fatty.
Oh, come on. That picture was shoulders up for a reason, EB. How can you tell me I looked fat in that photo? You're probably talking about my intern.
No,
Adam, you
He's
look
judging
terrible.
it on your face.
I mean, are you aware that you're kind of letting yourself go?
No, I think I just need a clean shave and a haircut, and I'll be back to looking silly again.
You should do your anniversary show from Dewey Beach.
Nice one, Draft. Well done. Well timed.
That was a good one.
So what are you doing? Like, what is your habit like? Like, do you make your own meal? Does your girlfriend make meals for you? Like, are you eating fast food every day?
Fried foods. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
No, I have become an expert at the air fryer. The best air fryer you will find in this country
it's
is
hard
AWOD.
to air fry food. You stick
just
it
stick
in
it in there and you turn it on.
Take it out.
I'm guessing, too, you're an expert at free food to the radio station.
It's hard to mess it up in the air fryer. It's hard to mess it up.
So what do you put in there?
I've done chicken. I've done burgers. I've done
Twinkies?
pasta. I've done 100 different things.
Yeah. All right.
Fries.
Are you exercising?
I'm playing pickleball. Yeah, I'm out there. I'm the pickleballer.
So that's
really?
kinda.
Are you good?
Did we know? Like, remember, he always thought he was a tennis player.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I guarantee I could beat all the junkies, probably blindfolded. Probably blindfolded.
Probably not, but sure.
Sad to say he beat
you
me.
guys want to know my silly take about the NBA right now?
Not really.
Sure, I'm sure you're going to give it to us.
Go ahead.
When Victor Wembanyama pushed Jalen Brunson, that signaled a change in his career, a turning point. He is now the French green bean, and he will be hated around this country. That was a turning point in his career. He went from a future GOAT to a guy that is a villain of the NBA, the damn French green bean.
French
All right.
green bean. Okay. That name's going to stay.
And why would you say
Go with
string? Why would you say
bean.
string
I
bean
know.
since he's skinny?
What is he doing?
You know he doesn't know vegetables.
String bean.
Yes, put a string bean in the air fryer.
Hey, you're a DeBonsa guy. I learned that yesterday. Convince EB why DeBonsa over Peterson.
DeBonsa is a walking bucket. He's going to put the ball in the basket quicker than anybody else. He's going to score more points as a rookie than we've seen a rookie score in a season. He's going to outdo what Cooper Flagg did. He's going to be the leading scorer as a sophomore, and then third year he'll be MVP in this league. We cannot miss out on the next LeBron James, Tracy McGrady, Kevin Durant, all in one. I mean, this guy, EB, I don't think you understand how easy it is for him to score. He can score on anybody around the country, and that's why he made BYU a top 20 team and had them in the NCAA tournament. BYU! Bunch of Mormons and A.J. DeBonsa dunking on everybody.
They're more than
it
just
was
Mormons,
must-watch
but-
television.
He's trying to convince you there, EB.
No, DeBonsa's going to be great. I don't have any doubt that he's going to be great.
EB's not getting off Peterson, though.
No, listen, I think it's close. And I'll be honest with you, I would be scared to make the pick. I would be scared
Right.
to
Well,
make
that's
the
the
pick.
answer right there, is that a lot of GMs are scared to pick Peterson. That's the red flag right there. If you're even hesitating, you know he's not the answer.
It's just because he's a little smaller.
Well, I think he's going to go 2, so I don't think they're going to be too scared to take him.
I mean, he's going to be a great player in the league. I think
he might go
gonna
1.
Be,
Who
they're
knows?
both going to be great players. I would just hope we get the better one of the two.
I know all the fat offensive linemen in my high school offered me creatine every single day. I don't like creatine. I don't like creatine users. It's for losers.
It's basically come out as like a must-have supplement that like everyone should take. It's like great for your brain. It's great for everything.
I find it funny that AWOD's calling a guy with like a 38-inch vertical leap a loser.
Right. All right, Adam, congratulations, buddy.
Have a good one today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Let me know when you're coming to Richmond.
All right, we will.
I'll be driving straight through it in about 2 months on my way to South Carolina.
South Kakalaki.
Yeah, won't be stopping there. I'll
Trav
see
and
you.
I were there for his football fest before the season.
Yeah.
He does a good job. You got to give the kid credit. He's another one of the junkies, young prodigies.
1,000
He's
shows.
off the Junks tree.
Off the junks tree.
The Junks coaching tree.
I quit keeping track. For about 1,000 shows, I kept track of every guest that was on the show and all that.
That's maniacal what you were doing, yeah. Now you have a normal life. You don't have to do that.
I would guess we're at about 6.
6,000
Maybe closing in on
shows?
7.
I have no idea.
Maybe closing in on 7. But there's no way. There's really no way to know at this point. But 30 years.
All right, Mr.
We
Bickle.
haven't even talked about the hoop game today.
I know. It's a
We
big
haven't
one.
talked about it.
It's a big one.
By the way, just make your pick.
That means that
Make your pick tonight. Who's winning tonight?
Knicks.
Knicks.
I think the Knicks are going to win.
I
too.
think the Spurs are going to win. I think
All right.
That'll be
it's
more
changed.
fun.
I think it's changed.
I'll find out tomorrow at about 3:30.
All right, we got to get out of here for Bish Bucks Cake. CB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley right here on The Fan.
Washington needed only 11 pitches to jump out to a quick lead in yesterday's 6-3 win over the San Francisco Giants. James Woods' simmering single to left field, followed by Luis Garcia Jr.'s laser of a home run over the right field fence, tallied up the Nationals' 52nd and 53rd first-inning runs, which leads Major League Baseball. The Nationals secured a 5th consecutive road series win for the first time since 2014, and now they have the opportunity to sweep the Giants today. Over in the NHL, Jordan Staal's second goal of the night in the third period was the difference as the Carolina Hurricanes did enough to even up the series with a 5-3 win over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 4. The Carolina captain has 5 goals this series, including at least one in all 4 games. He is the first player to score in each of the first 4 games of a Stanley Cup final since Mike Bossy did it with the Islanders back in 1982. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, what up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We got some rain today, B. I feel like camera would tell us we needed it.
Yeah. It was a lot at my house.
It was pouring early.
Wish I had known it was going to be raining all night. I wouldn't have been filling that damn pool up with water.
How often do you have to? I mean, you fill it up.
They just opened it.
Oh, you just opened it.
They opened it, what's the day?
The 10th.
So they opened it on Monday. And he was like, you got to just let it run a little bit to get over the skimmers. And the rain rolled in last night. It's way over the skimmers now.
I bet.
So,
it felt like it was going to rain like all last evening. I thought there was going to be storms, and they never really hit. Probably, I assume it hit once I went to bed.
Mm-hmm.
But, on a kind of crappy rainy day, I was expecting the ride in to be awful, but it was like kind of manageable.
Yeah,
it was on the low end of awful.
I'll take that.
It was like a standard, why does this take so long, rather than a punch the steering wheel
I actually
scream.
rolled on in better today than I do on some days when it's not raining.
Me too.
Yeah.
I kept waiting for the choke points to choke, and we were breathing.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a pleasant drive. It also cannot be. But today wasn't that crazy. I did have a thought because I was texting with my cousins. My Scottish cousins are all going up to Boston for the World Cup.
Okay.
Scotland plays Haiti, and then Scotland plays Morocco. This is our quick Scotland World Cup minute here. He was telling me that basically Scotland versus Haiti is the Super Bowl for Scotland because
really,
well, if you look at the way the qualifying works, Scotland probably going to lose to Brazil. I feel like we all feel kind of comfortable in that, right? And then Morocco is really good too. I think Morocco went on like a deep run in the last World Cup. So Scotland has to beat Haiti to have a chance at advancing.
Okay.
Because if they can beat Haiti and then maybe get a tie with Morocco or Brazil, all of a sudden you're in shouting distance.
What are the odds on that one?
I don't know. I
figure you would know.
I got to be honest. I don't know the Scotland Haiti. You can find that for me, Dub B. Let's see. I'm going to guess Scotland's a favorite over Haiti.
Okay.
I don't know, but I wonder, and I don't know this because there's 64 teams, and Lord knows there's things I don't know about the world.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a less populous matchup between two countries in the World Cup than Scotland playing Haiti? We're talking about two pretty small island nations.
I don't know.
That's got to be among the smallest.
Hey, I will not try to sit up here and act like I am the brains behind the World Cup. I will be at be watching it.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got odds for me?
I'm going
Scotland
Friday
versus
night.
Haiti. Saturday night. I'll be watching.
Friday night I'll be watching. The
Scotland
U.S.
is minus 185 on the money line.
All right. So they're a favorite.
All right.
Not an overwhelming favorite, but they're a favorite. That's good. Got to beat Haiti. So that's where we start. But my bigger thought was...
Yeah, Jay, I'm about to go against you, man. My grandfather is part Haitian now.
Uh-oh. We running it back, Scotland versus Haiti?
The rivalry nobody knew about.
Man. Our grandfather was dark skinned with blue eyes. Boy, I was like, woo, dog. The ladies liked him,
Who's
boy.
dad?
My mom's dad.
Oh, that's funny.
My grandmother say, "Them damn eyes gonna get him in trouble."
Boy, Brian, I don't know that you can find this. This is an incredibly inane thing to find. Find the smallest countries playing each other.
So Curacao plays the Ivory Coast. I don't know if that would.
That'd probably be smaller.
I think Ivory Coast is a little larger of like the actual geography of the Ivory Coast. It's a bigger nation, I believe. Again, could be wrong, but like I think you could.
Scotland got like a lot of people in these like towns though.
Glasgow's a big city.
Yeah,
Glasgow's a legit big city. But I think you could put like the geographic mass of Scotland and Haiti into the Ivory Coast.
Like probably put them into Texas.
Yeah, certainly into Texas. This is I got Ivory Coast roughly. Now I don't know the population of it, but it seems about the size of like Arizona. That's my extremely rough geography. But again, my greater point with the World Cup, because it's here, right? Like it starts Friday, and the games are finally here, and you and I aren't going to pretend that we are going to. Once the games are on television, and certainly once it gets into the knockout rounds, I'm interested. Like I will watch. The
Ivory Coast have 31 million people.
Okay,
31,934,280.
Scotland has 5
million.
Yeah. Wow. All right. What does Haiti have? Haiti's population 12. So combined, we're looking at 17 million people between Haiti and Scotland.
Yeah.
So that's smaller than the Ivory Coast off the break.
Right, yeah.
Now Curaçao's probably way smaller, but
you're already losing to one of the teams.
Dog. Do you know what this is incredible that they made the World Cup. Credit to Curaçao.
What's their population?
Guess.
100,000, 200,000.
158,000 people.
Damn.
That is crazy. They deserve real credit. And I know they changed the rules and there's more teams making it, but to hell with that. They have 160,000 people who were able to qualify for a World Cup. Credit to you, Curaçao.
I mean, they got some athletic folks in that town.
Sure.
That area.
Now, again, what I have realized this morning, driving downtown, and I'm not here for the blame game and how and why. It's a bummer we don't have World Cup games.
Oh, you're right about that.
It's a bummer, dude. I remember.
So it's none here at all.
Period. Wow. No Baltimore, no nothing.
Yeah, Deshaun was asking me something about Northwest State. I said, I don't think they're going to have no games there.
So
they had one of the friendlies or something going on before.
They had the France-Columbia.
Yeah,
remember we got the T-shirts and everything?
Yeah.
And I don't want to play the blame game because the people involved now are doing plenty that when the Women's World Cup comes to town in 2031, whenever that is, I believe it's 2031, I bet there will certainly be games here. But it's just, this is the capital of the country.
Yeah.
There should always, if there's a world event, there should be games here.
Yeah.
And
you're right.
It's just a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, LA, Miami, Meadowlands, Philly, San Fran, and Seattle. Now, I don't know who DC should bump off, but they should bump somebody off.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of sucks because I was thinking about this when I was a kid. When was the last World Cup here? 94, I want to say. Does that sound right? 96? No, 96 was the Atlanta Olympics. I want to say 94. I think Italy won. I could be wrong on that. But they had games at RFK. And I actually weirdly went to a game in Orlando. I saw the one World Cup game I've ever seen, Brian, is arguably the most boring game in history.
Who was it?
Belgium versus Morocco. I have a lot of ties to Morocco, apparently.
What score?
1-0. Dude scored in like the second minute of the game. And this was before. Now they have that goal differential rule, so teams keep trying to score. But back then they didn't have it, so then they just played defense. They just like kicked the ball back and forth with the goalie the entire game, and it was 2,000 degrees
Brazil
in Orlando.
played Italy's. Brian said.
Who won it? Brazil?
Yeah, Brazil won it 3-2 in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, I remember that. That was cool. That's very cool. So I'm excited for the World Cup to start. I just don't know that it just is a bummer that neither of this is here. Like something should be here. So that said, That's your World Cup preview from B. Mitch and Finley. I did get invited. I was thinking about this. I don't know if the boys in there will put up $20 a man, but you and I could maybe front some of this. I got invited to a World Cup pool, and I don't really know much, but I like gambling. I know that much.
Well, if you don't know much, that's the first thing to not do when it's gambling.
So we have to pick the 2 teams to advance from every group, and then we have to pick the winner, the team, and the dude that scores the most goals. So it's kind of.
I think in this situation, I'm not listening to you, Brian. Can you help us with this? JP just said he don't know much, but he want to gamble.
Yeah, there's also 8 third-place teams that are advancing. So are you just? It doesn't take into account that.
See, he know everything.
The pool is.
I'm gonna start calling him the sports Bible.
Which 2 teams will finish first and second in each group? So it's not necessarily advancing; it's who finishes first and second.
Okay.
Also, you said 8 third-place teams advance.
Yes.
Gives us more hope for Scotland. Maybe the Haiti game ain't the Super Bowl. Maybe all the games matter. How should the U.S. advance? How are we feeling about our boys?
The U.S. is favored to win the group, slightly over Turkey.
Really? So the U.S.
I guarantee I get a text from somebody that says the U.S. is favored over Turkey.
The U.S. group is U.S., Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. I like our chances. I was listening to
I get a text every day when we talk about everything,
especially Turkey.
This dude from Turkey. I know I'm about to get a damn text now.
So I was listening to Sebastian Salazar with the Junks yesterday, and he was saying Paraguay just lost like their leading scorer. So that's good news for us.
They did in their last friendly.
And I watched some of the U.S. Germany game. That last weekend was their last friendly. U.S. looked good. Like I assume Germany's a higher caliber team, and the U.S. more than held their own. They lost 2-1, but it was like a good game.
Yeah, the U.S. attack is very good. Our goalie kind of stinks, and our defense isn't great, but the one guy's been hurt, and he's coming back, Chris Richards.
The U.S. having a bad goalie is crazy to me because we've always had good goalies, and kids here grow up using their hands. We should have good goalies. Like, we are a hand-eye coordination country. The rest of these countries are into foot-eye coordination. We should have good goalies. Damn it. It's also going to be funny. Like, some of these teams will be totally fine, but how do you think Sweden is going to handle playing in Kansas City in July? It's 94
it's going to be hell for them.
80% humidity.
It's going to be hell for them.
Dude, the team, like, when France has to go play in Miami in the summer, I don't know what teams are what. I also read there's a very good chance, B, that if the U.S. and Iran advance, the way the schedule works out, the U.S. would play Iran in a knockout stage game. That might get a little intense.
Oh, it will.
There's some tensions of boiling
It will.
in that rivalry. All right, I don't know if we're going to do this pool. Now, that was all enjoyable conversation. I look forward to watching Knicks Spurs Game 4 tonight. There's a lot of enjoyable things going on in the sports calendar. Nats had a big win last night. Stallion tells me, and I'm going to confirm this because he's kind of a moron, but Stallion tells me that if the season ended today, and we recognize it doesn't, the Nats are a wild card team, which is really cool. They are tied with the Diamondbacks and the Padres it's all based on winning percentage. The Nats, again, 2 games over 500, 35-33. They're only 1 game back of the Phillies, or a game and a half, I guess, because of different games played. But this Nats season is remarkable. At some point, and I know what we're about to do. I know what we need to do, Ryan, so you don't have to yell at me. I know what we need to do as I'm going to transition. At some point, I want to open the phones for a C.J. Abrams conversation because I again think you don't have a baseball. The case for the baseball decision is easy. The case for how the fans are going to react with the C.J. Abrams potential trade is not easy. Mm-hmm. But speaking of things that are not easy, Brian, Brandon Ayuk had another video. And this one, let's let Brandon Ayuk speak in his own words. This is Brandon Ayuk's latest post to Instagram last night.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they pay me $50 million in 8 months. And they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they sales for real. Niggas,
In the
That's not the full
2026.
yes. Yes.
Okay. He's supposed to be on a new team in 2026. But you know what? It's to the point now where I'm at the point where I don't want to talk about it until a move is made. And listen, I understand stuff keep popping up, but we'll have to discuss everything that pops up.
I want to open the phones because I wonder 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. So this is now three posts in the last 4 days.
Is he getting a little desperate?
One, is he getting desperate? But I also wonder, for him to come out and say how stupid the Niners are for paying him and that he's going to be on a new team anyway. Like, I just wonder if the tide is turning on how much fans want him. Like, if all of this is starting to change the out. Like, think about the people we had calling yesterday. It was probably a 50-50 split.
Yeah, it's some people won't be changed at all.
But I wonder if some will.
I think the people that don't want him, don't want him. People that want him, want him. And I think the people that want him are going to want him even more because now they're going to start feeling like the 49ers are solely the reason why he's not being released.
Totally. I think I think Brandon Ayuk is only hurting himself as these things continue. Like, if I was advising him, and clearly I'm not, and I'm not sure who is, frankly, but like, you don't need to do this to force your way out. You just have to show up. And it's like, it almost seems like it's this crazy pride, ego. He hates them so much, whatever it is, that he won't just go to the facility and show up. Like, you don't need this. You don't need Instagram videos. All you have to do is walk in that building, go to your locker, put on a uniform, come out to practice. Because they are not going to support that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
because they don't want him to come there and get hurt there.
Right. Dude, if he gets hurt, changes everything. Then you're paying him, and he's on your roster. And you know what? It's a tricky thing to get hurt. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. Yo, B, you could hurt your back, and that's hard to diagnose.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You can get a headache. You know what I mean?
Concussion.
Like
trip in practice, fall in your face. Hey.
We can argue who has the leverage in this situation, but his leverage remains proving that he could go and show up for work.
Just showing up and being there. Because if you show up and you're hurt, you can't practice. But if you show up, they got to make a move.
Let's hear it one more time. Brandon Ayuk's latest Instagram post.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they pay me $50 million in 8 months. And they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
But my question would be this, though, Jay, and I ask this. If he were to come, if he had played how he was capable of playing, would that have been a stupid move for them to pay him? No. When they paid him, it was the right move. So I don't understand that point there. Like, yeah, right now, everybody can have revisionist history and say what they think. But the ultimate thing is, I think if you're saying they were stupid for paying you, then were you not healthy at the time when they paid you? Was something wrong? You tried to already make your mind up?
Like, to say they're stupid for paying you, aren't you undercutting your own value? Or are you like, is there like a tacit acknowledgement that you tricked them?
Will you make other people start thinking, should we bring this guy in or not?
That's what I wonder.
Yeah.
Josh is in Greenville. Josh, kick us off, man. We're going to do some calls. Does all this drama with Brandon Ayuk impact your desire or not desire to bring him to Washington?
Hey, guys. Thank y'all for taking my call. But I just wanted to say we've had zero depth over the past 5, 6, 7 years. I watched Robbie Anderson run a stop and go in 2026 for my team. I think signing him for a 1 year prove it deal doesn't change much. If anything, if he's a nutcase, he's here for a year. We've got Jaden for I don't know how long, but as long as he wants to be here. But I just think it's a no-brainer to sign Ayuk with the wide receiver rooms we've watched over the past 5, 6, 7 years.
See, I tell you, those who want him are not going to be phased, dude.
Thank you for the
You're
call,
talking to
Josh.
sports fans, bro.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, bro.
Sports fans make their mind up before anything really, no matter what truth come out or what information come out, they already made their minds up.
Brandon Ayuk keeps posting. Does it impact your desire to have him play in the burgundy and gold? Taking your calls next.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team. This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Jordan Stahl answered for the Hurricanes with his second goal of the night in the third period, putting Carolina ahead for good in the Hurricanes' 5-3 win. With the victory, they tie up the Stanley Cup Final 2 games apiece, with the series headed back to Raleigh for Game 5. Over in Major League Baseball, Luis Garcia Jr. hit the 11th pitch of the ballgame for a 2-run homer. James Wood had 3 hits and scored twice, and the Washington Nationals made it 2 straight wins over the San Francisco Giants with a 6-3 victory. Now, can they get a road sweep today? Well, first pitch is 3:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Cat 5-Star Sports Desk, Sedana McCann on The Fan.
.1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube chat. Can we post a poll in the YouTube chat? Because let's do that on Ayuk. I'd be curious what those lunatics think. One thing I do have to tell you about, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, B.
It ain't right.
Speaking of Rude, Brandon Ayuk posted on Instagram with a very direct message towards the San Francisco 49ers.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months. And then voided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
Brandon Ayuk weighed in. Brandon Ayuk has now posted about 4 things in the last 5 days or so.
But I asked this question, Jay, real quick, though.
Yeah.
When you get out and you start bashing them, do they have any reason to let you go any sooner now? Or do they hunker down and say, I'm okay, we're going to have a pissing match, let's go with it, brother. We can wait longer.
time is on their side.
Yes.
And the way to force his way out is to go.
Kill him with kindness. Show up to practice. So, hey, Kyle, what you need me to do right now? Listen, if it were me, he'd have released me a while ago. Because I'd have been right next to him. You want people to be your friend? I'd have been right sitting next to him.
You would have.
Oh, dog. Hey, I would have irritated the living stuff out of him. You know what I'm saying? Right. You got to find a way. The way you're going right now doesn't make them move. You got to adjust that. You got to have a plan of attack.
Let's hit these phones. Jeremiah is in Fairfax. Jerry, what do you think about the latest Brandon Ayuk news?
How y'all doing? Thank you for taking my call. So I'm gonna put it this way, and I am not a Commanders fan, so I hope this is an unbiased take on how I see the situation. But there's 2 points I want to make. First, we'll get to the non-football stuff, I guess. People forget, before Brandon Ayuk's injury in 2024, he played 7 games, had 25 catches for no touchdowns and 375 yards. Even in his last seen performance on the field, he wasn't knocking anyone's socks off, you know? And before that season, people forget, he requested a trade because he wanted a contract extension. And it wasn't a normal holdout, it's just professional player trying to get it. No, he was causing drama trying to get this contract extension. Got it 2 months later, tears his ACL and MCL, and then refuses to cooperate or rehab or do any of that. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. People forget, this is not the wide receiver one, all pro. Like, people are getting a little bit of recency bias because we need a receiver in Washington. I get it. But the other thing I'm going to say is just because you're thirsty, you don't grab the first thing you see and drink it. It could be toxic. And that's exactly what I think about Ayuk. He was never the craziest receiver in the NFL. It seems like he's just an unhappy guy. He was unhappy before the injury, before he got a contract. He's just a grump. So stay away from Ayuk. That's my 2 cents on the situation. Have a good day.
Thanks, bud. I may have an even hotter take. Why are we all so convinced they need to add another receiver?
Because nobody has a name. So, listen, people care about names. They don't care about growing into something. They got to realize every guy that is now considered the best didn't walk in here as the best. Those guys had to work into it. They built something. You give guys a little time to show it. Everybody that steps into your team is not going to hit the ground running. They need a little time. We'll see.
Let's hit Mark is in Largo. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's up, guys? Clearly, Brandon is he needs help. He clearly needs help. And I want to say that first and foremost. Mental health is definitely something that we need to be concerned about with him. That being said, I do think if I was the Commanders, they need to leak out, because if they are leaking that they're interested, that's borderline tampering. They need to leak out that they're not interested, just so because I don't know about you guys, but don't you think that people in OTAs are getting tired of answering questions about a person that's not on their team?
Yeah, they get tired of answering questions about people on their team, to be honest with you.
Well, that's true, too. I would agree with that. But I do think that, they need to put out that they need to go in a different direction. Now, JP, I do agree with you. I do think they do have what it takes to make it over here with the receiving core they have now. I'm surprised I haven't heard anything about Chris Hilton out there, but I'm hearing about Jaden Bradley and how he's becoming a superstar out there. So I guess that's a good thing.
Mark, I would chill with the superstar, but yes.
Okay. Well, point taken. But I do kind of agree with you on that. It's just like with the NBA, man. I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about with the NBA. Here's a good example. Everyone talks about the Wizards should go get Darren Peterson because he's this and this and that. And I'm sitting there just saying, well, you got a Darren Peterson on your team and Trey Johnson, who's a much better shooter and taller and bigger, but because he's the new flavor of the month, Brian, you know what I'm talking about? The new card that we see, he looks better than the one we have. But in essence, if you just mold the one that you have, you can have something that can go with that. But I do think we need to take it. This brother needs some help, man. He really does. And Someone needs to talk to him. Someone, because this is he needs some help. He needs some help. Oh, he does. Man. He does.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Help. Later, bro.
Man, I don't know enough to say he needs some help. The behavior is certainly erratic. And I just think there are this like the Instagram nonsense has become fairly normal in NFL contract discourse.
In everything.
Where a player will take down everything that with a certain team or whatever. Like, I think we have to remind ourselves, because the Commanders are in the center of the storm on this one, it feels like everything is a far bigger deal. But this isn't that unusual, but it is still pretty damn unusual, B.
Yeah. It's the new age of what people do, but you know what, man? It hadn't hit for me yet.
I'm with you. Let's go.
I'm going to fight it as long as I can.
Let's go to Toothpick. What's up, Pick?
Pick, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up? I appreciate y'all for taking my call, man. Thank you. B, no offense to you, right? And I'm just saying, I agree with what you said. A lot of these players, we didn't know who they were. Like when you got drafted, no one knew that you were going to wind up being the top 10 in all return yards for the NFL. We didn't know that about you.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Brandon Ayuk, I'm tired of talking about this man. He's not on our team. We might as well talk about Justin Jefferson. Just because he keeps spitting out the name of the Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels is his best friend, that don't mean we got to talk about him. That don't mean we got to pay this dude any attention. Until the front office says, we just signed Brandon Ayuk, I don't even want to talk about him. Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Pick.
All right, bro.
I get that viewpoint. Let's go to Russ is in Charlestown. Russ, where you at with the latest from BA?
I just think it's a young man that, is getting attacked by an organization for things, and he's handling it in his generation out online and all that. And I think the best thing for him to do is listen to what y'all were saying yesterday, and like D-Mitch said, how about shut up and show up? Shut up and show up. I mean, and get under his skin. Now, I got to say this. Them Shanahans, they get on my last nerve. The shenanigans of the Shanahans and the way they're doing it is why this fella's responding the way he does. Now, I think, like Jaden's a good dude, man. And this guy probably ain't that bad, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's made some mistakes because he's young.
Russ, can I ask you this? What specifically have the Niners done to Ayuk?
No, I do not know that. That's a great point, JP.
I'm not saying they're blameless. I'm sure they've done some stuff.
Like Mike Shanahan with the Raiders. There's always been some drama with Griffith and Cousins and all this stuff. And them damn Shanahan, man. Look, if they get mad at you, then you're gonna have to pay the price. I'm on the player's side. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fair. Appreciate the call, man. Listen, if you're on hold, stay there. Chuck, Drew, Joe, Tay, everybody. If you're on hold, stay there. We're coming right back, taking your calls. What do we make of the latest Brandon Ayuk video? And at what point do we have Brandon Ayuk Instagram video fatigue? It's B. Mitch and Finley. JP Finley here to tell you about my experience with Closets by Design. They came to my house. We did a free in-home consultation, and the designer was wonderful. She worked with my wife on exactly what Lauren wanted for her bedroom closet. They changed some stuff around. They gave her flexibility. She could put shelving in, or she could hang clothes depending on the season. I got to be honest, I don't think about different seasons with my closet, but these people do, and it helped a ton. They were able to create different space for sweaters, different space for dresses. All I wanted was my wife to be happy with the closet, and that's what Closets by Design delivered. We also redid the coat closet downstairs. That was huge because now my kids have their own little space where they can hang up their jackets and their raincoats. Just working with Closets by Design really, really helped out at my house. And they can do way more than closets. They can redo your garage, office, laundry rooms. They could do a homemade built-in bookcases, whatever it is you need, hit them up. ClosetsByDesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. Closets by Design even offers deferred interest financing with approved credit. Check them out. Been great for my family. ClosetsByDesign.com. All right, folks, exciting news coming up at 11:30. We're giving away Dave Matthews Band tickets, DMB and the DMV. That's always a fun show. I probably went to my first Dave show. I was like 14 years old. They're still doing it, man. So if you want to win Dave Matthews tickets, you better be listening at 11:30. Right now, we're having this Brandon Ayuk discussion. He continues to post stuff on social. The latest post is pretty aggressive, frankly, calling the Niners stupid for signing him, letting him get all his cash, and then walk away. It's also confusing because he's talking about 2027. I assume he means 26, or he thinks he'll be forced to sit this year out. I kind of doubt that. I got this tweet from Fat Poet. I thought this was pretty good. For all the P1s out there, everybody knows Mark in Largo is a passionate sports fan, a passionate caller. Fat Poet tweeted me, he said, Brandon Ayuk has done one of the best things I didn't think was possible. He made Mark in Largo speechless. This is pretty funny. Let's go to Robert in D.C. What's up, Rob?
It's also confusing because he's talking about 2027.
Yeah, turn that radio down, Rob. Put you on hold, and I'm scolding the stallion. Let's go to Joe in Rockville. Joe, what up, man?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Phillies? How you guys doing?
We're good, buddy. How are you?
All right, long time no talk. Anyhow, I hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah,
hey,
we're good,
listen,
buddy.
I think they should not be in the sweepstakes for him at all. Bottom line is, I really feel sorry for the kid. I mean, there's nobody going to this kid telling him, hey, what you're doing is counterproductive to your cause, and this is not helping you. And I'm just amazed that there's no teammates or friends or anybody who's just counseling this kid, and it's just a level of ignorance that really surprised me. But they always say, just because you have money don't mean you're at class. Anyhow, you guys can take it over.
Thanks, Joe. Good call. Dude, you know what
What if somebody might be trying to say, hey, man, just don't do that. Chill out. You know, I don't think no one has tried to say nothing, but the person that's doing or needs the help has to understand they need it sometimes. You can't force nobody to do anything.
We've worked with a lot of various people at this station on this show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a former this is going way back. There's a former producer here that struggled with sobriety and then eventually got sober. And I believe now he's like probably 10 years sober, something like that. And there's another dude we used to work with that you and I wanted to help with different issues. And I remember talking to him. He's like, you can't help people that don't want help. And that's always resonated with me. And what Joe said there, and again, I don't know Brandon Ayuk. I have no idea if he needs help. Maybe he's completely rational and logical, and this is part of his plan to get released. Like, it's certainly possible. I think people just assume mental health all the time, and I think that's an unfair assumption. But what Joe said there reminded me, getting to sit and work and become friends with David Aldridge is one of the pleasures of my life. And I remember a question DA asked in a presser that has always stuck with me. And he asked, I believe it was Terry McLaurin after he signed his first big contract. So we're going back to whatever that was, 22. And he said, Terry, who do you have in your life that tells you the truth, even when you don't want to hear it? People need that. You need someone that is a truth teller to you, whether you want to hear it or not. I don't know if BA has that. I don't know if he doesn't.
I just tell people, do this little test right now. Go back and think about the teachers you had when you were younger. The ones that were hard on you and the ones that were super easy on you. If you've reached a level now and you look back, who do you really think? The ones that were easy, the ones that were hard?
Totally.
You need somebody to be able to tell you that your ish don't stink.
Totally. Let's go to Jaden in Pennsylvania. What's up, Jay? Jaden, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Can you
bud.
guys hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I wonder what you guys think about this, too. It seems like Adam Peters in the drafts a certain type of personality, but then, like, for big moves, he kind of, like, goes the other way. Like, he traded for Marshawn Lattimore, traded for Laremy Tunsil, even though Laremy Tunsil's good, but there were some concerns in Houston with him kind of as a leader and stuff. And now with Ayuk. So it's like he kind of switches the dial when it comes to big moves, but like with smaller free agent transactions and the draft, he's all like for a certain type of guys. But I think it's to his detriment. I mean, when you miss on that many draft picks, now you're kind of in a bind. Like good teams like the Eagles, the Niners, the Rams, when they hit on all their, well, the Niners not so much, but like the Rams, when they hit on their draft picks, you don't have to bend the knee for these weird moves. But like he's missed so much where it's like now you're kind of stuck, and we kind of do need another weapon.
The only
He
clear
didn't miss on Tunsil. By no stretch.
Lattimore's a clear miss. Tunsil's a clear hit. Debo, I think for the comp for a fifth, I don't think that's a miss.
That wasn't a miss.
But I do hear what he's saying in that the guys they draft are like team captain types. Like, I mean, and not just the first round picks, but like you think about kind of the leadership character of these draft picks, because I've gotten to know them. They're all like these very standout dudes. And maybe BA is, and he's just in this miserable contract cycle. But
He's in a situation now where he's desperate at this point. But ultimately,
I don't think he's going about it the
let's
right
be
way.
real.
But
we said every time, if you can play ball,
yeah,
you're gonna end up on a damn football on a team.
Totally.
So some guys may have a little strike, but they've already proven how damn good they can be. You're willing to risk that. But those that aren't, you got to go and get the best character guy.
Chuck's in Chantilly. What up, Chuck?
Hello. Thank y'all for taking my call. And I guess I'm a parakeet with a few other people said. They said, "Hey, I hope to God he never comes to Washington." But I think that dude really do need some help. I'm at a point now where it wouldn't surprise me if he showed down in that back.
That's completely. That doesn't make any sense. Let's strike that from the record. Like, that is not a comparison whatsoever. That's very, very different and not relevant. So we're shutting that down immediately, right? Like, that was crazy.
Crazy, but anything can happen when people are desperate out. I'm just saying.
B. Mitch and Finley, if you're on hold, stay there. I do want to have a conversation about this Jaden Daniels clip that's circulating online that I think people are overreacting to say the least. B. Mitch and Finley.
Victor Wembanyama was not called for a foul when he shoved New York Knicks guard Jalen Brunson in the first quarter of Monday's Game 3 of the 2026 NBA Finals, and he reportedly wasn't given a flagrant upgrade either. ESPN is reporting that the NBA decided not to upgrade the incident to a flagrant foul upon review. That means the San Antonio Spurs star will remain at 2 flagrant foul points for the postseason ahead of tonight's Game 4. Jordan Stahl had 2 goals, including an iconic one where he scored falling onto the ice, and Carolina's hopping back on their plane to Raleigh with the Stanley Cup final tied up at 2 wins apiece over the Vegas Golden Knights after a 5-3 victory. And the Nationals got a 6-3 win over the Giants yesterday. They're going for a sweep today right here on 106.7 The Fan, 3:45 p.m. Tune in to listen live. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
My hitter.
Lot of conversation, man. A lot of conversation about Brandon Ayuk's latest Instagram post calling the 49ers stupid. You talk to various people in San Fran, and the organization certainly has a role in this, but a lot of folks think Brandon Ayuk has just shut down. Like, the dude, this is how anyone gets communication from him, or these Instagram videos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what happened. It seems like nobody knows what happened. I know there are different ways to handle it than this.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, I've been in situations where I was talked about, all kind of stuff, and you do the things you need to do to put yourself in the right position. And when I was being just played along, I just called the coach directly and said, I'm on my way. When I get there, some things better had happened. They happened. I was showing up, which they didn't want me to do. So I was showing up. They let me go. He can do all the talking he wants outside of that building. Not showing up and being around, they can leave you on this left team list, and they don't have to pay you. And the longer you do that, the longer they can. And if they say, eventually you show up and they say, well, we need you to take a physical, and you fail that, they can put you on IR. You don't get paid. I mean, with you being on IR and that, they got a way of manipulating that, but they ain't going to have to pay you that whole damn salary that year neither. So what he needs to do is go now and be careful, dude.
There's 4 callers. I'm going to let them weigh in. Then I want to have this Jaden Daniels conversation. Okay? All right. Chuck is in Crofton. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, big bro, JP, what's going on?
What up, man?
Chilling, man.
What's happening? Hey, big bro, somebody want to say something to you real quick, though.
What's up, Uncle?
What's up, little Chuck? What's happening, brother?
Good.
All right, so check this out. So, and Brian, let me know. So he's been gone now for 2 years, correct? So with his inability or right now to not being able to play or have played in 2 years, is the risk worth the wait? Do we know if the guy can still actually perform at the level that we've seen him play at?
We don't know, but I think taking a chance with the proper type of contract offer, I think is worth it.
So would you also consider, and of course I don't know what's going on with that situation, but being the fact we saw Debo give us 90 catches last year, we had, we've seen Stephon Diggs, perform great the last few years. Would that be a better way to go, or
to
me, want to get younger,
yes.
I guess?
Yeah, it probably could be, but I think that, like JP mentioned many a times, that's about money. And they may not want to go to the point where Stephon is, and Stephon may eventually lower that, but right now, he had over 1,000 yards last year. He can demand a little bit more.
Thanks for the call, Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, Diggs makes more sense. period. I do not think he's washed whatsoever.
No, he's not washed.
He's not the player he was.
That comment was straight showing that you were pulling for the other guy.
Right. Tay is in D.C. What's up, Tay?
Morning, guys.
What up,
how I'm looking at this is, I just want to mind my business. This is between Ayuk and the Niners. Like, I don't think this is affecting what's going on down at Big Bear. Does Blau's scheme really need another wide receiver? I mean, he's not Cliff, who refused to move Terry around or stick to outside zone runs. I just think it's crazy. Another thing, who is this guy's agent? Is it Gomer Powell? Like, who's giving this guy advice? That's all I got for you.
Thank you, buddy. Good to hear from you, Tay. All right, Drew is in D.C. Drew, what do you make of the latest?
Hey, man, what's up, champ? Hey, Brian, I'm still smoking on them stogies, man. Keep doing your work, baby.
All right, bro. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, man, this is what I feel, man. I feel, what people don't really feel to realize, these are still young players, man, with a lot of money, and this is a part of this dude YN culture. And see, back in the day when Brian was playing and stuff, a lot of these people get their point across. They let the internet talk for them. And this is the biggest mistake. He just needs guidance, man. He's a still young kid with a lot of money. And also, even though Jayton is not in it, Jayton is in it, because every time he has a FaceTime call with Jay, he'll put it on Instagram. And my thing would be for Jay, even though he might have already said it to him, look, IU, look, we understand. I would love for us to connect again, but right now, man, you're going about it the wrong way. Just go ahead and chill, man. Get your body in the best shape ever, and let it take its course, man. But stop going live, man, because hey, they got more coins than you, man. They can make you hang around for 2 or 3 years, man, and you'll be done. Then nobody don't want you. But I just think he just needs some guidance, man. He just a YN with a yacht of money, and you can see how he talk on the interview. They stupid. He sounds like a 12-year-old kid, man. So he needs just guidance, man. Y'all keep up the good work. Stay blessed.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. It could be that simple. Guidance is what he needs.
And, do people really want Jaden to have to deal with all this? You know what I mean?
Hey, man, Jaden, like I said in the beginning, I said this a long time ago, all this stuff started up. Jaden is concerned with him. You don't need to be worrying about nobody else. Listen, there are some guys that are capable of doing that. At this point in his career, he want to get himself right. You need to be worrying about getting nobody else right.
Cliff in Delaware. What up, dude?
Hey, good morning, fellas. First and foremost, B, I want to thank you for signing my jersey down in Dewey. I appreciate it. My friends have all been talking about that. And then just to hit on this BA deal. I think the last caller, I think he was right. I think, BA needs some guidance, but I also want to put this out there. BA, I know people with that personality type. I listened to the guy y'all had on from San Francisco on Monday, and he talked about that locker room in San Francisco. And he also talked, there's a little gem in that interview, he talked about, BA was just the kind of guy who just, put his head down and went to work. People like that, like I said, I know some people like that who, when you rub them the wrong way, they're principle over everything, guys. And if you rub them the wrong way, they try to stand on principle. It don't matter if you talk to them and tell them, listen, it's a better way to do this, or maybe you should consider this or think about this. They lock it in their head that they were done wrong or this is what was done to them, and that's all they stand on. I got people like that in my family. I know people like that at the barbershop I go to, and I just shake my head sometimes. I think some of that's at play with BA.
I hear you. And he's entitled to be stubborn and prideful. That is within the rules, but I don't know that it's serving much purpose right now.
True.
I appreciate the call, Cliff.
Yeah.
I appreciate all the calls. I appreciate the conversation. I understand what a lightning rod this thing is right now, and people think there's lots of folks to blame. I think you got to look internal on a lot of this stuff and try to figure things out.
Looking for who to blame is not the way. The people involved and the person involved who has the most to lose should be trying to look for a way of getting himself out of it.
Agreed.
Whoever you blame and calling them stupid and that ain't gonna help nothing. Not right now.
Agreed. I wanted to have a different conversation. So there's a video circulating. Jeff, help us out here because you're the deep state commander man. Like, Commanders, one thing that has happened across football in the era of Madden and screen grabs is that people think they know kind of everything. And there's a 9-second video that the Commanders posted of Jaden dropping back, looking around the field, and then firing over the middle, over the linebacker, under the safeties. I would argue that that's a good call. He threw it to the spot, not where the player was, to Ben Sennett, the tight end.
Mm-hmm.
And Sennett kind of ran like it was a double move route. And you can't see enough to know exactly what the route was, but he started off and broke like it was a corner route and then broke back inside like it was a post, right?
Yep.
And folks online are perhaps saying they're concerned about Jaden going through the progressions. And this seemed to bug you, B.
It bugs the hell out of me because you get people who work with other quarterbacks who decide to put this stuff out there and want to talk about what they know based off of something they may know. But if you don't know this offense, you don't know a damn thing about what you're talking about. When I saw the play, and I'm going to tell you, I've always looked at Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. Those two guys look around the field for the ball is snapped. When the ball is snapped, they will look left or right, however they felt like doing it. And most times they will look opposite of where they were actually going to be reading. Because what do the defenders do when you look somewhere? They move that way. What I saw in that play, Jaden got the ball. He looked right, which moves the safety and that outside linebacker over. And then he came back left, and by me looking at him, looked like he looked at Sennett and he looked above Sennett, okay? Sennett did what you said. He ran a double move, and he came back, and he threw the ball exactly where that original linebacker was sitting at. There was a space there that was open up. Just because he looked right at first don't mean he was reading at first. The play was designed to come back to Sennett, which might have been a one receiver route, maybe two receivers. But when he came back, he looked at Sennett to be able to know he knew that space was there. He led him into the space, wide ass open. Who looks at that and say, oh, man, he's going by the progression wrong? If you look at most quarterbacks, you don't know what the hell the progression is because they're looking at the whole damn football field. But what I say this, and this is not to knock coaches, but coaches are great. They can tell you what to do on a regular basis and how to get to a point. But you know what they can't do? Most of them can't do what the hell they're telling you to do. Butch Harmon couldn't beat Tiger Woods. Joe Gibbs couldn't have beat me in nothing on the football field. Okay? Andy Reid's great. He's not better than Pat Mahomes, but he could tell him how to get something done. This dude who supposedly is a quarterback coach for some players, he cannot do what these quarterbacks do. He cannot touch Jaden Daniels. And all these fools that follow people that just want to run with it know what the hell is being said and know if the person is right before you say something. I played quarterback, and I know damn well I didn't just drop back and look at the 1, 2, 3 receivers I was supposed to look at. I moved the defensive players first, then I came back to make it a lot easier. That's what I was taught by a quarterback coach who wasn't better than me. But coaches are there to help you. They can't do what the hell you do because the best of the best never coach. They're playing. The ones that normally are not as good at players become great coaches. Just know that.
So Quincy Avery is the coach that commented on the Commanders video. He said, I don't know. When I see this, I probably see something different than everyone else. And what I'm seeing right here would be a bit concerning. And he responded to this dude, Smitty, who Jeff may or may not know, says the progressions are crazy. There's either a major issue with the play design not being linear or J5 isn't sure where his progressions start. Probably not a huge deal this early with a new OC, but they better fix whatever it is immediately. And listen, we're not getting into a contest. I'm not entering into a who knows more ball contest because that is one of the internet's great desires, is to determine who knows ball and who doesn't, right? All I'm going to suggest is this is a vertical video basically showing the quarterback's eyes and then a throw to a tight end.
Was the tight end open?
In 7 on this looks like 7 on 7.
Was the tight end open?
Yes.
Oh, wow. He threw it to an open receiver.
And I do think the way the route progressed, Sennett broke to the left, Jaden looked to the left, and then he's looking to his right, looks to his left as that route is progressing, and then throws it to the middle of the field where Sennett eventually ends up. My greater takeaway on all of this, let's not draw too many conclusions off a 9-second vertical clip in June. That's where I land.
But Jay, it's
like if we were
simple,
seeing the All-22 or something.
I'm gonna point to you. I'm gonna have you watch this thing. Looking right, comes back, immediately finds him, throws it to an open spot. That play was designed for Sennett the whole time. But you don't just drop back and look that way. You have to move people into spots. So he looks away from it, then he comes back, immediately finds him, and then throw the ball into an open spot. How can you say something is wrong with this? I don't listen, man. I know coaches try to make themselves better than what they are and more apt to know more than they know. I can't find nothing wrong in that. He looked, came back, found, delivered to an open spot. What's negative? You know, and like I understand. Look, people have their jobs, but one thing I know: just because you own a job in a certain position, don't mean you're 100% right all the time. And sometimes they need to be checked and called on it. Avery don't know what the hell he's talking about right here. Point blank. Because what I'm looking at is a play I ran in college. Same damn type of scheme. So if his guys never, first of all, he coaches quarterbacks. He's a quarterback coach that teaches a lot of different quarterbacks.
A real accomplishment, too.
Okay, yeah. but he teaches quarterbacks. Is he calling plays? Is he calling the offense for a college or a pro team? Hell no. So therefore, I don't want to hear what the guy, just like remember when RG3's coach was talking about this, that, and the other? Did he know this offense? Hell no. So Robert was not reading the defense and stuff right, but he say, well, everything I teach him, he does right, because you weren't teaching him how to read the damn defense. You were teaching him how to get into certain positions as a quarterback. You're teaching two different things here. So when Avery starts running the offense in the league, I might listen to him more about this. But as long as he's just getting people right, that's cool. Stick to that, bro. Don't start trying to knock somebody just because.
And I think there is some real discrepancy sometimes between the personal quarterback coaches and then the team quarterback coaches and the team offensive coordinators and the team passing game coordinators. Like that happens at times. Now, most elite quarterbacks have their own quarterbacks coach. Guys are like 14-year-olds are working with quarterback coaches.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And a lot of it is to get to the next level, to get to the Elite 11.
But it's to teach you the proper techniques. Dude, I started playing quarterback in the 8th grade. And my dad would always teach me little stuff to help me out. But you know what he always said? When you get to practice, do what the damn coach says. So all the stuff he helped me to do taught me techniques, got me into a certain mindset, but I couldn't go there and say, well, my dad said this. I had to look at it as the coach would say it and go from that. And I think that's the whole thing about it. If David Blau is happy, who gives a damn what any other personal quarterback coach has to say?
When we return, Steve Wyche, NFL Network, will join the program.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading to vacation? Adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Carolina Hurricanes captain Jordan Staal can't believe the Stanley Cup final has been this chaotic, with his team and the Vegas Golden Knights trading leads and goals throughout 4 intense games. Game 5 is headed back to Raleigh with this series all tied up 2-2 after the Hurricanes got a big victory yesterday. And there's a huge difference between 3-1 and 2-2 in the NBA Finals, and that is exactly what is at stake tonight in Game 4 between the Knicks and the Spurs. Do the Knicks pull somewhat comfortably ahead and increase their margin for error and their championship odds, or do the Spurs regain home court advantage? That's tonight at 8:30 p.m. But before that, the Washington Nationals going for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants in this 3-game series. You can listen to that live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, folks, get excited. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 4 tickets to go see Dave Matthews Band this Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. DMB at Jiffy Lube. It's going to be fun. Caller 10 right now. We are excited to now jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Steve Weish from the NFL Network. Steve, what's up, man? How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm well. How are you?
We are great, man. What's been going on with you?
Hey, man, a lot of stuff going on, but, it's football season, right? Almost. Isn't it always?
It is.
Yeah.
I did want to take a minute real quick, Steve. I know you're a proud Howard alum. We had men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney in studio last week for close to an hour, and you got a good one there, man. Just an absolute great human and clearly a really good coach.
Yeah, an awesome human being. Howard is lucky to have him. And Kenny and I go back to the point when I was a student at Howard as a part-time reporter at the Washington Post. I was actually covering Kenny in high school basketball.
Oh, wow.
So I'm dating myself, but I'm glad that we were able to get such a good coach and retain him and do some great things, like adding John Wall to be the general manager over there, and really big things are going to be continue to happening for Howard's basketball.
That's great. That's great. Well, let's talk about the NFL, the league that never sleeps, as you alluded to. What do you find this time of year? Eventually, we'll get to this Brandon Ayuk nonsense, but just kind of league wide. What are the storylines you're most locked in on?
Well, I mean, there are several, but I mean, I live in Los Angeles, and it's very hard to overlook, the Myles Garrett acquisition and the potential of Aaron Donald coming back. Because I mean, I don't think that's just hyperbole. I think there's a legit possibility, or at least that he's thinking about returning at some point. That's one. Of course, some of the new coaches, how they're going to fare. I think Washington's one. Can Jaden Daniels come back and get them back into the mix? Because he clearly covered up a lot of the warts that were there that showed up last year. Mm-hmm. So, and then Patrick Mahomes, when's he going to be back? If he's ready for week 1, that AFC West is going to be a monster, man.
Mm. I mean, the Broncos, Chargers, and then the Chiefs, if he's all the way back. And I can only imagine a Chiefs team missing the playoffs and the level of motivation going into this season. You know what I mean? Like that's a team that prides themselves on championships, not playoff appearances.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do. I mean, they've retooled that defense in a big way. They lost all those guys in the secondary, so they've got a lot of work to do. And as we know, Denver is a legit monster that could have been in the Super Bowl last year if Bo Nix didn't get hurt. So they do have a lot of work to do and a lot of things to motivate them.
Steve, all this stuff with Brandon Ayuk going on, can you make any sense of it? Do you? I mean, as a player, I'm just looking at it like, okay, look, man, show up to camp, because if you show up to camp, they're not going to keep you around because they don't want to pay you. But if you just keep posting stuff, they don't have to do anything.
They don't have to do. I think first off, I think the first thing is I don't think he's listening to anybody who's trying to tell him to calm down. Don't do this stuff. I mean, if there's any advice being given, it's not being heeded. This is not the way to go about it. The 49ers tend to handle business in the most professional way. And the fact that they have not come out and said anything about this or whatever, they do have the ability to kind of sit there and let him rot. And the thing that's not being discussed enough about this is Brandon Ayuk is he's coming off of major knee surgery, right? All things being fair and equal, he still has to prove medically that he is able to come out and play football at a high level. I mean, he tore his ACL and MCL late in 2024. So is he going to be good to go? So all of this stuff he's saying in the 49ers stance by saying, look, we don't have to do anything with you. All things being equal with that, can he come out and be a contributor to a football team? And that's something that any team that's going to potentially make a move to acquire him has to get through first.
Well, the thing I keep circling back to with it, Steve, is if he really wants to force their hand and get released, there have been plenty of opportunities to just show up to the facility and just start practicing, start running around, go to your locker. Like the lack of whether it's a lack of awareness of how to make that work or a lack of understanding to actually go do it, I find that just perplexing.
But don't forget, he's done that before in terms of when he was trying to get his deal.
Right.
When he showed up at the facility, and people are like, this is weird because he'll sit in meetings, he'll kind of do everything that wasn't physical, and while they were exchanging, contract offers and this and that, and it was very, because I was up there at times, it was very professional, but it still had a peculiar tone to it. Because I think he was going to reject the deal. And they said, you know what, I'm going to take the deal and things like that. So he understands that, if you handle things professionally, again, the Niners they work at such a high level and such a professional decorum that they will work with you. But him doing this, and if you're another team, why would you say to yourself, like, do we really want this in here? And again, guys, let's not forget the medical aspect of this.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like this team here, and I know the fans around here have already, they just see him on this roster here. Do you think it's a smart move for Washington to be trying to deal with that? And because everyone goes back to the familiarity of he and Jaden, which was 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, 2019.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I'll say, and you guys know this. And when I used to cover the NBA, the great head coach, Pat Riley, said this to me when I was covering the Miami Heat. So much depends on your locker room and your coaching staff's abilities to absorb certain personalities. And Dan Quinn is the type of coach who can absolutely absorb personalities. But can the rest of the guys on the roster, does he have such a good enough feel on the roster to say, okay, look, Terry McLaurin, all these guys can absorb him in the meeting room. Jaden Daniels, our guys on defense, Frankie Lubin, they can absorb him in the locker room. And if they can, big personalities or controversial personalities, if they've got player accountability in that locker room, not just relying on the coaches to handle that type of stuff, then that'd be a excellent acquisition for Washington if he can medically do the things that he was doing before he got hurt.
I think that remains such a large question, and I mean, I keep saying this just to illustrate how long ago this seems. He hasn't made an NFL catch since Joe Biden was president. Like, think about how long ago that seems. And maybe that's a particularly Washington viewpoint, but it's just...
That's a Washington viewpoint. And I got to tell you, for some people, that could seem like 20 years ago.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, dude, let me ask you this, because a lot of fans here are fixated on Washington has Terry McLaurin as, an A+ receiver, and then there's just a lot of fans have a ton of questions about the rest of this receiving room. When you talk around the NFL, and obviously the biggest question here, regardless of this BA's thing, is to your earlier point, can Jaden Daniels bounce back and remind the NFL he's a top 5 quarterback in the league? And part of that is, does he have the weapons? No, please.
Yeah. And look, the weaponry is significant because you're seeing more and more teams now. if they've got the 1A but don't have the 1B, they're getting themselves dual receiving threat tight end types. Right now that defenses have caught up by adding more of the Nick Emanwari, Jalen Ramsey, Trent McDuffie types of guys who can play multiple positions in the secondary, where you don't have to sub out your defensive personnel to match up with the offensive personnel. Again, you're seeing more and more teams add that third tight end. You're looking at Philadelphia up there. They draft a tight end out of Vanderbilt who's basically a big wide receiver, right? So if you don't have, that 1B type of receiver, you find defense are able to match up now. You cannot just go into a game single-handed with one great receiver unless you've just got the greatest play callers and the greatest offensive line in the NFL.
I think like last year we looked at it. Zach Ertz had played some great ball up to his injury. But Chiga Okonkwo is a guy who can catch the ball and get yards after catch. I believe that people are just looking at the receiver or forgetting about that aspect. That kid can run, and he is known to get those extra yards. So that could be a big plus for him right there.
1,000%. The tight end has become such a valuable asset in the NFL to what I was just talking about. Because now you can line up in 12 personnel, 22 personnel, whatever you want to do. A lot of teams are going to 3 tight end. We saw the Rams, out of necessity, go to that 13 personnel last year and killed it. Right? Teams couldn't match up against them. So, look, you can show 3 tight end looks. One of them could be a motion guy or whatever, but that gives you the ability on 2nd and 10, if you want to just go and mash and run, you can do that if you're facing lighter personnel or base personnel to match up. There's all kinds of things you can do now with that tight end position, which again is becoming more and more valuable with these hybrid defensive backs and hybrid linebackers that are showing up on defense.
And Steve, I'm curious, kind of zooming out from the Washington situation, just looking at the NFC East. Philly loses A.J. Brown. Dallas has added a lot defensively.
Yeah.
What do you make of the NFC East?
It's typical NFC East where big market teams that none of them seem like the Super Bowl favorite. I mean, we can talk about the Rams. We can talk about Seattle coming out of the NFC. The NFC North is loaded again. But when you look at the NFC East, you look at Dallas like, okay, they were very poor on defense, and they made some strong moves after getting rid of Micah Parsons to solidify that defensive front. And, they get Caleb Downs at safety, who's one of those hybrid defenders we keep talking about. And so we know offensively they're going to move the ball and score. So, okay, Dallas could be great, but they're Dallas, and there's always something, that upsets the breaking of the water down there. Right. And the Giants have made all of these moves. They added John Harbaugh. That could bring stability to a building that has been absolutely unstable. And can they make it work? Because, my goodness, they've got talent on both sides of the ball. You cannot deny that. Malik Neighbors and all these guys come back, all those edge rushers they have, they could be good. And Philadelphia is still the team to beat. And to me, everything on them hinges on that offensive line. Last year it wasn't great, but if that offensive line stays together, to me, they're still going to be the team to beat. But with Washington, with Jaden Daniels, there's no reason why it can't be one of those teams. They've got 19 defensive linemen now who can get after the quarterback in some form or fashion. They draft the linebackers. Their secondary is better. I mean, so I think it's all even. There's no dominant team in that division, which typically, is how it's been for, most of my life since the great Cowboy years in the 90s.
It's going to be fun, man. I can't wait for another football season. We get this little bit of a break, and then it's on. You got about 5 weeks left of summer, Steve.
No, I don't. It never ends. It never ends. You got teams moving to different states. You've got new ownership stake. It never ends.
Hey, how real? Just because you mentioned that, how real do you think the Bears moving to Indiana really is?
Very. I don't think I don't have any direct knowledge of this, but I think the bluffing is done. I think the bluffing is done. And and let's not forget again, both New York area teams play in New Jersey. Kansas City's getting ready to move to Kansas. Right? This isn't like something that's completely unfamiliar to the world, but it just really sucks when you think about a franchise like the Bears leaving that great stadium, and not great stadium, but great location of the stadium in the great city to move across the state line.
Yeah, the Commanders were in
Maryland.
Maryland for a long time.
Yeah, man. We saw this go the other way, and thankfully we're now seeing it come back. Soldier Field should be the best stadium in the NFL. The location, where it is in Chicago, you're on the lake. It should be so incredible, and it just isn't. It's a bummer.
Well said.
Hey, Steve, thank you very much
Appreciate
for the time,
you, brother.
dude.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, man. Take
Thanks,
care.
man. The great Steve Weish, NFL Network. Give him a follow at Weish89, WYCHE 89. Check out all of his work on NFL Network. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. All right, so Jeff wants me and B to know if we know this song. I think this is like a wrestling song.
Yeah, it's an introduction to one of the wrestlers.
Eddie Mercurio?
Close. Eddie Guerrero.
Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man. My wrestling era predates Eddie Guerrero, but
yeah,
my stance on wrestling, I ain't mad at it. Do you?
Yeah.
I'm not really watching anymore, but I'm glad people are into it.
I was watching it way back, dog. Junkyard Dog, Harley Race, Jimmy Superfly Snooker.
So I saw some
The 12
Superfly.
Disciples.
You know, the 12 Disciples, Jeff, you can get beat up at the break.
My favorite wrestlers, Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man. I used to love the Bushwhackers. That's a deep cut. Yeah, dude. Jeff, what do you know about the Bushwhackers?
Yeah, that's before my time.
You got to look him
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan for sure.
I was a Rikishi
coming over this
Scotty
2x4
Tuhati fan.
Rikishi would come in and sit on people's faces, right?
Yeah.
Pause.
Wasn't
he the big fat dude that would like?
I like when they all came out or when they won and they started dancing and then Scotty Tuhati do the worm. Y'all don't remember? It's before your,
Hey man,
it's after
listen,
your time.
So in Baton Rouge, so they had the guy, the Kamala, back in the day.
Okay.
So the Kamala was supposed to be from Africa. So the Kamala is walking through we had like the Kamala walking through the jungles of Africa, and a COBR bus passed by in the background. He was in Baton Rouge.
That I got to be honest. I am guessing that was some pretty racist stuff with this, like the way they characterized Kamala coming.
No, but that's how they say he was truly from Africa. But they try to make us think that the video was shot in Africa. There ain't no city of Baton Rouge bus in Africa.
Right.
That's what I completely say. Wrestling is fake.
Yeah. I don't know when
they lost me at that point.
Remember Bret the Hitman Hart?
Yep.
I don't know when I realized it was fake, but there was definitely a period of time for me. And if there's any children in the car, I know some schools are out, turn the radio down. Like there are various things that kids enjoy, and there's a period of time when they don't know what's fake.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that period of time when they kind of know and still just enjoy the things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think really until you turn, I don't know when it changes, but I think there's a period of children's lives where you can know something's fake and still just like it.
Yeah, you like it because I think wrestling is entertaining, but when you hit a guy in the head 10 times with a chair and his thing is split and he's bleeding, he ain't wrestling the next night. They wrestle the next night.
Right.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I was crushed when
I'm
I found out. it was
Come
fake.
on, dog. Listen, once I started, you would see when they get hit and they automatically, their hand always hit the head.
Yeah.
They would do little slits to make themselves bleed and do all kind of little
But it
stuff.
did get crazy remember that dude Mankind, whatever his name was?
Yeah.
That dude, because I guess there was some we need Russell here for this segment, but there was some subset real hardcore wrestling that got to be big, so then WWE brought it in. This dude, was his name Mick Foley? I think that was Mankind's real name.
Yep.
Dog, he would wrestle.
He used to be Mick Foley before.
Whatever.
Then he changed to Mankind.
But he would wrestle on a bed of tacks, on a bed of nails, and they get stuck into him, and that stuff was real. He was
psychopath.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just you jump off the top of a steel cage, somebody land on the table, you land on them, and they show up the next day.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Some of the stuff just is listen. Some of the thing it's stuntmen basically, and some of the stuff you could go with it. But let's be real. If I hit you in the head right now with a chair, Jay, you're not gonna come to work tomorrow. That's all I got to say.
B, if you hit me in the head with a chair, I probably would die.
You won't die. Just got to hit you properly.
I don't want to find out. Jeff, would you like me to hit you in the head
Jeff,
with
let
a
me
chair?
hit you in the head with a chair.
Nah, I'm good. Y'all ever heard of this wrestler named New Jack?
Nah.
I just saw a video on him this morning, and I heard he was allegedly the craziest wrestler to ever do it.
New Jack? Never heard of him.
Yeah.
New Jack City, Nino Brown. I know him. All right, this is a real, and you guys can try to help. Let's try to name as many active wrestlers as we can right now, Brian. Roman Reigns is a big deal.
Yeah, Roman Reigns and his whole crew.
I don't know if John Cena counts because I think he just
Cena
retired.
just retired.
The dude that he came in the radio station. He's like one of the Rock's brothers.
Huh?
That's not a name, Jeff.
Bro, he came on the show.
All right, Roman Reigns. I think there's a Dusty Rhodes. I think that's like,
yes.
Remember Gold
Dusty
Cody Rhodes.
Way back.
Cody, because Dusty
was the
is
old man.
dude.
Okay,
Cody
Rhodes.
is the young dude.
Stallion, white Brian, come on, dog. You know everything.
Yo, we were actually just talking. I've never sat down and watched a WWE event.
There's an Irish dude.
Is Dylan O'Brien still wrestling? The guy that did the Yes.
They got the brothers there's two of these brothers. I don't know their name though, but they come in the ring like they're the cool dudes.
Does AJ Francis count? Is he still wrestling?
AJ Francis, yep, got him. Yeah.
The Miz was a Terp. Is the Miz still around? I think the Miz was a Terp. I might be making that up.
I think he's still around.
No, all right. So the Miz was not a Terp. There is a Maryland guy that was wrestling for a while whose name
Leo Rush.
No, this guy he's one of the champions. He's from Maryland.
Yeah, he was. There's a dude that went to University of Maryland.
Big old dude,
big
man.
jack dude,
Yeah.
white dude, long hair, kind of the wrestler look.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know him.
Logan Paul's a wrestler now, right?
Logan Paulson's
bro,
tight end.
I'm
for
talking
the
about
Redskins.
real
No,
wrestler.
Logan Paul.
No, he don't count.
He might be in WWE now.
He don't
is.
count. He's fake. He don't count.
But it's all fake.
Yeah, but he's fake.
The
So-
younger brother Jake is the boxer. Logan's the older.
Yeah, but he's fake.
Jennifer Lee Chan covers the 49ers. She will join us at 12:30. Boots on the ground. What is going on out there?
This Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Prior to Game 3 of the 2026 NBA Finals, Knicks fans were salivating at the opportunity to watch their team clinch its first championship at home since 1973. Because of that, ticket prices for Game 4 were reaching over $13,000. But the Knicks lost Game 3, so they're not going to clinch in Game 4, which means ticket prices have plummeted to a mere $3,500. Game 4 is tonight at 8:30 p.m. Also happening today, we've got the Nationals going for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants with Foster Griffin on the mound. The Giants have lost 5 in a row at home, and the Nats are looking to make it an even 6, 3:45 p.m. right here on The Fan is first pitch. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers into Corey. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Corey brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in DC, visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We do have a big old basketball game tonight. Chris Miles, NBA TV, is going to join us at 1:30 to get ready for that one.
New York boy.
Yeah, but dude, he's also been covering the Spurs all year, so it's an interesting spot for our boy.
Yeah,
Chris
he's
Miles.
from New York, but he's a Wembanyama. He used to be the president of the
Giannis
Club. Now I think he's a bus driver for Wemby.
He's on the bus for sure. We'll see, man. It's going to be very interesting tonight. Savannah just said the prices have dropped up there. I
don't see it.
What do we think that dropped to? What?
To crazy prices still. It was astronomical at first. So
yeah, let's go to SeatGeek. What do we think? Get in tonight at the Garden.
It was they said around $4,000 last time, right?
I think to get in for that one was like closer to $7,000 just to get in the building.
7,000?
Yes.
So we're gonna go to about, if it's dropped, let's go 5 now.
Yeah, it looks like, you could get probably the worst seat in the joint under 5, like $4,300.
And we call that low.
Yeah, that's all pretty relative.
Yeah, that's crazy as hell.
I see one here for $4,000, and it's not even the uppers, but it's behind the basket.
Right, with a pole right in front of you, so you guys watch the game like this the whole game.
What do you think the energy is in that building tonight?
It's gonna be wild. It'll be wild again, and people are gonna be closer to the building tonight. They'll be outside too.
Yeah,
they couldn't do it last time.
I listened to Russillo's podcast, and he had James Edwards on, I believe is the young man's name, who covers the Knicks for The Athletic. And he was saying, without any political lens, because I've been at it, last year it was, I don't remember what game it was, maybe the Broncos game where President Trump showed up, and the security apparatuses required for the President of the United States it's just crazy.
Yeah.
It makes a significant impact on the people inside of the stadium.
It changes how soon you got to get there.
All that stuff. And it adds like a different energy, certainly. Who do you think faces more pressure tonight?
Knicks.
I kind of do too.
Yeah. You don't want to go back 2-2. You want to go back 3-1. They had so much working for them in the first 2 games, and everyone's saying, how they did that. If they win one of them here, they winning it all.
Right. If you can get up 3-1 and you know you're at least going to have another game in your building, and hell, you've already won 2 in Texas. Mm-hmm. what's funny is these have been entertaining games and enjoyable games, but I'm still not sure either team has played their best.
No.
Like
not close.
The Knicks in game 1 were really good. That's the best any one team has performed probably so far. And I thought the Spurs defensively in game 3 were excellent. But like the way the Knicks rolled everybody for a stretch
Brunson was good down the stretch in game 1. He
Right.
wasn't good throughout that game.
Yeah, but that might have been Cat's best game ever.
Yeah.
You need, I don't know. You're rooting for the Knicks at this point?
Yeah.
What are all you boys rooting for in that series? Boy, Brian probably Knicks. Jeff probably Knicks. Jeff definitely Knicks.
For sure.
World's foremost Wemby hater right there.
No, I'm not a Wemby hater. He's just not impressive right now.
That's not impressive. 22 in the finals.
I'm rooting for the Knicks. It's not even close to me.
Why?
I think it's good for basketball. It's good for the sport to see the Knicks win. Like, it's not like for us as Wizards fan, we're rooting for, if you're the Commanders, like you're rooting for the Giants. Like, I would never root for the Giants. But for the Knicks, they're lovable losers. I want them to win.
Right.
I either want the Knicks to win in 6 or Wemby to have the best game of all time in Game 7 to shut Jeff up and have the Spurs win.
I'm not going to lie to you, White Brian. Shutting Jeff up is part of why I'm rooting for the Spurs.
I think White Brian's a hater.
Yeah, he hates the Knicks.
I want the Knicks to win in 6 or Wemby to have a great game in Game 7. That's whack.
See, my thing that's just giving me a bad feeling about Wemby. I hate the little dirty and chip play. I hate that.
So a question with the dirty and chippiness, because I've honestly been wondering this, and we'll ask Miles at 1:30 because he knows the insides and outs. Some of it is dirty, chippy, physical play. I also think with his size, everything he does is magnified. So something that like a regular player does, like a little forearm.
You're making excuses for him
Like the
now.
way he pushed Brunson,
what he did the other day,
body,
and he did some other little. That ain't no. If anybody does, if you do it, it's dirty. Yeah. And his size don't mean nothing. He's a tall stick. He's not Shaq.
No,
and he does that stuff. So what he did the other day for the NBA to watch that and don't even much make it a flagrant 1 shows me that they're full of ish. Point blank.
Like when I think
they list him at 7'4", 230, 235.
When I think bump and physicality, I think okay, if it's a slight foul, don't call that. Y'all banging on the boards. It shouldn't be that many fouls called on the boards. Body to body plays, I'm not really calling those fouls. That's hard bump basketball. Pushing somebody and all that, it's crazy. And then they'll be mad
it's like
when
not
they get
in
a
the
tech.
flow of the game.
Yeah.
It wasn't basketball.
Let me ask you this, B.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of these numbers do you believe more? If you want to call in about the NBA Finals, feel free. 800-636-1067. What do you expect to happen tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which of these numbers do you believe more? Victor Wembanyama is listed at 7'4", 236. Shaq in his playing date, 7'1", 325.
I believe both of them.
I do too.
Yeah. But Vic, at his height, 236 is slim.
Totally.
Yeah. Hell, I was more than Victor for some months. Many, many months. 236, imagine he's 7'6", 7'4". You're talking about an extra 1 foot, 6.5 inches? Something like that?
You got to think he will bulk up at some point.
He probably can't get too bulky, though.
Yeah, I mean, he plays a different game, right? Like, he's shooting threes and driving and taking the ball up.
Shaq, that 320, he's a little bigger than that sometimes.
Yeah, depending on what time
Some
of
years
year.
he was bigger than that.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
He might have been pushing close to 360.
Shaq, at various times, was very big. All right, Joe is in Manassas calling about Game 4 tonight. Joe, what do you like
Joe?
tonight?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show as always.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I just wanted to call in. and say,
I think Wemby is just tired of getting pushed around and bullied around. I know he's skinny and stuff, and like you said, I don't think he can gain a lot of weight on that. Like, you know what I mean? Those knees and those ankles ain't going to be able to take that. But that being said, I think he's just fighting fire with fire, man. He's got to push back a little bit. He's getting tossed around too early in the series, so he's just fighting back.
That was dirty. There wasn't no fight back there. That was dirty.
Yeah, they dirtied him too.
Nah.
Yeah, I think there's been dirt on all sides. I think there's been a hyper physical series. I think what I would prefer if you're going to, I think it started in the OKC series when the footage shows Wemby saying to the dudes coming off the bench at the end of a blowout loss, hard fouls.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it is,
mind it, dude. Like, it's the NBA playoffs.
You could not mind it, but when you call a flagrant on that BS call on Brunson, you can't miss that call with Wemby. And then the league go look at it and act like, oh, it's just that wasn't no common foul. That's crap.
I agree with that. I'm excited for this game tonight. I think I kind of like the Spurs. I haven't even looked. What are the lines tonight? You know what I want most out of this series? I just want it to go 6 or 7. Like, I just want more basketball because I love baseball, and it's awesome that the Nats are playing well. Don't get me wrong. But when you get to that stretch of the summer where all there is to watch is baseball, it gets a little slow.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll have the World Cup.
Yeah.
How much World Cup be Mitch watching? Anytime you're paid to go watch it.
No, I'm gonna watch a good bit. Listen, when it's a major,
once it gets to the knockout
when
rounds,
it's a major event on like that, I will pick it up.
It's interesting looking at like props for tonight. What do you think Wemby's scoring total is?
24.
28.5. Yo, and Brunson is 27.5. Those are big numbers.
They're expecting them to be firing it up. They both had over 30 last game, didn't they?
Yeah, but damn, it just changed. We just moved the line, B. Wemby just dropped to 27.5. You can hit us up if you want to talk some hoops, 800-636-1067. So Brunson and Wemby's numbers are very, very high, in my opinion. What do you think Cat should be?
Cat should be about 19.5, 20.
17.5. That's lower than I would have thought. What do you think Castle should be?
About the same.
16.5.
Yeah.
Those are lower than I would expect. I kind of like De'Aaron Fox at 14 and a hook. I haven't looked at this yet.
Well, got to step on his ankle.
What do you think Josh Hart's rebound number is?
8.5.
Damn, that was good. Vegas B. You nailed it. 8.5.
He had 14 one game. What did he have last game? Like 11?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not the biggest guy out there, but he's showing the hell rebound, dude.
Wemby's,
and a lot of times he go up and get it.
Totally. Wemby's rebound. Like, not as a person whatsoever, but do you remember during those Bulls runs, Dennis Rodman's role?
Yeah.
And Rodman was bigger than Hart, taller, but Rodman talked about, like, studying shooters and understanding the way the ball comes off the rim. With
he would do that in
shooters.
shoot-arounds.
Totally. And what Rodman has said this, and I like my memory of it is very real. He said he was able to jump faster than other people in that he would jump, get up, come down, jump again faster than others. And that really helped his rebounding ability. Josh Hart, for his size, it strikes me as similar, man. I want to let Greg and DC
very much so.
What's up, Greg? What do you think about this game tonight?
Man, I overheard you saying something about you wanted to go to Game 6, Game 7. I'm tired of NBA doing it. It's bad enough they don't got the people to look at the game like it was back in the day. So you said Game 6, Game 7. I think the officiating crew, they linger, they making the games go longer, the series go longer than it's supposed to go. It's like it's a certain style to play before they go to Game 6, Game 7. I'm out.
So is the allegation there that because it's so physical, they're letting these games go further?
Nah,
I don't think so, dude.
I don't know as we're letting it go further, but my whole assessment has been in multiple series is when they call fouls. It's how they call fouls and what they don't see, what they act like they don't see, and what they see. They go and check it, and then they give you a flagrant, and they give them 2 shots and the ball, And then another time a guy does something, you don't even see it. It's weird. The NBA, of all the sports, their referees I don't trust the most.
I agree with that. However, there was the ref the NFL kept sending to do Philly games, Eagles games, that the Eagles were undefeated.
Yeah, Hockley.
Yeah, Sean Hockley.
Yeah.
But I do think referee. What did you make of Mike Brown the other night? Really complaining about the refs in the first game they've lost.
You still, if you see something switch completely one side instead of being equal, you gotta call. You gotta say something about it. Every referee does that after they lose a game. I mean, every coach after losing the game says something about that.
That's like the Phil Jackson special.
Yeah. I mean, but the whole thing about it is, watch it. Every time a coach normally comes out and says something about the ref, what the ref does the next, well, how is it called the next week? So it's obvious that they're swayed.
It's a fascinating series. I think the fact that you get these like major markets involved, and then New York's the biggest market. I wonder. Obviously, New York's not the biggest city in the world. Like, what cities in the world do you think are more important than New York? Maybe London?
You may think it is, but I think New York is the one.
Washington, D.C.
No. I love us here, but
it is more important. It's basically it's the centerpiece of the world.
Thank you, bro.
New York's got all the money. The answer to everything is always money.
DC got a lot of money, dog. You
not
got
like
way
New York.
more than you think.
I agree with that.
Because guess what? All the people over there are swayed by these folks.
I think the most important city in the world is probably London. It's kind of the capital of the world. But like I'm just saying, from a media market, what you can sell ad rates for based on that city, New York might be one worldwide. Yeah. And it's certainly one in the U.S.
Yeah, I think New York is number one.
You think ahead of London? We
I
might
think
just
so.
be sleeping on Tokyo.
New York is
Shanghai.
New York is about everybody. London is about the family. They control everything.
Nah, the Royals.
They control everything.
I think the money people in London control everything.
The Royals control everything. They are oligarchs just like everybody else.
You think we're sleeping on Tokyo?
Yeah, it's big city, lots of ads there. Japan, it's like all the electronics come from Japan.
I don't know. It's an interesting debate that I think it might be New York though. Period. And then for the NBA, which is this major global organization, to have Wemby at this stage, I think. Here's a wacky world question for you. Who gets an international, let's say European, because there's already teams in Canada. Who gets a European team first, the NBA or the NFL?
NFL.
You think?
They're close.
Putting a team over there?
They're already close.
You think so?
Bruh.
Do they move somebody? Or
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's spending a lot of money to rebuild their stadium.
Don't make a difference.
They are.
They don't make a difference. If they get a chance to move over to what's called, what's his name? Shaq Khan. Yeah, he can't wait.
The North London Jaguars taking on the Indianapolis Colts. Nobody go anywhere. Jennifer Lee Chan covers the 49ers. Joins us next.
If it feels like you're hearing about Victor Wembanyama's shot diet after every game in these finals, it's because you are. It's that important. When Wemby operates primarily in the paint, the Spurs tend to win. They won Monday's Game 3 to make it a 2-1 Knicks lead in this series, and not coincidentally, Wemby had his most productive paint outing, scoring 32 points overall on 11 of 18 shooting. So tonight is Game 4, 8:30 p.m., and we'll see, will the Spurs tie this series up, or will the Knicks take a 3-1 lead? Speaking of tying up the series, the Stanley Cup Final all knotted up 2 wins apiece after the Carolina Hurricanes beat the Vegas Golden Knights 5-3 last night, fueled by 2 goals from Jordan Staal. Staal has 7 goals in the playoffs, including 5 this series. He has scored in every single game so far of this Stanley Cup Final. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Breaking news out of Ashburn. Commanders have a new team puppy. My man's name is TJ. I just tweeted out some photos if you'd like to see him. That's a cute dog, man. That is the easiest player to root for on the roster. TJ is a 12-week-old yellow lab puppy. He'll spend the upcoming season with the Burgundy and Gold while he works on his basic skills and commands in training to become a service dog for veterans. That's about as cool as it gets, man. Through a partnership with Redwire, they're training. I believe so, yeah. I think all the teams kind of do that now. The Nats have a dog. Caps have a dog. All right, let's get smarter about this situation in San Francisco. Our friend Jennifer Lee Chan is joining the program. JLC's been covering the Niners for some time. Does a great job. Hello, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're tired of Brandon Ayuk, honestly.
Hey, that goes both ways. Both ways.
So I want to, all right, I'm going to try to compose my thoughts. I think a lot of people are like making these assumptions and proclamations based on things we don't know, especially here in Washington. Like, I don't believe maybe I talked to him at the Combine 100 years ago. I don't even know that I've ever talked to this dude. Can we go back in time to, like, when he was drafted, when he had the big seasons? Just like, what type of dude was this that you were in the locker room with every day?
He was a good kid. Like, I mean, I say kid because I feel like, you know, when they come out of college, they're just young and they're new. And the thing about when he first started, it was COVID. So we didn't meet him as a rookie. So he was a rookie in 2020. We started to get to know him in 21. Had that kind of sophomore slump with Kyle Shanahan. And then after that, he had 2 really good seasons, right? He had the 2,000-yard seasons, was really productive. And, you know, when he spoke in his locker room, he was thoughtful. He, you know, had interesting things to say. And, you know, I think he seemed like a normal guy, just a normal football player. And then when the contract negotiations started for his extension, that's when things went sideways.
Was that at the end of year 3? Kind of going in? 'Cause he
4.
Okay, end of year 4.
Okay.
Yep. So, you know, he had the hold in where everything was documented by Sports Center, by NFL Network, everything that he did, right? He was holding in, but he would go and meet John Lynch at half field during practice, during OTAs and training camp, and talk to them, dap them up, bro hug, and all of that was documented. And he had never really seemed like he had wanted to be, you know, in the spotlight in such a way, but he obviously was at that point. Every move he made was documented, everything. You know, oh, he's here. What is he wearing? Oh, he's here. He's watching practice. He's hanging out with the wide receivers group. All of those things were documented. And then, you know, there was talks of trades and what is he going to do? And, you know, I think there was New England and Cleveland and Pittsburgh that were kind of in the mix for him, and then he decided he would sign. And then normally, once negotiations are over, everybody's like, okay, we did it, everybody's happy, and it kind of goes back to business as usual. But I think what happened then, I don't know who put it out. Someone from, close to inside the building, it went to Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter tweeted that Brandon Ayuk just signed the deal that's been on the table for weeks. Now, I don't know if that was the turning point where it was like, oh, you're going to, kind of just turn the screws a little bit. Yeah, I mean, because they were exasperated with him. He was around the facility. He was talking about wanting to get traded or, and they tried to talk to other teams about trading him and nothing ever materialized. But then once they got it done, I think that information getting out might have been the impetus. And I don't know because I'm not inside the building, but that's the one thing that I think maybe kind of turned the corner and made things not as happy as they normally are after a contract extension is reached, right? Like you get everybody who signs a contract. Okay, Richard Sherman has talked about it like having braces. Contract negotiations are awful, they suck, but then when you get the braces off and you have your contract, everything goes back to normal. Yeah. They clearly did not go back to normal with Brandon Ayuk. So I don't know if that was the thing that led it to be that way, but, it just didn't feel normal. And then he was kind of behind because he wasn't in training camp because of the hold-in. So his first, few games, he had very little production. And, I think it was 2 catches for 28 yards, 4 catches for 43. He didn't even hit the 50-yard marker until week 5, where he had 8 catches, 147 yards, and then we were like, okay, he's back. Then 2 weeks later, he has the devastating knee injury, ACL, MCL, cartilage damage, and then he's done for the year. So he really only played 7 games on the new contract, and then, he's working back through this injury. So no one really thought anything after that. But obviously, there were other things afoot, and when he came back in 2025, rehabbing, and we thought, okay, he's running routes with the wide receivers, even though he wasn't supposed to because he's on IR, but he wasn't catching passes, so no one said anything. He's just running out there. Then we come to find out in October that his guarantees were voided back in July. So he didn't show up to the facility back in July of 2025. So he was, I don't know why he was doing that, other than maybe putting on a good show for publicity, that he was out there trying to make his way back from injury. I don't know what the motivation was behind that. But once that news came out that his contract guarantees were voided, no one saw him at the facility, and except for very, very early in the morning. Some of the trainers and medical staff said that he was doing his rehab very early in the morning, but was not around for meetings or when players were around. And then George Kittle said it on a podcast recently that he just never saw him again after that.
So you said when he was coming in, he got everything documented. He was hanging out with John Lynch. I hear anything about him hanging out with Kyle Shanahan. Can Kyle and he have an issue? And John is...
I think they did back in his second year because, he was there during COVID, so they didn't really have... His growth was kind of stunted a little bit, I think, because, they didn't have hardly anything, right? They didn't have in-house training for COVID. That was his rookie year. So his second year, I think he thought he was going to, have a big role, which he did. I think he had around 800 yards. But I think he thought he was going to have an even bigger role. And there was that famous, he was in the doghouse. And I think it was because his rookie year, he was thrust into playing very quickly. Uh-huh. Well, Kyle Shanahan's hard on his wide receivers. He always has been, because his offense is timing based. So if you don't know what everybody on the field is doing, you don't do exactly what you're supposed to do. And there's so many pre-snap motions and different lineups, because I think he wasn't as specifically accurate in those things. He wasn't out there as much. And, there were so many stories written about his second year slump, but then he came back. And in his third year, he had a 1,000-yard season, and he You know, there was talk about how, okay, he's really dialed in. He knows exactly what he's doing. He was there for all the meetings and involved. And so his third year, 1,000 yards. Fourth year, you know, almost 1,400 yards, 1,300. That was his, you know, second team All-Pro year. So, I mean, like, when he's in it, he's a great receiver. I just don't know at this point, you know, what he said yesterday. Does that motivate another team to sign him? I don't know.
Yeah. See, the question I would ask, like for me, is, you know, do you think he can recapture what he had 2 years ago? Because it's been basically 2 years.
Right. He hasn't played football in a really, really long time. I don't know what his motivation level is. So his last game was October 20th, 2024.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So yeah. And so, I mean, like, a lot of players do come back from major injuries and are great. I mean, but I just don't know, you know, is his motivation there to do that again? And it seems like it from the video. He's like, I'm going to, basically I'm going to show them that, I still can be a great receiver. I mean, everybody hopes that. I mean, the game is better when great players are playing.
Yeah, right. You're right with that.
Right? So, I mean, I don't think the Niners are like, oh, we don't want you to ever play again. I mean, they'd rather him have been productive for them after, like he said, paying him $50 million in however many months it was. They would have preferred to have him on the field, of course. Every team who pays a player wants them to play for them.
Right.
But, I mean, I don't think there's any, animosity like, oh, we hope he fails. I think everybody wants him to succeed. Everybody wants good players to play. So it didn't work out for the 49ers, but also they're not going to just give him away to a team, and release him when they could get some trade value for him. So that's what they've been trying to do. Hasn't been successful yet. I don't know if this might even hurt the situation, his video that he just posted. So I don't know. It's a bizarre situation that, we've all been in the business for quite some time. I've never seen anything like this.
They canceled minicamp. And so if he were to just start showing up, because people are still going to the facility to work out, he starts showing up to facilitate, do you think that would make them say, okay, we got to get him out of here? Because if he starts working out over there and he gets hurt in that building, they're going to pay him some money.
Right. I don't think he's ever going to step foot on the practice field or Levi Stadium field unless he's with another team again.
If he does that, he's going to hurt himself. If he doesn't go over that at all,
keep him on the reserve left squad list?
Right.
Yeah.
So he's on the reserve left squad list, and it's funny when I had never heard of this list before, but it basically is because they left the squad, and I didn't realize it was that actually. It was actually what it meant. But I honestly think that the two aren't related. So I think they canceled minicamp because they had 100% attendance the week before. And also FIFA is taking over Levi Stadium, which is now not Levi Stadium. It is San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. So the last week of OTAs for all of us were very, very challenging getting in and out. Security is incredibly tight. So the players can still go in and rehab and whatnot, but they have to get cleared. I mean, there's a whole protocol to getting in and out of that building right now because the World Cup is being held there.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the two are related, but what I'm saying is if Brandon Ayuk, just like the rest of the guys, start going to he got a warrant out for his arrest right now, so he probably won't be coming there. So it's a lot of stuff working there.
It's another
but if let's say in a regular situation, he starts going to the building working out, they will be pushed and forced to do something because he happened to get hurt in that weight room, they got to pay him.
Right. So, I mean, that's what he should do to kind of push the wheel forward, but he didn't do that. I mean, if he showed up, that would force the 49ers hand to do something. Right now, they don't have to do anything.
Totally.
So, I mean, yes, him showing up to the facility absolutely would get the wheels moving, and they would have to do something. Because if he shows up and they don't let him in the building, then they can file a grievance, and then it is a whole different thing.
But you just don't expect that. Do you expect that to happen?
I don't know. I mean, like, from his behavior, I don't know. But now that I think there's definitely a lot of sports talk about, what has to be done to move this forward. It's him showing up at the building.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So
that's the craziest part to me is the fix here is relatively simple. And we it's like he's ignoring that.
Right. I mean, there's so many people talking about all he has to do is show up. But I mean, that was the problem. This is why his contract the guarantees were voided, is because he didn't show up.
Yeah.
Right.
So then it goes back to, what is his motivation? Does he really want to play again? Where does his motivation stand? Where is his mental capacity? Like, what is his mental state right now? No one knows except for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
It's honestly such a mystery as to what is really going on right now.
It's so bizarre because the Niners, I think, don't want him to end up in Washington. And that reminds me of when Kyle and John got the job out there and they wanted to trade for Kirk, and Dan Snyder's like, hell no, we're not trading him there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the reserve left squad list, the first time I became aware of that was when Trent Williams had his situation, who then eventually ends up in San Francisco. It's like whenever there's a San Francisco-Washington transaction, it has to be as bizarre as possible.
Right.
Jennifer, thank you for the time. Please.
Yeah, but now, I mean, like, one more thing. I mean, Adam Peters is a guy who knows Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
So if anyone is going to take a risk on Brandon Ayuk, it would be potentially Adam Peters. Because I asked him straight up at the Combine, you were there, and I was like, what about Brandon Ayuk?
Question.
Do you have anything to say? And he said, Jennifer, I cannot speak about a player that's on another team, but love the player, can't talk about the person. So, I mean, there is a connection there. And obviously he's great friends with Jaden Daniels. That's the only football player he follows now. He posted himself in the Washington Commanders hat. He follows the team. And, other than that, just a few others. So it's just, I mean, obviously he's channeling that he wants to go there. But will Adam Peters be able to, negotiate something?
Be able to wait long
will
enough.
They just wait? Yeah.
Look like they're going to push this one to the end.
Yeah, this is definitely as the world turns kind of moment for the NFL here.
Jennifer, thank you for the time as always.
Appreciate you, Jen.
No problem.
All right.
Talk to you guys soon.
The great Jennifer Lee Chan. Give her a follow at Jennifer Lee Chan. Does a great job covering the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. Chris Miles going to join us at 1:30. Open the damn phones.
one more thing. I mean, Adam Peters is a guy who knows Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
So if anyone is going to take a risk on Brandon Ayuk, it would be potentially Adam Peters. You know, because I asked him straight up at the combine, you were there, and I was like, what about Brandon Ayuk?
That's a great
What
question.
do you have anything to say? And he said, Jennifer, I cannot speak about a player that's on another team, but love the player, can't talk about the person.
You make me.
Came between us, best friend.
Prior to last night's video, Brian, I felt pretty, maybe not confident, but I thought Brandon Ayuk would be playing in the burgundy and gold this fall.
Mm-hmm.
Last night's video just seemed like such a contradictory message. Like, oh, you guys are so dumb for paying me.
Well, he said that they mad at themselves for paying him, but I still think in the end he ends up here.
I do. I still think he does too.
Yeah.
But if I was at like a 60% yesterday, I'm at a 55% today.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just, it keeps getting messier.
It does, but it tells you when people can play, people will wait.
But
they remember what he was, and they want to see if he can get there again.
So we talked to Grant Cohn earlier in the week, who really laid out kind of the Brandon Ayuk side of this. We talked to Steve Weish and Jennifer Lee Chan today, who kind of don't understand how this got to be so nuclear. Now, one thing Jennifer said is that Kyle Shanahan is hard on his receivers. That's accurate. Kyle played receiver. He is very demanding of receivers, both in the timing-based offense and to be like downfield blockers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a big part of why the run game works so well. And I can see that like that to me is an honest clash point.
It's a clash point, but it's exactly what I was just discussing in the beginning of this show. Those coaches can't do what you do, but they can be very, very rambunctious about telling you how to get it done.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then the thing, I checked in with somebody, there were rumors while the contract talks were going with BA that he wanted to be traded. And I know an AFC organization thought they were close to a trade done,
Mm-hmm.
and they thought Ayuk was all in. They had the parameters, according to this source that I know, in an AFC organization. They thought they were not at the finish line, but like, you know when you buy a house, there's actual closing?
Yeah.
But you know, like that 2-week period before closing where like the money's in escrow and you know what the closing date is and everybody knows this is finalized.
Mm-hmm.
You get to that point where you lose your good faith deposit. You know, like you could lose $10,000 if you walk away from this deal at this point. This deal was at that point. And then BA's like, nah, I don't want to go there. Because I remember checking with this person in this last round of BA craziness. And I was like, you guys were interested in that before. And the answer was like, not with that dude anymore. Like we thought we were done and then we were not done. That's not here. Let me be clear. That's not here.
My thing is that him or is that the people that was running the trade stuff? The 49ers one, he couldn't make the trade. They got to make the trade. So that could have been them. Because didn't they sign him after that?
Fair. I think they had worked out the parameters of his deal, and then it could have been traded, right? Because he's already negotiated the deal. I don't know.
Then they signed him.
The biggest hole in all of this discussion, and I think Jennifer said it really well, is if he showed up, that would force the 49ers to do something.
And that's the only thing. And I've been stuck on that.
All he has to do is show up.
Yeah.
But that's why the guarantees in his contract were voided, because he didn't show up.
Yeah.
It's his move, dude. Ball's in your court.
Yeah.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Chris Miles joining us at 1:30 to preview Knicks Spurs tonight.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Though it's not a hard deadline, the Milwaukee Bucks would prefer to settle the future of Giannis Antetokounmpo before the NBA draft. Reports have suggested that the Knicks were initially his preferred destination, but their playoff run has slowed those conversations. According to CBS Sports, they're reporting that the Bucks are waiting to see what happens in the NBA Finals before they negotiate with any team further. Speaking of the NBA Finals, Victor Wembanyama was not called for a foul when he shoved Knicks guard Jalen Brunson in the first quarter of Monday's Game 3 of the Finals. He reportedly wasn't given a flagrant upgrade either. That means the San Antonio Spurs star will remain at 2 flagrant foul points for the postseason ahead of tonight's Game 4. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They could pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
Whisper Zone.
Chris Miles joining us in a half hour or so. Talk about Knicks Spurs, but I want to talk about the Wiz. I couldn't handle whatever you were doing. I just kept moving.
I was doing the Whisper Song, dog.
I love it.
Where do you see that?
I love it. Love the Whisper song, Jeff. I'll confess, I don't know how familiar I am with that song.
It's been around, dog.
It's the bass line sounded familiar. But here's what I want to talk about. The Wizards. We are inside of 2 weeks away from the number 1 pick. If you've listened to Nick Ashew at all, and he's been on our air a bunch, he keeps saying this Darren Peterson stuff. Darren Peterson. He's not reporting it, but I guess his reporting is that AJ DeBonsa going 1 is hardly a lock.
All right.
And that Darren Peterson is very much in play.
Okay.
Which, frankly, I'm cool with. My only assignment for the Wizards at 1 is the same assignment I have for the Commanders at 7. Nail it.
Mm-hmm.
Be correct. Be correct, and I applaud whatever the decision is. But you got to be correct. You can't miss at 1, period. But as for the team next year, you've got Trae Young, you've got Anthony Davis. Trae Young has fully embraced being a Wizard. Like, he's into it. He's played games, been on the bench, wore the Ovi jersey. Like, he is trying to embrace DC. Trae Young was on Ryan Clark's podcast, I believe, right? The Pivot. And talked about kind of what he thinks for this Wiz team this upcoming season.
This is the most slept on I've been in my whole life. Like, even when I was in high school, I wouldn't this slept on. Like, I felt like I could have been top 5 in my class. I should have been top 10. Number 1 point guard, I felt like, but I was number 4. So was I slept on a little bit? Maybe. But this is, it's starting to feel a certain way. But for me, I know it's all, I've learned over the years, there's a lot of recency bias that goes on, especially in media. And I got a podcast too, so I'm not just throwing y'all into all the media. Right. I know what you do, but like, I know there's a lot of recency bias that goes into media, and I know if we start winning, imagine the Wizards as the number 1 team in the East next year, what people are going to be saying. So it's just like, I can't get caught up in what people are saying now, as mad as it makes me, and what people say about me is not true. And yes, I haven't played very much in a year and a half because of some injuries and a trade and things like that, but trust me, I'm probably just entering my prime. Like the way people talk about me is just funny, and I just can't wait to go out there and play. And I know that's what changes the narrative. So I can't necessarily get caught up in what people think right now. I got to go out there and do it again.
So,
he's a baller.
And you got to have that mindset, right?
Hell yeah.
I'll never fault an athlete for having that type of mindset. But
if you don't have it, then something wrong.
Realistically, and he said, I haven't played much over the last 2 years.
Yep.
In 25-26, this past season, he played 15 games. He played 10 for Atlanta and then 5 here in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
On the season, he averaged about 18 a game. He's only, though, one season removed from back-to-back All-Star games, averaging about 25 points and 11 assists a game.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to be 28. I imagine 28 is still prime.
I don't think you can mention the age when you come to basketball. Guys play beyond 30 in basketball all the time.
And I don't think 28 should be considered old in any capacity. How much do you think Trae Young has superstar in Washington capabilities?
Well, when he was traded,
let's not even say superstar. That term gets thrown around.
I just say all-star. When he was traded here, everyone talked about how good he is in the pick and roll. He's the best, a lob guy in the guard in the league.
Guy,
The guy is an assist king, and he can score. I still think he has something to do, something to go out there and play with. Like, the NBA is totally different than the NFL. You know, these dudes are balling into their 30s all the time. He's 28. I can see if they decide they want to keep him around, if he starts balling like he was 5, 6, 7 years. Chris Paul was about to be a grandfather. He was still playing.
Do you think they could be a number 1 seed in the East next year? I do not.
I don't believe they could be it without if Anthony Davis was to come and start playing. You never know. You never know. The league is weird, dog.
Nobody thought Detroit would have been this past year.
No, nobody thought Detroit would have been. Nobody thought Indiana would have been where they were. And you know what I'm saying? How they just boom popped up.
Yeah, I like that Trae Young is that hype, right? And hopefully he's fully healthy, ready to rock. That is tremendous news. That's what I hope happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I share his immense optimism, but I am very optimistic about the Wizards. And but
if he didn't have that optimism, we wouldn't like him.
Totally.
If he was out here saying, man, we probably be at the AC or something like that, we were like, run him out of town. Put him on the next thing smoking.
What, if any, impact do you think Trae Young's optimism? Because let's be honest, Trae Young and Anthony Davis, their paths have crossed. They have to know each other in some capacity, even if it's just from like various All-Star weekends. Trae Young's a 4-time All-Star. I'm guaranteed one of his All-Star games, Davis was healthy and was at. They must have some level of a relationship. Do you think Trae Young is like texting AD, like, come on, man, we're going to make this work?
I'm sure he said, look, man, I know what you're looking for, but look, dog, you and I, we on the team. We got some young dudes here, man. We can do this. Yeah, of course. Listen, if I'm a point guard and I'm a hell of a pick and roll guy, I can throw lobs, you think I'm not trying to get that dude to play with me?
Who do you think Trae Young would want at number 1? It's not his call, but
I don't have a clue.
These dudes are hoops junkies.
I don't know.
My gut tells me the bigger guy than another guard. Whether that's AJ or Cam Boozer, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But
if you got another guard that can take some of the pressure off of you, hell, that might make your game even more, make you more proficient.
It's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens at the NBA draft. But I just like that Trae Young is at least publicly very excited about playing in DC for the Wiz.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's refreshing. And in some capacity, that is an element of, like, refuting the nobody wants to be here. Like, whatever the old reputation of the organization was, this is a legit 4-time All-Star that's like, man, I can't wait. We're going to ball out. People are sleeping on me. I think that says something because, to his point, he's been here. He's been in the building. He's been in practices. He's played in games. So if he was traded here and got to experience roughly half the season here, he obviously only played 5 games, but he was here for a big enough bulk of time, he might not be able to determine in that period of time how good this team can be, but he would know if it was a bad organization. He would know Trae Young.
He's been in practice with him.
Right.
He knows what it's about.
He knows.
Once you step into the building, you look at the organization, and you look at the facilities, and you say, okay, they put money into this thing. Then you go to practice. You know, the behind the scenes tell you way more than game day. Way more than game day.
100%, dude. Like, he knows how the organization is run and knows he wants to be a part of that organization. That's a big step when it comes to star players, especially in a league. Coddled is the wrong word, but I think NBA players get to experience a lifestyle provided by the teams that is unlike the rest of the leagues because the rosters are so small. You know, like hockey guys don't get to live that same NBA life, even football teams, because the travel's so large. It's just different. Reading now from Sam Vecenie from The Athletic. He said, the Wizards have not made a decision yet. I got to talk to Michael Winger the other day. He told me the same thing. We're not going to have a decision until probably the 20th or 21st. But Vecenie writes of A.J. Debinca, he is seen as having extremely high upside while also possessing a high floor. For the Wizards, he would slot in perfectly on the wing regardless of the team's direction next season. He fits between Anthony Davis and Trae Young, but also blends nicely with the team's young core of Alex Sarr, Trey Johnson, Will Riley, and Keyshawn George, because he does something those four don't, put pressure on the rim. Certainly, Riley, Keyshawn, Trey aren't, guys that attack the rim like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't we like to think Sarr does eventually?
He's more of an outside guy, too. These big dudes, man, from not from here, they like to play outside.
I think Debinca's I think they're in a really good situation to kind of take advantage of anybody involved. But I wonder what, if any, trade thing could happen. You know what I mean? I doubt it.
With AD?
Whether it's with AD. The other thing that I can't help but notice, so this Sam Vecenie's a national NBA writer for The Athletic, right? And he's talking about the Wizards' young core of Sarr, Johnson, Riley, and Keyshawn. What about Bub? What about Bilal? Like, the Wiz also have these young pieces that are in very intriguing prospects that as they continue to acquire more, do those guys become trade pieces?
Somebody. I mean, you can't keep everybody.
That's the way this league goes.
Yeah,
I mean, the Knicks traded for everybody in their starting five, right? Mm-hmm. They didn't draft any of those dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Thunder, SGA was a trade player. You know what I mean? Like the number one pick is super vital, but what else they do is going to be really, really vital.
Yeah. They everybody on this team now and has been on here will not be on here when this thing really starts to roll. Totally. But you wonder which guys are going to be kept, which guys they're going to let go. Because if it comes to a point where a guy we picked higher is way more valuable, but you believe the guy was picked a little bit lower is only slightly under him, which one you keep?
Well, and a dude like Bilal is a wing player, right?
He's a defensive guy, too.
But
you want guys on your team that will play defense.
Sure.
Without being talked about, told to do it. Hell, you tell them to do it now, and most of the people in the league don't do it anyway that way.
I wonder, when do you have to pay Bilal? He'll be going into his fourth season. Like, if it is Debinca, does he coexist with Bilal? Like, are there minutes?
Is AJ a defensive guy?
Not what Bilal has shown to this point, I would say.
Like, if I have a guy that I'm going to take AJ off the floor and put him in there, he may not be able to score like him. I would want a guy that can go in there and stop somebody else from scoring. If I got a guy that can just score, can't stop nobody, I don't want the guy backing him up to be the exact same way.
So Bilal's a restricted free agent after this year.
After 4 years, right?
So, yeah.
And restricted means he can't necessarily go hit the market. Dude, you wonder with Bub, like you've acquired Trae Young. Now, granted, I think he only has the 1 year left on his deal. I imagine Trae wants a new deal. But like, there's a lot of moving parts with this that I think we're going to see moves around the draft. We'll see. I just
gotta make it interesting.
Like, this draft is so loaded. I tell you what is interesting. This dude Vicini from The Athletic thinks the big guy from Michigan, Mara, he could go way ahead of what people are expecting. Most people kind of have him around 10 to 12. But
he's going to go, what is way ahead? Top 5?
Sources have indicated that the team is digging. This is about the Clippers at number 5. Sources have indicated that the team is digging into all the top guard prospects as well as exploring potential trade down scenarios that could result in them accumulating more assets. I've also heard Adai Mara's name associated with the Clippers, although it's difficult to tell if that would be at number 5 or in a potential trade down. If you play in the West and you see what Wemby is becoming, whether he is or isn't finished yet, what he's becoming, if you want to compete for championships, at some point you need somebody that can maybe slow down Wemby. Mara at least has the size, or close to the size.
Yeah, but does he have the feet? Because guys that can't move can't deal with him. And does Mara play outside or he plays down by the basket all the time? Because if I am a team with Wemby on my team and you got him to stop me, and he's a guy who plays down low all the time, if you got to check Wemby, I'm sending Wemby outside. He can't rebound if he's outside. You know the tall dude that was with Michigan?
Yeah.
They don't play basketball like that in the NBA anymore.
Yeah.
He's going to have to become much better with his feet because you can't just sit down low like you did in college.
And I wonder what happens with Giannis and how that. I mean,
is that a major trade on draft night?
According to Mark Stein, who's covered the NBA forever, was at ESPN forever, now has a Substack. They're saying the sense at that time was that if Milwaukee was going to trade Giannis this offseason, the team would want to acquire at least one additional first-round pick in a loaded 26 NBA draft.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, the Bucks have 10. Where do you think Giannis probably gets to call his own shot? I'm sure these guys all have, no trade clauses. I just don't know.
After being in Milwaukee, he needs to go to a bigger city. Just to experience it.
The problem with the NBA is you got to match the contracts. I don't know that you can match the contracts, but like knowing the Warriors are going at it for one more run, basically. Steve Kerr signs a 2-year extension. I mean, how old is Curry at this point?
Steph, 30 what?
36?
4, 5, something like that.
Steph Curry. Damn. Steph's going to be 38 this season.
Damn.
That's wild to think about, man. I just think there's going to be so much movement in the NBA. But hearing Trae Young say how fired up he is, he feels that he's being slept on. He feels the Wizards are being slept on. I hope that's resonating with Anthony Davis. And then all of a sudden next year gets hella interesting. That changes a lot fast, I would argue. Now, to preview tonight's pivotal Game 4 matchup of the NBA Finals, Knicks Spurs, our friend Chris Miles from NBA TV, New Yorker, lifelong Knicks fans, who's been covering the Spurs all year. Unique perspective. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. The Nationals held on for their 23rd road victory yesterday over the Giants. Those 23 road victories are tied with the Atlanta Braves for the most in Major League Baseball. With the win, the Nationals also improved to 4-1 on this West Coast trip. They clinched their 5th consecutive road series win, and they gave themselves a shot at the 3-game sweep. 3:45 p.m. is first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. Also on tonight, we've got Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Knicks looking to go up 3-1 in this series over the San Antonio Spurs. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline and talk to our boy, Mr. Chris Miles. What up, Miles? How we doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. I mean, regardless of who wins the NBA Finals, I win, my friend, so I'm all in.
Okay. I got to ask you, you're a lifelong New York Knicks fan. You've been covering the Spurs all year, covering Wemby, and you're a journalist, first and foremost. Like, I know how seriously you take your job. Where is your mind in this series?
Everywhere. It's like anytime there's a block or a made basket, I'm rooting for both teams. And people are like, what's going on with this guy? I'm like, I want everyone to win. So it's like, I know if the Spurs win, I get a ring, right? So I'm like, hey, I'm cheering for that. But if the Knicks win, I've been waiting my whole life for it. So it's like, I'm just losing my mind back and forth.
All right, so through 3 games, what team has played their best?
Oh, the Knicks by far. So I was explaining this to people that in watching the Spurs this year, there's almost like 2 iterations of this Spurs team. And in game 1, we saw the Spurs that had all the potential in the world but just weren't ready yet. That was the team up until January. And in game 3, we saw the team that's played from February on that seems to be clicking on all cylinders, but, still prone to mistakes. They just got to keep the turnovers down and get there. But make no mistake about it. I think this is the weakest the Spurs will be in the next 10 years, with the asterisk is if Wemby is healthy, right? That's the caveat there. But, man, I mean, if you're going to beat them, now is the time to try to get them. And the Knicks, they got to do it now, or I think it's going to be a long reign for the San Antonio Spurs.
I do think this is the Knicks' opportunity. This is their chance right now. What happens tonight? What did San Antonio kind of figure out in Game 3 that allowed them, even when facing a deficit, to climb back into this thing and get a very important win?
Turnovers. And I mean 3 players in that regard. Like, everyone looks at that turnover Wemby had to Steph Castle. Otherwise, they probably win Game 2, right? When I say turnovers, I'm talking about De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, and Dylan Harper. The magic number there is 6. If they keep it beneath 6, they're good. And for Steph Castle in particular, under 3 turnovers. You saw that in Game 3. He was aggressive but didn't throw the ball away, and the Spurs won. De'Aaron Fox was also good in the fourth quarter. They need that. But the turnovers from those 3 guys, man, when they get over that 6, it's just they seem to really struggle to win games, no matter who the opponent is.
I'm with you. I feel like, I don't know, man. It's been so much fun watching this series, and just like selfishly, I want it to go 6 or 7 so we get to watch more basketball. Going into tonight, I thought Karl Anthony Towns maybe played maybe the 2 best games of the playoffs in games 1 and 2, and really didn't have much Game 3. Do you think they try to get him going? What are the Knicks trying to accomplish tonight?
Yeah, I mean, fourth quarter points for Karl Anthony Towns. He hasn't made a field goal in the fourth quarter. So that's a tall task because if you heard what Wemby said, right, he's taking that as an affront. Like, oh, yeah, he ain't scoring in the fourth quarter on me. So that's the other part of it. You know, Wemby defensively was out of position a lot in games 1 and 2 where he was chasing blocks, going for pump fakes. I thought he almost completely eliminated that in game 3. He's got to keep it that way. And I think he has adjusted. So we'll see how that goes. But for the Knicks, like, OG Anunoby has been incredible. Mikal Bridges has been incredible. If they're going to win game 4, Karl Anthony Towns has to give you something in the fourth quarter.
Is it more about like we look at Brunson, we look at Wemby and those type of guys, but down, I think it's going to be those guys, the supporting cast. Whichever supporting cast plays the best, that team's going to win. Not about the two stars in my book.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely nail on the head. And something I've tried to drill to people who are watching the Spurs like closely for the first time. Offensively, they don't run through Wemby. Like, Wemby, you'll see the stats and be like, oh, yeah, no. Offensively, they go through De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, then when Dylan Harper comes in, and it used to be Keldon Johnson, but not in the playoffs. And in that first quarter of game 3, Wemby got a lot of looks near the basket. When he does that, that almost feels like you're getting extra early. So, you know, the Julian Champagne's making big shots. Keldon Johnson, the sixth man of the year, has to play better. B. Mitch, you couldn't be more correct. And this reminds me of when you and I worked together way back when the Cavs were down 3-1 in the finals. And you were like, LeBron's got to be more aggressive and really take over, and they could still come back. And I remember looking at you like, what does this football guy know here? And then they came back from being down 3-1. This feels like the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Dude,
this football guy know a lot, bro. Just to let you know. Been around a long time, Chris.
Here's my
yes, sir.
So I was listening to Russillo's podcast after game 3, and I agree with this, and I notice it watching that game. Like, the Spurs came out in game 3 very intentionally. It seemed like the first 3 or 4 looks got to Wemby in the post, got to Wemby like at the basket, and then they get away from that for long stretches. How much of that is on Wemby, maybe not getting to the post, and how much of that is on the guards that, like, I love their young guards, but Castle and Harper are young guys that maybe get too caught up in their own game and forget about the 7'5" athletic freak that they should be getting pick and rolls with to the basket.
Well, there's a number of things there. They don't forget, right? What it is early in the game, as you said, you know, Wemby imposes his will. Go look back early in the fourth quarter, right? Or in like when it was winning time. Steph Castle tried to get to Wemby twice. One got poked away. Another was just a bad possession. What ends up happening is the defense is so hyper-focused on that, and they're pushing him all game long. When a little fatigue sets in, it's actually harder to get the ball to Wemby in those spots. And I got to give Wemby credit. This is something, if you've ever seen the pregame rituals, they've worked on it all season. He's working on it 30 to 45 minutes at a time before the game even starts, getting pushed around, trying to get low, getting his body loosened up to try to get there. It's just a tall task. And when you're playing in the NBA Finals against grown men that are 10 years older than you, and Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson, and they've been leaning on you all game, it is difficult to continue and keep that going. And I think you see more of that. And I got to give credit to the Knicks for sticking with that game plan, because it looked like Wemby was just going to dunk on them all night. And after a while, like the pushing around, you can tell it warmed down a bit.
Chris, you are a New York guy. You love Wemby. You used to be the president of the Giannis Antetokounmpo fan club. Now you're the bus driver for the Wemby fan club. Where the hell is your heart? Who you pulling for? Who you think gonna win it out?
Well, so I can't, having to ride the bus with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox and the crew, I can't say I'm the guy driving the bus, right? Because I'm just sitting there with the group. It's a little different. But my mind is telling me Spurs, but my body is saying the Knicks, right? Like, you asked me what my heart is, man. I'm like, we up 2-1, we got this. But I just, when I look at it from a basketball perspective, I think the Spurs win by 10 or more tonight. And I say that because they've been up 10 or 12 every single game. They have like their game plan figured out and executed. It's just they haven't grown to a place where they can maintain that. And in the first 3 games, they've been able to do it. And I'm like, at some point, they're going to have a complete game. And I do feel like their back's still against the wall. Tonight is the night that it happens.
I kind of am with you. I don't know what will happen, but it's been. Are you at these games? Were you at MSG the other night?
No.
Okay.
No. It's the first time in 5 years I'm not at the finals, which is kind of weird too. Like,
yeah,
I'm so used to it, but no, I'm not.
I just wonder. B and I were talking about this earlier.
They probably trying to charge the media to come into the game,
just
in New York.
How much does the pressure turn to the Knicks tonight, being at home? Hardly a must-win, but like that, the crowd and the energy almost becomes a little suffocating. You know what I mean?
It's the you know what? It's so interesting you say that, because I'm going to explain this to you, JP. I've had the privilege of playing a freaking high school game in Madison Square Garden, and I'll never forget this feeling of getting on the court and my calf muscles like just freezing up on me. And I was like, what is this? I was so nervous because even as a teenager, I understood the energy and the feeling, and being a New Yorker and being out there and all those people looking at you. And I was like, my body reacted. My mind was fine. And when I watched the Knicks in that first quarter of Game 3, with all the celebrities there, like, oh, look, you got Jay-Z, Fat Joe, and the president, and Dave Chappelle is not even on the front because he's not important enough, right? Like, he's over here on the side. I think that's too much. And I wonder if in Game 4 that dies down a bit. They're all relaxed. But the Knicks were throwing the ball away in the first quarter. I mean, they looked more out of sorts in that first quarter than they have in any other quarter against the Spurs, and they settled in. But I do wonder, and I'm going to be looking for that at the beginning of Game 4, because it seemed to bother the Knicks more than the Spurs. The Spurs were like, yeah, we know what the Wemby Zoo has been like all season. We got this. But for the Knicks, it felt like there was a different, higher energy in that arena.
So you got the Spurs tonight, huh? Who do you have for the series?
You know, I have to be honest with myself. I know I got to give you an answer. I really don't know. And I think if I had to, like you say, Chris, place a bet. I'm like, well, I'm going to place a bet on the Knicks because they're up 2-1. They have the advantage, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm going off of basketball talent, ability, ceiling, if the Spurs figure things out, the longer this series goes, I like the Spurs. The Knicks, they kind of got to get them tonight, and, like, you got to win it in 5. For me, then, for the Knicks to win the championship, I feel like they got to finish it off in 5, because if it goes 6 or 7, I like the Spurs more and more.
Yeah. So you know what they say about golf tournaments? Like, the reason that the PGA was considered a better test than LIV, when LIV like opened, because it was 3 rounds rather than 4. Like, the more you play, the more the elite player comes out. It's kind of the theory, right? And I don't know. I feel like this thing could go 7. Spurs could win, could go 7, Knicks could win, could go 5, Knicks could win. Like, I don't know what it's going to do either. Am I allowed to sneak in just 2 non-finals with you, or do you need to run?
No, we're good.
He ain't got nothing to do.
Chris Miles from NBA TV. Give
he
him a
not
follow.
in New York, then he ain't got nothing to do.
At Chris Miles TV. Where does Anthony Davis play this season?
You know, I think that the Wizards need to move him. I don't think he should play in D.C. And as you know, I was in New Orleans when his career started. I love Anthony Davis. I don't think it's the right situation for the Wizards, and I don't think it's the right situation for him, because he wants a long-term extension, and I don't want the Wizards to give it to him as a fan of the Wizards. I think the Detroit Pistons, that's the team that I would like to see the Wizards call, because the Pistons have an interesting cap situation until they pay Jalen Duren. Like, they can take on Anthony Davis's contract. So you can get that contract off your books. You can ask them for first-round picks, which I think is fairly reasonable, 2026, 2027. And I like that deal for both sides. And for the Pistons, they get a guy trying to prove himself, looking for an extension, and you're trying to win a championship. He's looking for that in his career as well. And I think for the Wizards, you continue to go in the direction you want to go, and you can take that cap space. And if there's a free agent or a restricted free agent out there that you really want that's younger and fits your timeline, including Jalen Duren, who's, up for his extension in Detroit, like you can offer him. I think that's the kind of, they need a guy more 24 to 27 years old, like mature, not necessarily another rookie in that front court to play next to Alex Sarr. I just really don't like Anthony Davis long term with the Wizards.
Okay. All right. And then who they taking in number one?
Those are two different questions in this sense. From what I understand, AJ DeBonce is the guy they're going to take. From the phone calls that I had, what was it, yesterday or the day before? So I don't want to give you too much of a long story here. But as you know, I call the Peach Jam Championships. For those not familiar, Peach Jam is where Cameron Boozer played against Cooper Flagg and AJ DeBanza played against Cam Boozer. I'm the play-by-play guy for the NBA. Okay,
yeah.
So in order to do that, I call the scouts, all the people that know these kids better than even I do, right? So like the guys that are rising seniors and going to be prospects in a year from now. Hey, what do you know about this guy? So my last question I asked those scouts and all of the front office people, hey, what do you think about Darren Peterson? And they're like, the Wizards called me. I was like, what? Yeah, actually, you're asking me like an hour. I just talked to them. That's why I had to tell you to call me now. Really? Tell me what they asked you. I told them, man, it takes 30 seconds to know that you're getting a gamer. So what I heard from 2/3 different people in that realm was that they called about Darren Peterson. I don't know what that means, but that certainly means to me that AJ DeBanza is not guaranteed to go at 1. I would draft Darren Peterson, and I know the people that I talked to advise the Wizards to draft Darren Peterson. So that's what I do know.
Wow. There you have it. All right, Miles. Thank you, buddy. We'll be watching tonight. I'll be texting you.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right, man. That's our friend Chris Miles. Sounds like Darren Peterson very much in play at number one. Everybody give Miles a follow at Chris Miles TV. When we come back, we got to make some bets. And the idiots in the aquarium were just blaring the audio from yesterday's bets so loudly, I know exactly how we did last night. B. Mitch and Finley, really fun show today. I mean, let's start here before we make official bets. Over under tomorrow's show. So by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, do we have a new Brandon Ayuk video to discuss?
I'm going to say no. I hope somebody got to him.
Maybe he waits 2 days?
Yeah.
Absolutely yes. I will bet everything I have on that.
That makes me feel good that won't happen. New Brandon Ayuk video.
Well, if he betting everything he have, I'll double down on mine. Not happening.
You think we get one?
I think we're going to get a cryptic post, not a video.
Yeah, some like obscure meme. All right, well, let's get to Heard It Here first, because the guy that just said he would bet everything he has on Ayuk posting another video is wearing the hot dog hat.
Hello. Gather around, gather around.
How we do with WB?
The hot dog hat was the only loser.
What did he have last night?
I had a Rafael Devers anytime hit.
I told y'all he sucks.
I'm cold.
Not Rafael Devers. I'm talking about
Stallions,
Stallion. You're the
dumbass.
worst bet in the world, dog.
No,
You're the worst better on the show.
Worst better on the
In
show.
the world. I'm going world.
NFL is my jam.
Hey, when people give you stats, they normally just they go and talk to a few people. They got 5, 6 of us here, 5 of us here. So we look at it. If you got 50, he'd probably be the worst. Going up to 5,000, 5 million, he the worst. He's garbage.
Did you try to count White Brian twice because of the weight gain?
Yeah, he gained some weight. Hey, I'm gonna keep messing with him like it's like what did Rose say?
Listen, Stallion worked with us, was fat, got skinny. Jeff worked with us, was fat, got skinny.
Brian came
next.
skinny.
Yeah, he did come skinny.
He gonna get tired of it.
He's picking up what Jeff put down.
Nah, we just mess with you, B.
All right.
You good dude, brother.
We got sports tonight. It is a ball night. I am taking the Spurs plus 2.5. I'm 2-0 on the week. Spurs. Easy money.
I'm 3-0 on the week. Bleep Wemby. Let's go,
You
Nick.
taking Spurs straight up? That what you said?
I'm taking it with the points.
Oh, I thought you taking them straight up. Since you you say it's easy money.
There's no value in straight up in this because I don't get the money line money.
I mean, if you just think if you think it's very easy, then you're supposed to take them straight up.
I'm gonna take the points.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
so we're
saying.
clear.
I like these professional gamblers who don't know how to gamble.
I'm not a professional gambler at all. My account will show you so.
Oh, I know.
Jeff, you were laying the 2.5 tonight.
No, I'm taking it straight up because I'm telling you, just my luck. The team will win. The team will either lose by 1 or win by 1.
Well, you're able to do that because of.
Well, I'm going to go on and take the Dodgers with Ohtani pitching tonight.
He's pretty good.
I'm taking Mikal Bridges 12 points. Also, the final results of our Brandon Ayuk poll on YouTube: 2/3 of the voters want Brandon Ayuk.
I told you, people they don't care. Right now, they are mad at the 49ers and everybody making things, and they just jumping on the side of Ayuk because they feel like they're wronging him. They're not putting no blame at all on Ayuk.
What casino do we shop for Heard It Here first?
What do you mean?
Because the rule is you
FanDuel.
can't take a favorite at minus 200 or more.
It's minus 195.
Minus 198.
195.
That's fine.
So is it 200 or more, JP? You like to talk when it don't even matter.
Say
And so if it's minus
let's
2,
go Pirates. That's what I'm saying.
see, JP like to talk just to talk sometimes.
I suck at betting. I'm going to take Dylan Cruz to get a hit today. Minus 195. I'm taking the guy who's...
He's minus 195 to get a hit. I feel like that's...
going up against a left-handed pitcher. He's batting sub 200 in the air. If we lose, we're going to suck together, Dylan.
You should just get that hat sewn onto your
You
head.
should get a hot dog hat tattooed.
Get it sewn on your
forehead.
head, dog.
Thank
It
you
matches.
to Steve Weish for joining us. Thank you to Jennifer Lee Chan for joining us. Thank you to Chris Miles for joining us. Grant and Danny, your way next. You made it this far. Stallion knows your hot dog.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Prediction markets could soon be barred from offering certain types of sports-related event contracts, including those involving officiating outcomes or player injuries. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the federal agency that regulates prediction markets, released a proposal that would rework and more carefully define some of the rules governing prediction markets and the type of contracts that they can offer. And tonight, will the Spurs tie up the series or will the Knicks take a 3-1 lead? Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight at 8:30 p.m. Speaking of tying up the series, the Stanley Cup Finals all knotted up 2 wins apiece because the Hurricanes beat the Vegas Golden Knights last night 5-3. And 3:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Listen live as the Nationals look to sweep the San Francisco Giants. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They could pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcal 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, live on The Fan with no time to waste today. We're only going to be with you for 75 minutes. This is a sprint. This is not a marathon. Our normal 4.5-hour shows take a respite this afternoon as the Nationals are playing in San Francisco with a chance to sweep the Giants. That's coming up in a little over an hour. Pregame with Charlie and Dave at 3:15. We do have a chance for you guys to win tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. We've got a 4-pack of tickets for somebody to wear to win today. And wear your barbecue on your shirts after you spill it all over yourself while you're eating BBQ at the BBQ Battle. That's coming up at 3 o'clock today. Danny, what's up?
We got to squeeze it all in. We got to talk like the Micro Machines guy from those commercials back in the 90s to get all the 4.5 hours of goodness into an hour and 15 minutes, which calculates to 75 minutes of action. We're going to Williamsburg, dude.
Yes, we are. I'm excited to get down to Williamsburg. I'm taking the whole family. I know you and Darius are driving down solo, but we'll be doing the show live from historic Williamsburg tomorrow as they ramp up for the 4th of July and 250
Very
years in the United States of America. So we'll be getting the word out on all of the activations and the amazing things they have going on down there. But for my family, we're going to do Jamestown. We're going to do historic Williamsburg. We're going to try to squeeze in a Busch Gardens trip all before we get home on Friday. So it's going to be a busy couple of days, but I'm jacked up. I like a road trip. So the Paulsons are packing into the minivan and getting to the hotel tonight.
Did you do your bit where at the last possible second you packed? Or did you pack it with any time to spare?
I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
It's 2:04 right now.
Uh-huh.
What time are we leaving, roughly?
Well, I'm going right after the show.
Right.
Isn't that when you're going?
Soon thereafter.
Ish.
I'm not packed yet.
Yeah, there he is.
Now,
there's my special guy.
I'm mostly packed.
You could never play for the Packers out of principle.
It's just not
like if you're an NFL player, there are 31 teams, you go, I can't.
Not if you want me to show up on time. So I told my wife today as I was leaving the house, I said, I got good news and bad news. She said, okay, what is it? I said, the good news is, what was the good news? I don't even remember. Oh, I'm not working all 4.5 hours today, so I'll be home earlier to see the kids and we can leave. And she's like, great. The bad news is my clothes are in the wash.
Yep.
I need you to throw them in the dryer.
There you go.
And then get them into a suitcase for me.
I mean, you Bateman'd hard right there. Like, hey, bud, need you to get them in the washer and dryer for me, okay?
Now, I packed everything else up.
Yes.
I got my, I'm taking this, medicine for this cough and this cold and everything. So I got 2 pills into a little bottle for that. Like I'm an old person. On Wednesday, I need these pills.
Color-coded.
So I did that. I've got a toothbrush and some toothpaste.
Yes.
And some deodorant and a hat that I want to wear. So I threw all that stuff in the suitcase.
So that part's done.
Yes.
That's the advanced planning Paulson right there.
So all my wife has to do is just get the clothes out of the washer into the dryer, then out of the dryer into some folded form, or not.
All she has to do is wash, dry, and fold your clothes for packing.
I've already washed them.
Oh,
they're in the washer.
I see.
I put them in the washer.
I apologize.
Yeah. She came over and she's like, what's all this powder? And I'm like, that's I forget the name of it.
Detergent?
No, it's some type of laundry bonus or something. I don't know. She's like, but that's not soap. And I was like, yeah, I put the soap in also. And she's like, oh, okay. She didn't think I was doing it correctly. Like, I've never washed clothes. So she was like confirming that for some reason. But yeah, I left. I had it on speed wash at like 35 minutes. It was almost done when I walked out of the house. So we got to dry, we got to fold, and then we'll be packed.
Love it.
So we're fine.
It's so much notice, so much advanced time.
I'm way ahead of the game.
Seriously,
today.
Look at you.
Very much ahead of schedule. Want to get into the Nats, though. I love this team. This team is an absolute blast to watch every single night. How good have late night Nats been, Darius? Keeping us up. Now, last night was a little too late. That was a long baseball game out west. I was scuffling. That game ended at about 1 a.m. I stayed up for it. Regrettably, probably shouldn't have, but they're worth it, man. This team is worth staying up for. Another win, 2 in a row in San Francisco, chance for a sweep at the Giants today. They're 4-1 on this road trip as they get ready to play the 6th and final game before flying home to D.C., and they are over 500. And here's what's amazing about your 2026 Nationals right now, Danny. As of this moment, they are a wild card team. They're actually tied for the final wild card spot with the Giants and the Diamondbacks. But by way of head-to-head, not the Giants, rather, sorry. They're tied with the Diamondbacks and the Padres. But by way of head-to-head, they have the tiebreaker over those two teams. So they would be the last team in with the Cardinals and the Phillies in the wild card and currently have a 12% chance.
Just insane.
When the season started, it was 0.1%. They have a 12% chance to make the playoffs.
Now, I know new baseball is different, but just bear with me. In time in memoriam, you pretty much would universally guarantee the best hitter on the team is your 3-hole hitter, right? Now, I know now we know more, and a lot of those guys will hit second, or maybe some guys lead off in James Wood's case, or whatever. Still, that 3-hole, there's a romanticism to it, right? That 3-hole stick, it's like the most feared hitter. Jose Tena last night. Many games, it's Brady House who's in AAA. That's the number one offense in the sport. That group's a wild card team. Jorbit Vivas is going to get 350 at-bats. Tana's probably going to get 400. And that group is the wild card right now. God, it's fun. Frankly, it's a little bit stupid. I don't mean like in a bad way. I just go, even if they were playing well above reasonable expectations, they wouldn't be 2 over 500 at this stage. Does that make sense? Like they'd be handful of games under, and they'd be in the hunt graphic where they're 7 games back of the wild card or something like that. But they're not. They're right here tied for a wild card spot with this group. God, it's fun. That's your point, because we get these weeks like Luis Garcia just decides this is my Babe Ruth week. I'll just do that. I'll just homer every other time and drive every baseball. And when I don't hit it hard, it's a service dog, a 19 hopper into right field for an RBI single. It's amazing.
The part that's confounding or fun or flummoxing or, you called stupid or whatever to me has nothing to do with the offense or the lineup, to be honest, because even though they probably, based on the personnel that you went through, don't look like the number one offense in the sport, when you've got 2 guys playing at a fringe MVP level in James Wood and C.J. Abrams, and you've got a couple other guys having good seasons like Curtis Mead and Dalen Lyle, and then you've got guys having career years like Jacob Young and Keibert Ruiz who are pitching in, you're going to be fine offensively. You're going to be plenty solid enough, right? What's amazing to me is the pitching staff, which is put together with duct tape and bubble gum, has allowed them, despite being the worst in the sport for the vast majority of the first few months of the year, to still play at about a 500 clip. And in this case now, with these consecutive wins over the Giants, they are 35-33, 2 over 500. If they win today, they'll be 3 games over 500 for the first time since the end of the 2019 season when they were winning a World Series. 7 years ago. But last night's starter was Andrew Alvarez, who's not even a high-end prospect. When he's in AAA, there are times where he pitches well. There are times where he gets shellacked in the minor leagues, routinely. Alvarez, 5 hits, 2 runs. They both scored, by the way, after he left the game in the 5th inning, inherited runners against Brad Lord. He didn't give up a run. There were runners at third all night long. It was a microcosm to me of like his entire career. I don't really know how he keeps getting out of all these jams.
I don't either.
I don't know how he's missing the bats that he is.
It's pure stuff, that's how.
Right. A lot of breaking balls, sliders, curveballs, vast majority of the pitches he throws. The slider's actually very good. And he got 12 outs last night and got them to the bullpen. And then Brad Lord, who's been phenomenal. I think he's the unsung hero of the team. We know about Wood and Abrams and then guys that hit the ball over the fence like, Curtis Mead or Jacob Young this year, Jacob Ruth. Those guys get their credit when they hit their home runs or they do something offensively. Lyle, when he wins the game against the Reds or comes up with a big hit against the Giants in the ninth, gets his flowers. Brad Lord almost never does. He's not a starter. He's not an opener. He pitches in relief, generally in bulk, 2+ innings at a time. Last night it was 2 2/3 innings. He is 4-0 with a 2.30 ERA.
So coming out of spring training, or in spring training, I advocated for him winning one of the starting jobs. I thought they would be better if he was one of their 5 rotational starters.
He's too important as a linchpin.
And it stinks for him and his career arc because once he hits free agency or, as a commodity, people would think more of him. But this swing role, whatever you want to call it, as you said, the bridge or hey, it's 2 batters tonight, it's 4 innings tomorrow night, it's whatever you're doing, you're a fireman, old school style. It's too valuable for this team. It is.
This is a super analytical, like the Rays have done this, the Brewers have done this, where you've got starters, and if you're good enough, it's no different than James Wood. You're not platooning your really good hitters, okay? So if you just had 5 guys like the Dodgers currently do, where you could just trot them out there and say, go pitch 7 innings, Shohei, we won't mess with you, then you would do that. So on the night where Cade Cavalli pitches, he's in it to win it. He's going to go out there and give you innings. Tonight, or today, as they play in San Francisco, for Foster Griffin, who's been arguably their best pitcher with a 3.6 ERA. He's given them depth. He's 72 innings into his season on 13 starts at this point. He'll get 18 outs if he's pitching well. They'll let him pitch in to the 7th. It's not like they don't believe in anybody facing the order the 3rd time through or something like that. But when you have Miles Mikolas and you have Zach Littell and you have Andrew Alvarez making up the rest of your rotation, then the goal is 4 innings, essentially, 5 innings. So what do you need? It becomes very important to have relievers that can work multiple innings in your bullpen, and you effectively have like 7 or 8 guys that are starting type pitchers. If you're counting Alvarez, Parker, Lord, those types of guys that are multi-inning arms. And you piggyback generally. Mikolas with a lefty or Littell with an arm. But Lord, he won't make an all-star team this year because his numbers, are just not going to be dominant enough. There's nothing that's going to overly stand out. But he is pitching at that level. When you pitch to a 2.3 ERA, when you have a whip barely over 1, this is, by the way, the last regime's greatest draft success over the last 7 or 8 years, probably. He was an 18th round pick. He was drafted outside of the top 500 back in 2022. We screamed for years that they didn't have success stories like this. The Mike Rizzo group, they did not hit on enough draft picks. And they did with Lord. He pitched well for them at the end of their time, and this new staff has taken over and he's helped them. But again, last night, I thought he was a key. You mentioned Luis Garcia's 2-run homer. How many times? It's been 3 in the last 5 days. But how many times this season have they been up 2-0, 2 batters into a game? Because Wood got on or homered, and then the guy behind him got on, and somebody knocked him in. You sit down 10 minutes into a game and they're up a couple runs every time you turn around.
The guys are getting their hot dogs. They turn around and, a smattering of fans are cheering because the Nats are already on the board, especially on the road. It feels like that's just been their MO. They just put pressure on people. It really is amazing. And again, last night you referenced a couple of the guys that have been having outstanding seasons for them. No impact from C.J. Abrams. I mean, I guess he ended up reaching on a fielder's choice or something, but didn't do much at the dish. You got nothing from the 3 spot, from from a bunch of the guys that have been kind of the success stories. But it's somebody else every night is kind of a long way of getting to that point. Some night it's an Asim Nunez bunt, or Drew Millis breaks up the no-hitter, or Jacob Young, who's had a renaissance season for himself. It really is. You keep passing the baton because the next guy's going to do something. It may not be the home run. It may not be like the Cleveland Indians in the right around 2000 when they hit 5 million homers and the whole lineup at 30. It's not that, but it's a constant team pressure on the opponent, waves crashing on the shore, and eventually we're going to get to you. Now, again, sometimes it doesn't work out where you load the bases and somebody lines out, but this is such a good process-oriented group that you're getting this level of success without some of the stardom. You're right.
14 base runners last night.
Yeah.
9 hits and 5 walks for this offense. And, I keep coming back to, because I think there's this feeling nationally. I see it on MLB Network when I watch them talk about the Nats. I hear it sometimes when, national radio shows are talking about them. It's like, this team's made up of a bunch of nobodies. You don't understand how good James Wood is. You don't get what kind of year C.J. Abrams is having. They have 2 of the top 14 players in terms of OPS in Major League Baseball. The Yankees can relate to that with Ben Rice and Aaron Judge. Nobody else can. You know, you're talking about 2 fringe top 10 OPS guys in the sport in the same lineup. That ain't nothing. You know, that's almost a quarter. That's 22% of the lineup or the top 10 players in the sport, basically, at this point. And they're smart enough. I would have them stacked together. They don't. And so there's, you know, in the first inning, you're dealing with Wood. Generally in the second inning or innings apart, you're dealing with him and Abrams. Or if people are on base, maybe Abrams was coming up in that spot. They've done it very well. Ani Kalambi and Blake Butera putting the lineup together have been very successful all year long. Jason's in Woodbridge. Jason wants to hop in. The Nats chance for their second sweep of the season. They've actually had chances to sweep the Reds, Orioles, Guardians, Diamondbacks in the last month and haven't pulled it off after taking the first 2 games of a series. So we'll see if they can make this sweep number 2 of the year. They swept the Brewers early on. What's up, Jason?
Hey, buddy. Hey, guys. I just want to say welcome to the team. We're going to the World Series. You dismissed me a week ago, but I think you guys are coming on board. All we need is a closer, and we're lights out. We finally have hitting. If you have hitting, anything is possible. It's been years since we've been able to hit and score runs. All we need is a closer, and we've won like 7 more games. We would oh my God, we're on the way.
I appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
Put that on a T-shirt. If you have hitting, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
It's true. It's like in football, we talk about this. If you're going to score 30 points most times you play, you're going to win a lot of football games doing that, right? In football, if you're going to score 5 to 7 runs every time out, I don't care what the expectation was coming into the year. You're going to finish first a lot.
You got a chance to win some games. I think that's the point of that. Yeah, I think they're more than maybe a closer away from being a World Series team, but I'd rather have that enthusiasm than, well, the games are all going to get rained out and then everyone's going to pull a hamstring. Like, I'd rather have that.
I don't know when he says, I think you guys are getting on board. I don't know what he's referencing. Is he saying that this team can win the World Series? Because I'm not boarding that
And
train.
we're coming around to that fact? Is that what that?
I'm not. Now, here is what I will acknowledge. We did talk about this. He said a week ago, it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, we started having these conversations about the trade deadline and C.J. Abrams and should they be buyers. And at that time, I said, in a few weeks, we'll probably look back at this as the high water mark of the season and say, that was fun while it lasted. And they have continued to not only play at the pace that they were at, but they're better. They are now 2 over 500 and with a chance against one of the worst teams in the league today to get to 3 over 500. They are, for the first time all season, as we talk right now, a wild card team. The Washington Nationals, if the playoffs started right now, are in the wild card. Now, they don't, and I don't think they will be in the playoffs. I will stick by that. This is not a playoff roster, and 6 months and 162 games are designed that way for a reason. We weed out the teams that should be there from the teams that shouldn't, and the back of the baseball card theory takes hold. But here is what I will offer. If in 3 weeks they are still over 500, and now it's the All-Star break, and we're 3 weeks away from the trade deadline, we're going to have a different conversation on this show, where I'm going to be saying, I agree with the long-term plan and the big picture plan.
It's a good plan.
Don't trade anybody that matters long-term, but let's get some relief pitching help here. You know, maybe you flip a Luis Garcia or somebody like that, and you bring up an Abimelec Ortiz to play first base, or perhaps you move one of your other veteran players and you can supplant from the minor leagues, but you go get some pitching to see if maybe you could further navigate these rocky waters of the second half of the season. I think what's most likely is they win 77, 78 games, something like that, which is funny to talk about.
Which would be amazing.
I still, as of 2 weeks ago, I think I had them at 74, 75. But let's say they're in the 76 to 78 win range and they're hovering around 500 longer than we thought. Gigantic victory. But you absolutely cannot trade C.J. Abrams if you don't fall off. You can't do it. You've got to revisit that in the offseason. It would be criminal to trade him with this team over 500 and then walk into that clubhouse and say, hey, guys, good luck tonight.
We'll never guess what we just did.
And on top of that, if they're 2 or 3 over 500 at the All-Star break or thereafter into July, a month from now, Danny, we do need to start talking about shirking convention, not worrying about where we thought they would be, should be, and talking about how do they add without mortgaging anything from the more important future.
Yeah, can you scrape around the edges and come up with someone that can help you right now, which is a conversation I would have lost every cent. When we go down to spring training, we're doing bits and we're seeing Nikki Lovelady at Nick's Diner. If you'd go, hey, what if at the trade deadline we're honestly talking about them adding without hurting the future? I would have laughed you out of I would have said, you take your waffles to go, young man. You've had enough. No way. But here we are. It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if the statute of limitations has presented itself yet for me to give all the details on this story, but I was talking to an important member of the brass, let's say, out at the backfields at spring training, and they're standing next to me, and we're kind of watching ball, and we were talking about the upcoming season. And they said, so what are people saying? Like, what do people back home think about the team? And I looked at the person, and I said, well, they think you guys are here as the Avengers of nerd baseball to wave a wand over this thing and win 90 games this year and make the playoffs. And he kind of looked at me with a straight face, not laughing. He's like, that's what I'm worried about. In other words, there was kind of this fear that, like, as soon as we get here, everyone thinks this is just going to be better because now we use analytics and technology, and that's not how this is going to work. It's kind of how it's worked. It's happening.
Yeah.
Now, they will fall off.
And then you had to explain to the person that's a little bit of shtick. We had to tone down a little bit there.
Yes.
So we can all chuckle as friends. No? Oh, my God.
Let's go to Dan in Fairfax. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. I never get to talk to you anymore.
What's up, Dan?
It's this Dan. Where have you been, man?
I'm never able to get through. I guess y'all are too busy.
No, we are not too busy.
Well, everybody's talking about the Nationals, so I thought I would call in.
Yeah, do you have a Nat song for us, Dan?
Have you ever had a song about the Nats at all?
It's been a while. Can you give us a Nat song?
I can't remember. It was so long ago.
It's like, everybody's talking about the Nationals. The Nationals, something like that.
C.J. Abrams should make the All-Star team again. I love James Wood. Garcia's really doing well. Lord and I like Lovelady. That guy's awesome. He loves the ladies. But, I just think that we really have a chance, maybe even for the playoffs. I'm not going to say we're going to make the World Series or anything, but I'm really excited about the Nationals. But thanks for taking my call, guys.
You got it, man. 12% chance to make the playoffs, according to the ESPN
Remarkable.
Analytics, which seems very high. But they're currently, someone at home is going, well, they're currently in the playoffs now. Why do they only have a 12% chance? And it's because of the regression that is inevitable.
And other teams, frankly, are good too. Right? There's a whole bunch of baseball to be played, a whole bunch of, nagging injuries, slumps, ups and downs, and there are better rosters, frankly, that are probably better able to withstand those sorts of things.
Well, think about it. Right now, this second, within a game and a half of the Nationals, behind them, you've got the Pirates, Cubs, Reds, and Marlins. 4 teams. Ahead of them, wild card or tied with you, you've got the Cardinals, Phillies, Diamondbacks, and Padres. So that's 8 teams that either are in a wild card spot or within a game and a half of the Nats with the last wild card spot. The problem is not necessarily like one of the 3 spots or the 3 teams ahead of you or whatever. There's 9 teams for 3 jobs. Think about it. You're vying for a role that 9 people want, and they're all kind of right now exactly equal. So you've got to be better for the rest of the season than the Phillies, than Arizona, than the Padres, than the Pirates, than the Cubs, than the Reds, than the Marlins. Knowing as well, by the way, that the executives in those front offices, in Philadelphia, they're all in. They have an old, aging team with a closing window. So if you're running that show, Dave Dombrowski, you're pushing your chips in at the deadline.
Oh, yeah. Because they're already pot committed. Yeah.
Right. The Diamondbacks, similarly, a few years ago were in the World Series. They've been spinning their tires. They're going to be sellers. Buyers, rather. The Padres, A.J. Preller's the most aggressive executive in the sport every single year. They're going to add. The Pirates finally spent this offseason a little bit on offense. They've got Skeens on his deal before he leaves. They're going to be buyers. The Cubs, it's a huge year for their brass. So all of those teams are going to be trading 4 pieces to an extent greater than what the Nationals will, who don't want to give anything up that matters to them correctly in 27, 28, 29, when they're hopefully going to be a lot better. But you know what this year's done more than anything else for me, Danny? It gives me a lot of hope that they could actually get to the offseason, regroup, and maybe decide we don't have to wait 2 years to spend. I know it's the lockout or whatever, but on the other side of that, when things ramp up, free agency starts anew, you could bring in 2 or 3 pieces this coming offseason with some of what's close in the minor leagues, and we can go into next year thinking this is a 500 team that might be a wild card team, rather than the expectation, which was that next year was going to be kind of like this year where maybe you can get to 75 wins. They're probably now a year ahead of schedule, and that gives me hope about 27.
So again, that's the variables are lockout dependency, what happens with labor stoppage, if and when it does happen, and the learner question. That is the question. If the work turned in by this front office, coaching staff, everyone else goes, we took a roster that was basically very similar to a 65-win team, turned it into for the sake of argument, a 78-win team. Think about what would happen if you gave us an 85-win roster. That's like something that looks like a starting pitcher, a first baseman, whatever you want to do. If you had a couple first division players to go with our young stars, my God, we'd be a buzzsaw. We'd be a 90-game winner in a division full of them. But again, it's a matter of them being able to say, okay, now we're ready to step up.
G&D on the Fan next. Another day, another Brandon Ayuk video gets released. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Baseball, the Nationals getting set for the series finale in San Francisco against the Giants today. 3:45 first pitch, 3:15 Nats on deck with Charlie and Dave right here on the Fan. The Nationals looking to go for the sweep. They've won 5 straight road series. They're looking to finish this one off with a sweep and finish off a good road trip coming back to Nats Park on Friday against the Mariners. Pair of lefties on the hill, Foster Griffin for the Nationals, Robbie Ray for the Giants. Basketball tonight, NBA Finals, Game 4, Spurs and Knicks at 8:30. New York leads the series 2-1. And in hockey last night, Stanley Cup Finals, the Hurricanes tied it up at 2 games apiece, beating the Golden Knights 5-3. Game 5 going to be tomorrow. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We are only with you until 3:15 today. Nats pregame, Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler at that time, and then first pitch for them in San Francisco set for 3:45. The Nats a chance at a sweep of a bad Giants team. Isn't it nice to feel like you're punching down a little bit as a team with a chance to be 3 over 500?
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, for a lot of you go to a bunch of markets, they're going to Washington, chance to sweep them. Because that was a pretty good chance that would happen. And look at this group. They're on the road. By the way, they're the traveling road show. They're over 100 win pace if they only play their games on the road. Incredible, man.
The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate admin. They do it all. So mention us when you go to kmlawyers.com to set up your important paperwork, and you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Got to thank the United Football League. They just brought over the UFL trophy. You and I were getting pictures and some videos with the beautiful trophy they're going to give out for the first time ever at United Bowl 1, United Bowl 2026. The Defenders are actually at home for the championship game this Saturday, kickoff at 3 o'clock. June 13th, they're taking on the Louisville Kings with a chance to win a second title in as many years. They're doing it without Jordan Ta'amu, who got hurt. They had lost the final few games of their season and then won with a backup quarterback in the playoffs. So we'll see if they can win a championship with a backup QB. That happens on Saturday, and tickets are still available, but the trophy was heavy.
Trophy's heavy. That's the takeaway. I like a good heavy trophy.
50 pounds? You lift weights. I would say it's 40, 50.
It's a dense trophy, and it's unevenly weighted, so it feels heavier. It's like it really is like holding a toddler, right? Like that's kind of how it felt. It's very dense, thick in the kind of that midsection there. But yeah, I like a good heavy trophy. That lets you know that it's of substance, right? That light trophy that you're just raising it with one hand. No. Give me that good heavy trophy. You got to have a flex a little bit.
It was so shiny. It was so shiny. I felt bad about putting fingerprints on it.
Smudgy.
Yeah, I felt terrible
smudgy.
about
that. I wanted to kiss it and do like the I just won the trophy bit, but I was like, they're watching and they're gonna have to clean it, and that's weird for them. But all eyes are on Jason Bean, the backup quarterback for the Defenders, former Kansas product, who got the win in the playoffs and is now trying to win a title. Be a pretty cool deal for him, just kind of accidentally stubbing your toe into a starting job in a UFL championship game. I want to get to Brandon Ayuk, though, Danny, because we got another Ayuk video released yesterday.
New Ayuk just dropped.
This is becoming the Brian Fantana Panda Watch. In fact, Darius, I know we're going to Williamsburg and you're going to be busy, but if he keeps doing this, we're going to need some type of production, Fantana style, with like Brando Watch or something, like the Ayuk Watch. But the new video is every bit as strange, confounding as the first one. This is what Brandon Ayuk had to say.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months. And they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
Here's what I took out of this video. Tell me what I'm getting wrong. He's making fun of the 49ers for paying him money. That's what he just did. He referred to them as stupid and dumb for giving him money. What am I missing exactly? That is not the flex that you think it is. They're stupid and they're dumb. They paid me $50 million. By the way, I'm looking for $50 million if anyone wants to pay me again. But I'm calling the last team that did it stupid and dumb. Is he referencing that they're dumb because of how they structured the contract? Because he was able to get $50 million from them in 8 months before voiding the rest of his contract and guarantees? Maybe that's what he's saying. I hadn't really thought about that. He's dunking on them because, yesterday you and I were asking, Danny, why did he accept the contract if he hates him so much? Well, is he claiming I actually got $50 million in cash for the very little amount of time that I was still on the team, and then I got to pull the nonsense that I have. The rest of the money I'll never see, but I still made $50 million. I stole $50 million from them, gave them nothing, and they're the idiots. Is that what he's saying? Did he actually make $50 million after signing?
I don't know.
I'm assuming he must have.
I'm not great about looking at those and then the difference between what the contract says, the cash, or whatever was up front or what was guaranteed. I don't know. I mean, the guaranteed salary, there wasn't much to it on those deals, according to Spot Tracker over the cap. So I don't know that he got the cash up front. I don't know. I'm terrible with those sorts of NFL contracts, and you need to be, frankly, a genius. A guy like Joel Corey could probably break it down for us as to exactly what he got and what he didn't get.
But if he got $50 million in cash based on signing bonus, old money, new money in the first year of that deal, and his point is, my bank account hit with a $50 million payment from San Francisco, and then they voided the rest, so the rest of the contract's null and void, but I still got $50 million from you, and all you got from me was a headache. So you're the idiots? That is not the flex that he thinks it is.
Well, of course not. It's lunacy. It's like, imagine on your wedding day, I now pronounce you husband and wife, and you go to your wife, idiot! You married a stupid person! Oh, you should be embarrassed. Whatever this is needs to stop. God, I hate it.
You say that,
I hate it.
Is there any way this actually helps him? I don't mean in the court of public opinion where any sane, reasonable, normal person will watch this and say, this is an unserious, immature, unprofessional person that I want nothing to do with. There are fanboys who, because he wore a Commander's hat with his shirt off that time, that say, he loves my team, I love him, BA, I can't wait till you come here, bro. Let's make sweet music together. Those people are out there too, and you're allowed to think that if that's what you want. But a normal grown-up who's just a functioning member of society who wants to see people acting well, get good things, and people act like idiots, get whatever comes for that idiocy. Like, most people are going to watch these videos and go, this is a person who is unserious, unprofessional, and acts like a child. But what if it gets him out of San Francisco faster? Eric Bickel tweeted this. We were going back and forth on X today. I hadn't thought about this, but he said, everyone's making fun of Brandon Ayuk and saying that he's a moron, basically. But if the Niners decide he's too squeaky of a wheel, this is too much of a distraction, these videos are too constant if he keeps doing one a day or one every 2 days, maybe they cut him sooner. Maybe that's what he's trying to do, is just be such a squeaky wheel, such a loud distraction that they have no choice but to move on from him sooner than they would otherwise.
I will not give him credit for playing three-dimensional chess. I won't. I won't give him credit for Machiavellian lever pulls from behind the scenes while he twiddles his mustache, because he's so smart. If he was smart enough, he would just show up to off-season stuff to start the clock to make them release him.
It doesn't seem like he's going to outsmart the billion-dollar team.
Yeah.
To your point.
So, if the 49ers decide they're sick of it, this wasn't some genius move by somebody. You see what I'm saying? Like, if they decide they're sick of it, it's because they're sick of it, not because, oh, what a savvy thing. He made these nonsensical blathering videos and he forced their hand. Oh, genius. Nope. Boob. This is a boob who's spouting nonsense.
If these videos continue, could they end up helping him? I want to ask people that. We'll open up the phones. 800-636-1067. I'm also curious, was anybody that was in on signing Ayuk now out? Has anybody seen these videos and changed their opinion? Because I think people are so dug in that it doesn't really matter what he does. The people that are excited that he was wearing Commander's gear and likes Jaden Daniels, because so do they, they're going to be really high in advocating for him and excited to advocate for him. And the people that don't want anything to do with him are going to see these videos and it's going to confirm their priors. But that would be my second question is, do you think that this could actually affect how the Commanders feel about him? 800-636-1067, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. Oh, it is muggy and steamy and hot outside. If your AC is working overtime just to try to keep your house mildly comfortable, it's probably those worn-out windows, man. Broken seals, old frames. Lets all the good air escape. And the summer is here. It's only getting hotter. Act now before those energy bills skyrocket. Let the pros at Window Nation help you the way they've helped Grant and the way they've helped me.
Yeah, Window Nation's got a great deal right now. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. That is the sale. Buy 4, get free. It's going on now. You can replace all the windows in your home and get half of them free. You can get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. During uncertain times like this, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. People have been doing this really since the pandemic and benefiting from it. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. Replace your old builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. Window Nation measures 3 times to ensure the windows fit perfectly and keep your home comfortable year-round.
Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Brandon Ayuk has posted another video, dropped yesterday. He poked fun at the 49ers for paying him all the money they did and not getting anything back. Seems odd to me. It's a weird thing to brag about. Like, you gave me a lot of money and didn't get a return on your investment because I bailed on you. But this was the video. His words, not mine.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months. And they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at themselves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at themselves.
Right. They are, seems. Let's go to Shane in New York listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm on my way there. Hey, look, I'm tired of this Brandon Ayuk talk. Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, this is getting to the point now. It's ridiculous. Like, why would we want this man in our locker room? He's not played in 2 years. He walked away from let me say it again, $25 million. That just goes to show you right there he's not playing with a full deck of cards. And another thing, the Nats are 2 games above 500. We're 1.5 games away on the wild card. Why are we wasting our time? And you know what? That's just sad. If Adam Peters brings this, that just shows you no faith in this damn wide receiver locker room. Let's call it what it is. Why would they bring him in here? That just shows you they have no faith. And you got me telling me that this is the only he's not even a top 15 receiver in the league right now, but we're acting like he's a top 5 receiver in the league. What has he done in 2 years to deserve any radio talk on this damn air?
Appreciate you, buddy. So I think the fact that he was a second-team All-Pro and was at one point in time, 3 years ago now, a top 5 to 7 receiver for one season in the NFL makes it interesting. The fact that this is the biggest question mark about the team right now. Do they have enough at wide receiver? And are they going to sign this guy? That's why we're talking about it. It's pretty obvious. The other thing is there's a volatility here and a fascination with this player, and he is, for better or worse, and for me it's worse, for a lot of people I don't think they care, he's a character. I mean, this is a TV show, right? That's all football really is. It's entertainment. It's a reality show. And you're bringing in a guy who may or may not end up being the villain. We'll see. But he's posting weird videos, calling out his old team. Like, this is kind of made for television, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, they make reality shows and dramatic things like this where somebody's pining for somebody else, and will they get together or they won't? I mean, Friends did multiple seasons of it before Ross and Rachel finally kissed at Central Perk. That's what we're doing here.
Mo's in Largo. What's up, Mo? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Initially, yes, I did want him because of the perceived connection between him and Jaden and their history and his ability that he showed while he was in San Fran. But now that he's given us a view into his perspective and how he moves as a professional, I want nothing to do with him. Absolutely nothing. Like, I don't want him around my organization. I don't want him around my quarterback. Like, the fact that he thinks that this is the way that you would move as a professional, like as a grown man, like this is how you're conducting yourself, I want no parts of that. Maybe I'm just becoming an old man and I've got no time for these young men. I don't know.
It happens to us all.
Mo, that's how I feel. How old are you, Mo?
I'm 43. I'll be 44 in August.
Yeah, so we're in the same bucket. I mean, I'm 37 or whatever, but the same thing. I think about that all the time. Before I have these vitriolic, really negative reactions to stuff like this, and I just have no patience for it. I just don't suffer these fools. I'm like, am I just too old? Am I out of touch? Is a 22-year-old watching this? Because most of the time, the people that are okay with it are the Commanders fans that are super young, that are wearing their burgundy and gold going, come on, BA to DC. They just don't care about any of this.
Yeah, when they're texting their buddies, it's like low-key, the wide receiver room is chopped, though, and like they should go get Ayuk.
Appreciate the phone call. Mo just basically cut the promo that I wrote for him. You know, I relate to everything he just said.
Uh-huh.
Is it me? Am I old? Do I care about the wrong things? I do feel this way all the time in life, though. Like, no. I'm not going to play. I don't have to play along with this game.
Yeah.
I don't have to pretend like this is normal or reasonable or the correct way to act.
I know. I've been screaming off that mountaintop for years. Where I just go, I'm just not doing it. I won't do it. I won't do your planking. I won't do any of the stupid nonsense that you guys are doing for a trend that I know is going to go away. I'll just wait for it to be over.
To me, I am also really fascinated by the Commanders fan that desperately wants this guy.
Because there's plenty of them out there.
Oh, there's
I
a
know,
lot of them.
and a lot of folks goes, why are you still talking about this? I'm telling you, there's a pulse of fans.
Well, the majority of
that
the
are
fan
so
base.
into it. Yeah,
I think it's like 60-40.
it's a because Jaden ... and that's the answer.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is friends with him, so nobody cares about anything else. Which, by the way, he was asking, I think 2 calls ago, we were asked, like, why is this interesting? Well, look, they might sign Stephon Diggs. We're not talking about him every day. This is inevitable. This is happening. This is known as the next move, and we've known it for months and months and months. He's also got the direct line to the team through the quarterback. So the inevitability of it is why we're talking about it. But I find myself intrigued by, and if you're someone who really wants Brandon Ayuk, I'm not going to yell at you. I would just love to ask you some questions. 800-636-1067. Like, where does that come from? You see this all the time in life, though. People dig in. They just like the thing they like. And they don't have to explain it to anyone else. People like, if you like a politician who is corrupt and does terrible things all the time, but you keep supporting that person. I'm fascinated by that too. Like, what is it? Why? And maybe they'll say, I don't like everything that person does, but they have enough things that I align with them on. I don't know. But to me, it's the same thing. The Ayuk, like, no video he posts, nothing he can do is going to change the opinion of a lot of the people that want him in burgundy and gold. Nothing. Crazy video after crazy video, falling out with this team or that team, saying wild things online, posting himself with his shirt off and his pants down around his knees. Nobody cares. And you see this in other factions of life. I just think people just kind of have their opinion and they confirm their priors however they want to, or they ignore the stuff they don't like. 800-636-1067. You want to jump in? G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Baseball, the Nationals getting set for the series finale in San Francisco against the Giants. 3:45 first pitch, 3:15 pregame with Charlie and Dave right here on the Fan. Pair of lefties on the hill. Foster Griffin goes for the Nationals. He is 7-2 with a 3.63 ERA. Former Cy Young winner Robbie Ray goes for the Giants. He is 4-6 with a 4.12 ERA. Nats and Giants 3:45 right here on the Fan. Last night on the ice, Stanley Cup final game 4. Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights by 2, 5-3 to tie the series at 2 games apiece. Game 5 going to be tomorrow night. Speaking of Game 4s, Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight back at MSG, Spurs and Knicks. 8:30 tip-off for that one. New York still leads the series 2-1. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets, so schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention the show, get a discount, kmlawyers.com. When is Father's Day?
June 21st, I want to say.
That's late, I feel like.
Yeah.
Is that normal? So we still have 2 more weekends? Well, the reason I ask is, do we have to get Dad something? Like Darius?
Oh, because
this is the first year
DAD,
technically
yeah.
since he became dad that it's Father's Day. So I figured we could all maybe the Monday after or something, or Friday going into it, maybe more likely, get him a gift as a show.
It feels like soap on a rope or like a tie. It feels right.
I wanted to get him a Beatles magazine. That's always what I got my dad.
Sure. Well, your dad loved the Beatles. Probably still does.
Big Beatles guy. You
Yeah.
a Beatles guy, Dad? That's about the right age. Dads like Beatles.
Yeah, I appreciate the Beatles.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get you a Beatles magazine.
I get sized.
That's what I got my dad my entire childhood. Brandon Ayuk, another video, more strange comments. He hates the 49ers. He wants everyone to know it. Could this be a turnoff for the Commanders? Is this a turnoff for any of you that wanted him here? Zach's in Gainesville. What's up, Zach?
Hey, man, I just want to get y'all's opinion. Not even thinking about the locker room aspect of things. What kind of media circus is this causing? Like, are we going to have helicopters flying over Commanders Park, sorry, my dog's getting stuck here. But I just want to get y'all's opinion on how that cannot be a huge headache for the coaches.
Thank you. I don't think it'll be a gigantic media circus nationally because I think he's mostly, at this point, irrelevant in the grand scheme of things until he plays again. We had a reporter on from San Francisco who covers the Niners for The Athletic yesterday who said there's no reaction in the Bay Area to these videos because people have moved on. There's a couple of fans and a media member here or there that are interested in what he has to say, but everybody else is kind of like,
out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, it's done.
Who cares? He's just like the dude, you're walking down the street, and there's like a guy making weird noises and doing a weird dance. Like they're just like not paying attention.
There's a second or two, and then it's over. Yeah, I'm on to the next thing.
So I don't think it'll be a big media circus. This is not a celebrity backup quarterback where you sign Tim Tebow or somebody like that. That's not a thing.
Yeah, I will also say, though, even locally, well, obviously we're very concerned about it, but this is one thing I will say for this locker room culture or this organization, they keep things pretty tight. And this is one of those benefits where there'll be a moment where someone's going to have to answer a question or two. But after that, Dan Quinn is the ultimate. I mean, he's Mutombo at the rim. He's just deflecting everything and anything to get back to a catchphrase, talking about getting things to go, and we're ready to go compete.
Bo Clifton, you're on the Fan. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Love the show.
Appreciate you.
I was a little off with Darius when I said I wanted to talk about AB instead of BA. Like, I get the Antonio Brown vibe, but when he left Pittsburgh, he was still doing, 1,200 yards catching. And I see Ayuk as not even, holding his jockstrap right now. And he might be just as crazy. But if we take a flyer on him, my concern is, are we going to get Tampa Bay Antonio Brown, which didn't get over 500 yards in a season?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, buddy.
I mean, the fear is if he doesn't get his act together pretty quickly and lock it back in as a teammate get away from some of the. You're not going to be yelling about the Niners, I wouldn't think, via video, but just strange social media activity or what have you. What's the downside? That gets to the last caller's point of it being a little bit of a local media circus and a distraction where you're being asked about it constantly. I don't think this is an Antonio Brown scenario. I mean, I don't want to compare the two because Antonio Brown's had massive legal issues where we're talking about like firearms and charges and there were domestic issues. Like Brandon Ayuk sped and is basically in a fight with a team.
Yeah, and he's been kind of a weirdo. That's a far cry from Antonio Brown stripping his pads and uniform off and, kind of WWE walking out of the arena, in the middle of a game.
But I don't hate the idea of saying, like, when a wide receiver becomes a me guy and starts to act very strange on social media, here's some of the ways that it can go, I suppose. Like, I think the comp, or the one that I'm more interested in, is, and A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts were really, really close. They didn't play in college, and they weren't best buddies like Daniels and Ayuk, but they wanted to play together. Remember, Philly went and got A.J. Brown and linked them together, and they were like inseparable early on, best buddies. Next thing you know, it wasn't going very well on the field. The relationship sours, and it ruined the entire locker room, and you can make the case, the team's chances last year. Now, I don't think that will happen between quarterback and wide receiver here because I think their rapport is too good. But the other point on Antonio Brown is he was a all-pro first-teamer for 4 straight years. He was on his way to the Hall of Fame. He was one of the best receivers ever from the stretch that was 2014 through like 2018. That was one of the best wide receiver runs of all time. Brandon Ayuk so far has kind of been a one-hit wonder as an elite player. He's good. I don't think anyone would dispute that. He's very good. He's in that Terry McLaurin range. But in terms of playing at that super elite, like all-pro caliber level, he's had a year like that. Just like Deebo Samuel had a year like that. Daryl's in Waldorf. What's up, Daryl?
What's up, guys? Hey, listen, this dude is simply a clown. Like, the character issues are just jumping off the wall. We were literally talking about if he was to get here, we need to get him in shape. We're talking about getting a professional in shape. What have you been doing this entire time? Like, that makes no sense to me. And at the end of the day, we just don't need a guy like that in the locker room. He doesn't seem like he's going to come in and even be a sponge because he's not better than Terry at all. And you haven't been playing for so long. What are you coming in and actually going to do? And we're only considering this guy because he's a friend of Jaden. It's not like he's T.O. going to the Eagles. Like, he was never that.
What if he wasn't a friend of Jaden? That's actually, by the way, great phone call. Thank you, Daryl. Really good call and some interesting points that made me think. If this was Deebo, who hadn't played here last year, and it's Deebo Samuel, exact same storyline and arc as Ayuk, at odds with the team, never played with Jaden, had no relationship with him. Are we having the same conversation? I don't think we would have.
No.
I think this is very much about the fact that Daniels and he want to play together.
I think that's at the core of it. I mean, it goes back to, Daniels' only, I think, slip up, if there is such a thing, is when he shared whatever it was. I can't remember what it was. It was the practice video or something with Ayuk early on. And we said, hey, little slap on the wrist. Don't do that again. That's it. That's the only blemish for my golden child. I love the kid so much. But the relationship, they're very public about that, and there's no reason to hide from it. They're best buds, and that's the thing. And that's kind of that's the center part of the storyline, and that's why everyone's kind of going through all the trouble to have this conversation.
Would the Commanders be bringing him in if he was not Jaden Daniels' buddy? That's what I'm asking. I don't know the answer, but I actually think that's really interesting.
It's fascinating. I mean, again, Peters is the key variable there. What does he think of Ayuk when it's right?
Darius, pin in that. I want to do that topic tomorrow. If Brandon Ayuk was not Jaden Daniels' friend, would they even be bringing him in? I think it's a great question. Richard, Fredericksburg, what's up?
Yes, sir. I actually like the idea of Ayuk to DC. One of the things that I haven't heard talked about little to none is San Francisco's stake in this. Like any relationship that goes bad, there's two sides to it, right? And, for example, George Kittle is out there on demand. I just watched it last night on the ESPN app, was out there on the Pat McAfee show, did an interview. They asked him about Ayuk. He talked about what an amazing teammate he was, how great in the locker room he was, but then turned and talked about he doesn't understand why San Francisco said what they said about it. So I see Brandon Ayuk, he's been a year quiet. He's finally had it. He's like, look, y'all don't want me. You talk bad about me. Let me go and let me move on. And I just see him as, a guy who really can play.
Well, so I think you're hang with me here. Don't hang up because I want to ask you a question. I think your point is a good argument to, is San Francisco jerking him around and being petty right now? Like, do they have to wash their hands here too? Like, are their hands dirty in all of this? I think that's reasonable on the not releasing him. But that doesn't speak to, I don't care about San Francisco. Think about it like a relationship. That's who he's breaking up with. I'm getting into a relationship with him. I care about him. He chose not to go to rehab and left $40 million on the table. He has posted the weird videos. He sped 100 miles an hour and flicked them off and recorded it and posted it and had a warrant out for his arrest. So there's a lot of weird for him too here. I'm not saying San Francisco's handled this in a way that I would do it if I was running that show, but I don't necessarily have to worry as much about that here. I'm not signing San Francisco.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in my opinion, he left the money on the table because he didn't want to be there.
Why did he sign there?
So why am I taking your money?
Why did he sign there?
I think he signed, and then when it went bad, it went bad.
It was already bad.
So that's the part that I have such a hard time with.
What went bad? They asked him to rehab. What went bad?
Was it the protracted contract negotiations that he was dissatisfied with? Because remember, that's how San Francisco does it. Like it or not, they did it with Kittle. They did it with Ayuk. I think they did it with one other player, if memory serves, where it goes right to the 11th hour, right before the season. That's their MO. But if he was dissatisfied with that, signs it. Is that when it went bad? I would love my listening ears are on for the story of, hey, this is where I started to get really pissed off and it went awry with San Francisco.
That's another great point.
I want that.
We don't know if this caller is wrong. You might be right.
Yeah.
By the way, Brandon Ayuk has a chance with he can post videos. We know that. He's not choosing to say that. He's not telling you what happened or his side of the story.
There's no agent leaking out to somebody.
Makes any sense. His agent and him supposedly now have a weird relationship. A lot of the people around him have kind of been turned off, it seems like. So all we got is the information that's coming out and what he's saying. And he's posted 2 videos, and he hasn't made the choice to say anything that's helpful yet. Maybe he will, and we'll react to that when it happens. First 30 minutes of this show, we're on the Nats having a chance to sweep the San Francisco Giants.
Let's go.
They'd be over 500 by 3 games for the first time in 7 years. They're playing great baseball. Got a chance at a 5-1 road trip. Pre-game comes your way next right here on The Fan. They've got San Francisco this afternoon.
Thank you for coming.